Good morning, everybody, and welcome once again to Trent Bridge Live and to day two's coverage of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Somerset. Now, yesterday it was Hasib Hamid who won the toss and he elected to have a bowl. A quick early few wickets for Nottinghamshire and one at the end of play means that Somerset will start day two on 338 for 4. Now, the players went off for bad light late last night, but let's remind you of all the action that happened on day one, and we'll do that through a highlights.
It's Abbas to Lewis Gregory who's opening the innings with Josh Davey, the Somerset skipper. He's in from the Radcliffe Road end. He's there and bowls to Gregory, who's taken on the pad, is given out. That's the end of Lewis Gregory playing no shot. Last ball of the third over. Abbas in to bowl to Lammonby, who is caught at second slip. And that's the second wicket to go down. 0 for 2, so Somerset following India, who were Abbas to Rue, pulls this away through the onside. That'll be 4 more. Short from Abbas, who has hardly faced Abbas so far. And he's caught behind. Well, that's the end of Josh Davey. It's the third wicket to go down. 25 for 3. Faced James Bowles, and this is driven nicely, handsomely down the ground by Tom Abel for 4 runs. Long striding approach, he's there, Bowles, and this is turned through mid-wicket this time by Tom Abel for 4 more. Over pitched again, leg stump.
And again, this time it's played leg side. It's past the fielder there, and that's going to go straight to the boundary on the leg side. And again, next ball, and this full toss it looked like, and played past the umpire and straight past the umpire, in fact, and to the boundary.
The afternoon session underway. Patterson White bowls, and it's turned away on the leg side, and increases in intensity. There's Patterson White once more, and Rue's taken him on here. Big blow from James Rue. Completely out of standing to what we've seen both before and after lunch up to this point, and he's headed for 6 all the way. And, 8 for Northampton Division 2. There's Rue, and he's taken this on, and he's hit that many a mile into the Smith Cooper stand for 6. A little earlier, comes down the track, and he's heaved this one away again. No messing about, danced down the track, and he's hit that for the third 6 since lunch. Abel on strike, Freddie McCann in at slip. Again, this one just turns away from Abel, and he's cut it nicely, late cut, dabs it away, gets a boundary. Into the attack, replacing Calvin Harrison. Bowl short, pulled away by James Rue, and he's found the gap on the leg side. Here is Billy Barnes bowling. Now it's Brett Hunt, and there's more runs. Lovely shot down the ground. Is Pennington able to get there? Will he put another dive in? He can't. 4 more runs.
As Hutton is in and bowls, and he drives this away through extra cover, and that will be James Rue's century. It's going to be fielded on the extra cover boundary, but he's through for 2. Moves from 98 to 100, and it brings up the Somerset 200 as well. 201 for 3. Takes off his helmet and raises his bat to acknowledge the cheers from his teammates in the Somerset dressing room. Harrison to Abel. He's whipped through the onside, and that is Tom Abel's 100. His first century of the season, and it's pulled in just inside the deep mid-wicket boundary by Ben Slater, but Tom Abel through for 3 runs.
Into the left-hander, and Rue drives through the offside for 4. Lovely stroke. There go the sunglasses and the floppy sun hat.
Hutton and bowls, and this is driven nicely away through the offside. Handsome shot from James Rue, and that, I think, is going to beat the fielder, Dylan Pennington, to the boundary rope, a deep extra cover. And bowls to Rue, who will reach 150 with just a little nudge into the offside. 150 to James Rue from 239 deliveries with 12 4s and 3 6s. Pennington then to Abel on 147, and he's guided this down to third man, and that is Tom Abel's 150. 151 he has.
Patterson White, and this time reverse sweep again. It's past the fielder, hand, it's gone to the boundary.
Is Pennington coming around the wicket to Abel, who lofts this down and is caught down on the boundary by Lyndon James. Well, I said it was a good plan, and it has done the trick. Tom Abel has gone. He's fallen for that fairly obvious trap. Pennington in and bowls another short ball, and Leach has nothing whatever to do with it, just lets it sail over his head.
So that was a recap of what happened on day one, and you'll see there early breakthrough for Notts, but then a record-breaking partnership for Somerset. James Rew and Tom Abel at the crease, and James Rew is still out there on 162 not out, which means that there is a challenge ahead of Notts today, and that's what assistant head coach Paul Franks spoke about last night to the Trent Bridge media team. So let's have a listen in and hear what he had to say.
Paul, a testing first day here at Trent Bridge against Somerset. What's your take on events that we've seen?
Well, what we've seen, we saw us dominate the first hour and look very threatening with that new ball. I thought Mo Abbas was outstanding. And then we've seen a really significant partnership, which we were never quite able to get a foothold in. One of the things we've prided ourselves all season on has been the ability to control the game with the ball. Credit to the two lads that played in that. I thought they played really, really well. That being said, we fell short at times as well, and we won't hide from that. We know we've got to be better than that where we can. But like I say, you have to give credit where credit's due, and I thought they played really well.
You know, and then taking us back to that first hour just for a minute, do you think it's very important to make early inroads, as we've seen with the Kookaburra ball? That's the way it tends to behave.
Without any shadow of a doubt, I think that we've seen across the season where we've used any of the new balls, actually making inroads with them is crucial. It helps set up the innings, moving forward. And I thought we'd done that really, really well. We weren't able to maintain that as we have been, like we have done in recent past. And the boys have had some pretty flat pitches to deal with over these last few weeks as well. So there's probably a cumulative effect of it as well, a little bit. We've got to meet that challenge, and we've got to be up for that fight tomorrow morning, come back and go again.
And on Mo Abbas, you've mentioned it already, but obviously it was his 800th career first-class wicket. That's a real milestone for him. What's been his influence this season, and how pleased were the lads to see him get to that?
Yeah, delighted for him. It's testament to him as the high-class practitioner that he is. You know, a dedicated professional, longevity in the game, high level of skill, and a determination to keep competing. That's the biggest credit I can give him. I think his teammates have been nothing but impressed in terms of how diligent he is. How well he prepares himself. He'll do the same tonight, and he'll come back tomorrow morning and lead that bowling attack. It's up for the rest of us to follow now. We've got to follow and try and meet that same standard, and try and work our way back into this game.
And it was also Calvin Harrison's first red ball appearance. It's been obviously a tricky thing to get into this spin, into the team as a spinner, given the quality of our rank. But how do you feel he performed today?
Yeah, I thought he was good. I think there'll be things where he'd like to be a little bit better. He'd like to be a little bit tidier, I suggest. I think you're right. I think he's had to wait patiently for his opportunity. That being said, he's bowled very well for Northants on loan, so we've been keeping tabs on that. We've got 3 really, really good spinners, and we're delighted to have them all. Trying to get one of them, stroke 2 of them in the team at any given time is a big challenge for us. And like I said, one that we have to meet, and we try and pair them up at the right times to suit the surface and the conditions. And it's up to the whole of the bowling attack tomorrow to come out and get us back into this game.
And then finally, in the face of that, what was quite a big partnership, do you think it really says something about the character of the team to keep going right to the end and get that wicket that Dylan did?
Well, it does, and I think that's one thing we've prided ourselves on all season. It would be wrong of us to stop now. We've come a long way on our 4-day journey, and there's far much more mileage to travel in that. But we're excited about what the rest of the season holds. But first and foremost, like I say, we've got a challenge to meet tomorrow. We've got to make that new ball count in the morning.
The thoughts of the assistant head coach Paul Franks there. Now, whilst we wait for the umpires just to make their way out of their room, let's just take a quick look at the team and remind you of the Nottinghamshire team for this fixture. And you'll notice 2 changes for this fixture. Paul Franks just mentioned him there. Calvin Harrison came into the side, as well as Dylan Pennington. And obviously, congratulations to Mohamed Abbas. He surpassed 800 first-class wickets yesterday with those 3 wickets that he took earlier on yesterday morning. But the umpires are making their way out, so it's time for me to hand you over to your BBC commentary team, and that's of course led by the one and only Dave Bracegirdle.
And a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge. A Vivaldi sort of morning. We've not had fire and brimstone, but we've just about had 4 other seasons here this morning. Very heavy rain at times. One of our commentary team, not me, was out caught in the rain going for a run this morning.
Not me either.
You've spoilt the line already. People leaping in before they're introduced. But yeah, I was going to set you up for that one, Anthony. Dave Bracegirdle, Anthony Gibson and Nasser Hanif, your commentary team this morning. It was really wet at times. Thankfully, it only lasted for a short while. We did have some overnight rain and it was drizzling in the Kingdom of Newark again when I got up about 7 o'clock this morning. But understand the first thing I looked, funnily enough, wasn't what was happening outside. It was what sort of day was forecast up in the northeast where Durham are playing Surrey. Not supporters will understand whilst why there's been a reference for that. Here come our umpires, 2 of our more established figures, Rob Bailey and Michael Burns, with their lovely umpiring boaters on their head, short sleeve shirts, no coats today. A little bit of a wave to the crowd there, that's nice. They were announced over the tannoy, and they're waving to the crowd in acknowledgement. Don't know where that came from. We had a little bit of Northants commentary in the background there. James Rue and Jack Leach on their way out to the middle. So yesterday, Somerset's day, there's no fudging around, a little bit of indecisiveness. Who won the day? Who monopolised the day? Often say, well, it's even Stevens or whatever. It wasn't. Somerset's day, 3:38 for 4. But new day, new challenges for the players, new challenges for the commentary team, and it is time to bring him in now. A very good morning. How was your run? Good morning, Anthony Gibson.
Well, didn't quite manage the run this morning. A bit wet. But yeah, everything's fine. And looking forward to another good day's cricket, weather permitting. And it's looking okay at the moment. Blue sky overhead, some heavy clouds as well. But I think the rain has cleared. There are showers sort of forecast, the possibility of showers. But I think Somerset will be looking to score big runs, put a really big total on the board and then try and bowl Notts out twice, and I don't think they'll be that preoccupied with batting bonus points.
Now, will be a case of putting 500 on the board if they can. That's usually been the way for the side batting first in these Kookaburra games. Every day's a school day. Every day my ignorance of the regulations comes to fruition. We are going to get 96.3 overs today. An unfinished over. Dylan Pennington coming round the wicket to get us underway. And James Rue is caught! First ball of the day. In fact, it's Jack Leach, I beg your pardon, on strike. The left-hander drives to backward point, and a really good catch from Lyndon James. And Notts have a great start to day 2. And Dylan Pennington has got 2 wickets in this over. But what a start to the day for him. 3:38 for 5.
Yeah, Jack Leach going for quick runs, I fancy. Chasing after a wide one outside his off stump. And getting a thick edge, really. And a very good plunging catch from Lyndon James at backward point.
Yeah, I've been thinking all morning of how Notts are going to get James Rue out, the left-hander, and they're in the subconscious. Left-hander out first ball of the morning, they've got him, but they hadn't. It was Jack Leach, but still important for Notts because that gives them 5 Somerset wickets now, and just that chance now with about 14 overs to go before the end of the 110th over. If they can get another wicket, that could be a really crucial point. Here is the update for Radio Nottingham. Been a strange old morning, Lisa. An hour ago I didn't think we'd get much cricket this morning. It was pouring with rain, but it's cleared up, it's fine. We've just started, and first ball of the day, Nottinghamshire have got a wicket. They toiled away yesterday all day in just getting 4, but first ball of the morning, Jack Leach has cut Dylan Pennington to backward point. Good catch from Lyndon James. Somerset 3:38 for 5.
Slightly ironic that, because there was criticism on social media overnight of the decision to send Jack Leach in as night watchman with only 3 overs to go, on the basis that he might get in the way of of a dash for batting bonus points. Well, he's got himself out of the way pretty quickly this morning.
just what I was referring to before all sorts of things happened, a wicket and Radio Nottingham. I was going to say, we lost 2.3 overs yesterday. I understand the 0.3, let's finish the over, but where have those 2 overs gone? You know, last week we lost 3 hours of cricket down at the Utility Bowl, and we know we can claim 8 overs back, but where have these 2 overs gone? I don't get that.
I will ask Polly, when Polly Rhodes, the Somerset scorer, when I see her, she will explain it to me.
I mean, we went off just before 6 o'clock as well. I know late in the day you can't get to that time back, but here we go. Anyway, new man is Tom Banton. More from Anthony in a second, as Banton, the right-hander, is off the mark with one of those, I think they call them, I know the drinks are available, I think they call them Red Bull runs. The first ball just drops it and runs off with the adrenaline, gets a single. Kevin Peterson always used to do that. Joe Clark's another one, likes to drop it and run first ball. 339 for 5.
Could do with some runs, Tom Banton. 371 in his first innings of the season, and not so many since. Only about another 241 runs since then, in a further 14 innings.
Here comes Pennington to conclude the over. Past umpire Michael Burns bowls and goes through to Joe Clark. So we've had 3 balls this morning, we've had a wicket, we've had a single, and we've had a dot. 339 for 5. Dylan Pennington. Jeff Arnold, the England fast bowling scout, is here again downstairs. Seen him this morning. Happy birthday for a former Somerset player. I could give you a cryptic clue and it'd take you forever to get his name. If I said it was a bowler, it'd start you off going all round the houses, but it was a bowler. It's Peter Bowler's birthday today, 1963, and it is a bowler's birthday as well. It's Jimmy Anderson. He's 43 today, still leading Lancashire.
Yeah, Peter Bowler, who played for Somerset through the 1990s, captained them, and was very prolific opening batsman for Somerset.
Saw him here 3-4 years ago after dinner speaker at one of the, maybe a Christmas event or something.
Was he good?
Yeah. Played for Derbyshire as well, didn't he, of course?
He did. He came to Somerset from Derbyshire. Right, we have got Mohammed Abbas to bowl to Tom Banton.
I promise we'll bring you in a moment. Nas, you can tell us all about getting wet this morning, but understandably, lots of things have happened.
Here's Abbas then to Banton. Plays that wristy sort of defensive push out into the offside. He's not been in great form in the blast either. Tom Banton hasn't quite been himself, but he got runs against Notts down at Taunton back at the end of June. But that's really the only innings of note that he's played since that monumental 371 against Worcestershire. As Abbas is in bright sunshine, he's there in bowls, and this comes off a thick edge as, again, Banton playing that with his bat angled right down on the basis that if it does take the edge, it will go down rather than up into the slips. Somerset need to score around about 4.7 runs and over to register 4 batting points, but I think wickets will be avoiding the loss thereof as the priority. Abbas in and bowls, and that one goes past the outside edge as Banton pushed hard at that. It was pitched up from Mo Abbas, and it bounced more than some. Maybe there'll be a little bit more life in this pitch this morning after the heavy rain this morning than there was towards the end of play yesterday. It was very, very placid, apart from about the first hour yesterday. Abel and Rue had to work really hard for that first hour of their partnership, but after that runs came relatively easily. This is outside the off stump, and this time Banton lets that go through to Joe Clark. Goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod. 2 slips and a gully. Brett Hutton is just doing a few stretches at mid-off, so whether he'll come in from the Stuart Broad end to replace Dylan Pennington remains to be seen. This ball is it's in his 15th over, so it's not completely soft yet, as Abbas is into Banton and brings that one back in towards the right-hander, but again starting too far outside the off stump for Banton to have to play a shot. Not quite so many people here today so far as there were yesterday. The Stag Party, the Ben Slater Appreciation Society, aren't here today.
It was nice at the end of the day, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
We went across and had photos with them all and whatever. Producer Kirsty has been on the case. They actually went off at 6:01 yesterday, so you don't claim back overs after the scheduled finish.
This is outside the off stump, and again Banton lets it go through to Joe Clark, so that's a maiden over from Mohammed Abbas. 20 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 49, 339 for 5 Somerset, and they've just added the 1 run to their overnight, 338 for 4 for the loss of the wicket of Jack Leach, who was well caught at backward point off the very first ball of the day.
And I was splitting hairs here, but it is 2 overs, 2 overs, 2 overs. When the umpires got together and gestured to the dressing room, to the players to go, on that scoreboard at the far end, it said 1800. So I looked to see, because I'd said all along, hadn't I? I wonder if we'd be finished for 6 o'clock. Here's Dylan Pennington after this ball. I promise a big build-up and introduction to Nasser Hanifis. Goes through to the keeper. Here's Nas.
Good morning. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Yes, I've been drenched this morning, but all dry.
What were you thinking of, going for a run?
Oh, it's a crazy idea. And what made it worse is I got myself lost as well, because I kept putting in West Bridgeford into my sat-nav. And it was
you had a run in the car?
I had, yeah. I took refuse in one of the bus shelters in the end, and my wet soaking T-shirt is back in the hotel as Pennington comes into ball. Here he is, this next delivery, outside the off-stump and through to the keeper. Yeah, it wasn't the best of ideas, I must admit.
Run off the booze last night in your nightclub? Is that what it was?
Well, do you know what? It was preparation for the weekend, because I've got a bit of a run at the weekend. And I thought, it's the middle of the week, I'll get myself, nice and ready for that.
So how far would you run then on a morning?
Oh, on a morning, I normally do around about 5 kilometres.
Yards? Oh.
Yeah.
And at the weekend?
At the weekend, it's going to be 10 kilometres. So yeah, it's not a long
Is that one of those park run type
things?
things?
It is a park run, yes. It's a park run in Leeds. So Pennington comes in this next delivery outside the off stump and through to the keeper again. Yeah, Pennington's bowling well this morning. Yeah, I wonder if that bit of rain this morning has just freshened up this pitch a little bit. And
yeah, I feel for the ground staff, because there'd clearly been some overnight rain. As I say, I drove in a little bit of drizzle. It was dry by the time I was here, and they were taking the covers off, and then they just got them off. They had to put them on again, quite sharpish, because it really did come down heavy for 20 minutes.
Pennington in again, this next delivery again, push forward this time by Rue, and there's no run there. Yeah, it was I mean, it was so wet, because I got my T-shirt and I was actually trying to squeeze it, see how much water I could get out of it. So it was quite a splattering of rain this morning, but I think thankfully it's passed by now.
You paint a glamorous picture. 9 county championship games going on, 5 in Division 1, 4 in Division 2. They've all started on time in Division 1. In Division 2, delays at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire, Middlesex, and Old Trafford, Lancashire, Glamorgan.
Pennington past the umpire. This next delivery again played forward by Rue. No run there.
I don't want to be stereotypical and mention rain in Manchester, but I just have done, I guess. Sorry, we'll be looking at this one and thinking, come on, Notts and Somerset draw at Trent Bridge. We can beat Durham. We had a really good day yesterday. Surrey bowling Durham out for 153. They're in front 191 for 5. This could be the week where Surrey pull away from the teams in second and third.
It's Pennington to bowl again, and That's complete as over. Again, push forward by Root. End of the over. Somerset 339 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Pennington standing in mid-pitch with his with his hands on his hips and looking down at what have I got to do to get some life out of this pitch, because James Root had all the time in the world to play a defensive push at that last ball from Pennington, who's giving it everything he's got and getting absolutely nothing out of this pitch.
And it is only 16 overs old, the second new ball.
Yeah, it's tough work being a bowler on a pitch like this, but that's a good start from Notts this morning. Just conceding the 1 run so far and picked up the wicket of the night watchman, Jack Leach.
Decent crowd in. Nice to see that people weren't put off by the spectacle yesterday, and many of them, of course, will come back for day 2. Just one more home county championship match after this one, of course, for the red ball lovers.
Here's Abbas into Banton, who plays this defensively back to the bowler. The sun's just coming out. Plenty of clouds around, but blue sky as well.
Again, we've got Mo Abbas and umpire Bailey exchanging phone numbers. They had a bit of a run, a running debate going all day yesterday, didn't they? Get off my land, I'm not on your land. Who'll come in next, Anthony? Pretorius or Overton?
Neither. It'll be Archie Vaughan.
thought I'd got him there, Nas. I thought I'd got him with that one. Crikey, I forgot about him. Sorry, Archie.
Here's Abbas in and bowls to Banton. Not a good straight delivery, met with a defensive bat. Yes, Archie Vaughan will come in. What will that be? He's 8, because we've had 2 night watch. Well, Josh Davey isn't a night watchman anymore. He's a sort of makeshift opening batsman. But so Archie Vaughan would have come in 7. But we've had Jack Leach, so he's pushed down to 8. As Abbas is in and bowls, and Banton scotches that down into the pitch on the offside.
My question should have been better phrased. Where will Miguel Pretorius fit into this batting lineup, as he was the one that wasn't on our original scorecards?
I think he will come in at 10 now. Yeah. I think Craig Overton will come in after Archie Vaughan. But Pretorius is a more than useful bat.
Yeah.
He's an uncomplicated batsman. He's got a good eye, likes to play his shots.
Oh, good.
Abbas to Banton, who lets this go outside the off stump. And it's good stuff, this, from Mohamed Abbas. Making the new batsman think. No free gifts on offer.
Now, we heard Paul Franks, those of you that were watching Trent Bridge live, the build-up to the day, the picture feed. Paul Franks, an interview he gave last night, talking about Mo Abbas and his professionalism, everything he's brought to the Notts dressing room over the last couple of months. I think a lot of the youngsters are tapping into his knowledge.
He's in again to Banton, who drives this away through the offside, over-pitched, and offering Banton the opportunity to play that wristy off-drive, square drive. Goes away through cover point for the first boundary of the morning. 343 for 5. Banton on to 5. It's a very modern shot, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
You wouldn't have seen that sort of shot played even 20 years ago. But it's a shot that I suppose has been perfected above all by Jos Buttler. Just over pitching there. Mohamed Abbas giving Banton the opportunity to not so much open his shoulders as to get his wrists working. Abbas in bowls, and this is turned into the onside, picked up by Slater. End of the over. 343 for 5. Rob Bailey wanders away towards square leg, and Steve Pittard, the retired joint landlord of the Rose and Crown at Episcopi, says that in the last 35 years nobody has umpired more first-class matches involving Somerset than Rob Bailey.
Cool, that's a good stat, isn't it?
33 times since 2003. Trevor Jesty also umpired 33 matches involving Somerset between 1994 and 2013. Prior to that, Somerset's resident umpire was David Constant, who did 71 Somerset matches between 1969 and 2006. What a long umpiring career that was.
It's Pennington to start off brand new over. The first ball pushed forward again by Room. No run there.
Generally, when he's mentioned, don't trot out the thing. I've got the odd bit, I'm sure you have, Anthony, the odd bit of cricket memorabilia and tat laid about. And I went to the 1987 Lords one-day final, the NatWest final, Notts and Northants. I've got a programme, still to this day I've got that programme, and every now and again I get out and have a little look through and reminisce. And it's autographed by Rob Bailey. I mean, on the day, presumably, I got the autograph, but I can't remember why. I've only got him in there.
Pennington in again, and this ball again pushed into the offside. No run there.
I just can't remember when I got it, but maybe what it's like, Lord's finals, everybody down to the nursery end watching the players warm up or whatever, and just maybe he came past and was signing everybody's book and signing mine, but I didn't get any of it. I wasn't necessarily a big autograph hunter or whatever, but Lord's final, and there it is. It's signed by Rob Bailey. A lot of the players who featured in that game, several of them no longer with us. Of course, Wayne Larkins, recently lost, former England Northants opener, Durham.
Pennington in again, and this time attempted pull stroke hook, but Aerial attempted a shot there and went straight to the keeper there.
Not a very sensible choice of shot there from James Rue, with deep backward square leg and a long leg in position for the top edge. He could easily have got a top edge on that. It's really too high for the pull shot.
Thankfully for him, he didn't touch it at all. Straight through to the keeper. It's Pennington again from the Stewart Broad end. Comes in and bowls. This next one just pushed into the offside this time. There's no run there.
I know yesterday you said one of them had got a new career best, but I've slept till since then. Was it Abel or was
Tom
it Rue?
Abel. Yeah, Tom Abel.
So where is Rue with regards to his?
He's got some long way to go. His career best is 220.
Oh crikey! Well, I like watching him play, but I've seen enough of him so far, and hope he doesn't get.
Yeah, 160.
Crikey, if he's going to beat that, that's another 60.
221 he made against Hampshire last season or season before.
Another 60 he needs.
He's the batsman who's facing Pennington. This next one just pushed into the onside. Straight through to Hasib Hamid, who'll pick it up and give it a bit of a rub.
He's got a remarkably high conversion rate, James Rue, of 50s into 100s. Something Steve Pittard, I think, told me yesterday, was around about 68%, which is right up there. And that apparently is one of the things that England like most about him.
Yeah.
That he does. If he gets 50, more often than not, he goes on and gets 3 figures.
It's Pennington, and he's in again, past the umpire, this time just pushed again into the onside. No run there.
Apologies if it sounds like we're commentating from the dentist's surgery as well, by the way. I don't know where that drilling's coming from. Surely that's not from the pavilion end. It may be, but it sounds closer, doesn't it?
It does sound closer.
But there's work's going on of some sort that our effects microphone's picking up, so it's not a dentist drill, but there is definitely signs of life on top of the old pavilion there. We can see I can see at least 4 workmen. There we go on the live stream. They're up there, but I just wonder if that's the noise carrying across. It just sounds a bit closer, doesn't it?
Another over from Mohammed Abbas from this Radcliffe Road end. He's in to bowl to Tom Banton, who lifts his bat out of the path of that ball, leaving him outside the off stump. James Rue hasn't added to his overnight 162, which says a lot for the way that Dylan Pennington has been bowling at him.
Did I mention my visit to the dentist on Monday yesterday?
You didn't.
No, you didn't.
I did tell everybody who was interested that a tooth had dropped out at Hampshire last week. Everybody tell me, go and get it checked, go and get it checked. An emergency appointment was in the chair, 60 seconds, 27 quid.
Abbas in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by by Banton. Yeah, but it's worth it, though.
Well,
isn't
yeah,
it?
I just, everybody's saying you need to get it
Peace
checked in
of
case
mind.
it's infected, in case it's infected, in case it's infected. So ring up. Well, we can put you on one of our get in and have an emergency appointment with one of our dentists. My dentist's on holiday. No doubt he is on holiday at 27 quid for 60 seconds. But so I saw this other dentist, and yeah, fine. I can't replace it or pop it back in, don't you? I said, well, yes, I know that.
Is Abbas and played defensively by Banton. Abbas doesn't bother to pick it up. It runs rather than cannons into the stumps at the non-striker's end, and there's no run.
It wasn't a wisdom tooth, so I'm no more stupid than I was this time last week.
I don't think they fall out, do they? They have to be dragged out kicking and screaming. Abbas. It's good tight bowling from Notts this morning. He's in, bowls to Banton, gets a full length delivery on middle and leg, and for the second consecutive time he plays it back up the pitch, and it collides with the stumps at the non-striker's end.
We have had a match this season, and I don't know if it was the Somerset game or not, where Joe Clark has knocked the stumps down at the other end batting 3 times in his first 18 deliveries. He lost 12 runs. They would all have gone for 4, but just smashed them straight into the stumps at the other end. You know your luck's out when you do that once or twice, but 3 times in 18 balls.
Abbas to Banton, another good ball, solidly played. The tall right-hander. Somerset, I think, hopes of a 4th batting point receding at the moment. We're in the 99th over, so another 11 overs after this.
Ben Slater off the field at the moment, just having a couple of minutes to himself. Just sat in one of the dugouts. Matthew Montgomery's on at mid-wicket as the sub-fielder.
In his white floppy sun hat. Here's Abbas, last ball of the over, into Banton, who again gets a good length delivery on off stump and forced into a defensive push. It's all he's able to do. And of course the other factor in the equation for Somerset is that they don't want to lose another wicket in the next 11 overs, because that would mean a second bowling point for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah.
So I think Somerset are going to probably settle for 3 batting points and try and deny Notts the second bowling point. We'll see.
57 off 11 is gettable, though, isn't it?
It is, but not really showing much signs of it at the moment.
Yeah, it's almost another subplot to this game, as Pennington comes in, first ball of a brand new over, and this time it's flicked leg side, and the batsman will cross over for another single.
James Rew's first run of the morning.
You be careful, Anthony, because your side could lose out on a championship by 1 point. You should be chasing
It's happened before.
Should be chasing this.
I was looking at this card this morning, the highest team innings, Somerset 654 for 8. Were you at that match in 2004?
No, I wasn't. Was that down at Taunton? Was that here?
It doesn't actually say.
It's probably at Taunton, because that was in the days of the
Pennington in again, past the umpire this time. It's just played out in front of him.
when the pitches at Taunton were absolute roads, and for game after game, 600 played, 550.
So what's this you found, Nas? High score for Somerset against Notts?
Yeah, it's just on the actual card itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, highest team innings, it says Somerset 600.
Somerset versus Notts. No, that's at Trent Bridge in 2004. Squeak of a chance. I was here. That's
Pennington in again. This next delivery again pushed forward by Banton. No run there. He's on 5. 3 on the other side. 163. Somerset 344 for the loss of 5 wickets. If you've just joined us, Jack Leach was our first ball.
September 2004. Somerset won by 10 wickets. Notts 337, century from Mark Elam. Somerset 654, 250 from Jamie Cox, 108 Hildreth, 115 Wood. 654 for 8 declared.
Banton is the batsman who is facing, and Pennington comes in and bowls this one again. Push leg side, no run there.
Bicknell a century in Nott's second innings, all out 3-1-7. And Somerset, and that left score's tied. Somerset needed 1 to win, and Peter Bowler, whose birthday it is today, born on this day in 1961, finished 1 not out, and Darren Bicknell was the bowler.
Wow.
And Jamie Cox is now the Somerset chief executive. I'll remind him of that 250 when next I see him.
So it's all connected up in some way, hasn't it?
And Matt Woods here at Trent Bridge, part of the Pathway team.
Yeah, Pennington just abandoning his run for a few moments.
It was one of the building staff at the far end, just moving between the Batman scoreboard and the scaffolding and plastic covering the
I think that's
the pavilion works.
That's a little bit excessive if that's putting you off, because it shouldn't really be anywhere near his eye line, should it?
It's fielder at mid-wicket just being pushed back towards the boundary rope as Pennington comes in. This next delivery, again just outside the off stump and through to Joe Clark.
I'm not sure I'm a fan of the noise that we've got in the background. If you went to the theatre to be entertained.
We had a whole season of it down at Taunton back in 2015 when they were building the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion as it is now.
We had it last year with the construction outside the ground, but it's going on inside the ground. But it does seem it's a lot closer to me than the far
Pennington
end.
in again. This next one, Jen, just pushed out into the off leg side. This batsman crossover for another single.
Well, steady start for Somerset this morning, not without mishap and loss of.
Well, they were
Beach.
0 for 2 yesterday morning. They were 0 for 1 this morning, weren't they?
They were. They were, and the culprit, as far as Somerset concerned, the same, Mohammed Abbas. No, it wasn't. It was Dylan Pennington. It was Pennington picking up his second wicket. It was Pennington who got Tom Abel, who was still kicking himself for playing that shot when I spoke to him and James Rue after the close of play. But apart from that, it was all smiles, as you would expect, each saying how much they enjoyed playing with the other.
Good.
Here's Abbas then to Banton. Outside the off stump, Banton 6 from 25 deliveries. He's obviously settling in to score some big runs. Good opportunity this for batsmen to fill their boots on a pretty placid pitch.
Abbas has certainly looked the more dangerous of the two bowlers, I think, this morning.
Pennington's been accurate there, hasn't he? I mean, he hasn't offered either Banton or Rue anything really. Abbas in and bowls, and again right on the spot, and all Banton can do is come right forward, get his left foot out towards the pitch of the ball, head down, nose over the ball.
I think there would have been some merit in either sending Banton out, wind him up and send him out with the mission to try and get up to 400 inside 110 overs, or sending Craig Overton out instead of him, maybe.
Abbas in and bowls and runs off the face of Banton's bat down into the gully where Freddie McCann picks up. It's been all seam this morning, no spin so far from Nott's 3 spin bowlers.
Yeah, we've had. Is that right? We've had 4. What were we on? 93.3. Yeah, we've had exactly 7 overs.
7 overs.
42 deliveries.
7 runs in 7 overs.
42 deliveries, yeah, 7 for 1.
Pass to Banton, who cuts away through the offside. It was just a little bit of width there from Mohammed Abbas. And Tom Banton, you can almost sense the relief as he saw that one, a little bit short, a little bit wide, and
Why do I
whacked
do
it
it
away through the offside.
Why do I do it? I should know better, shouldn't I, than talk about the opposition here at Trent Bridge coming and not getting on with it. Why do I do it? Steve Ewan, shouldn't they have a bonus point for the team with a first innings lead if the game ends in a draw? Not a point if there's a result, but if no result, then just 1 bonus point for being ahead on first innings. It's a different one.
I think.
Or we could leave things alone, Steve, as I said yesterday. We're trying to run through all the different things they've done to.
Well, I think we have had that in the past.
Yeah, we've had it.
Yeah. First innings points.
Yeah. What's Mo waving to? Lyndon James at backward point wants him to pop out onto the fence.
Just wants a little bit of cover on the offside, which means there'd be a comfortable single for Banton through point if he wants one. Abbas in bowls to Banton, who punches this into the offside, but won't get it past. Short extra cover, Jack Haynes there. Notts skipper, Seeb Hamid in his floppy white sun hat with his sunglasses perched on top of it. Both will go flying if he has to do any fielding. Yep.
Important wicket at Durham. Dan Lawrence, who was getting on with it, out for 88. Sorry, 210 for 6.
Here we've got Abbas into Banton, who plays that defensively back to the bowler, picks it up, tosses it to his captain. End of another over. 3:49 for 5. 9 overs remain, in which bonus points can be accrued, either for Nottinghamshire with the ball or Somerset with the bat, but Somerset need 51 in those 9 overs, which is by no means impossible, but it will require some significant acceleration from what we've seen so far this morning.
Other scores in Division 1, Sussex's last wicket put on 72 at Scarborough, but now it's all over. Sussex all out for 222 against Yorkshire. They lost the first and the third sessions yesterday at New Road, but they're playing this morning. Hampshire 167 for 3 against Worcestershire. At Chelmsford, Essex 381 for 4. They're playing against Warwickshire. Tom Westley still there, unbeaten, and 137. I've given you Durham Surrey. You know what's happening here, and just playing a couple of Division 2 matches, Kent, Leicester and Northampton, Derbyshire.
So it's Pennington to continue. First ball, brand new over, and it's pulled this time past the umpire, in fact, behind the umpire for 4 runs.
No, it's
just a single.
Just a single.
Oh, it's just the pardon. Yes.
It's the 350 they're
It's a
reporting.
350.
So a third batting point for Somerset.
350 for 5.
Already on the board, 3-1 Somerset lead. Can Notts get it back to at least 3-2? Unrealistic to think they're going to get 4 wickets in 9 overs, but right now they'd bite your hand off for 1.
I wouldn't put it past Somerset to lose 4 wickets in 9 overs.
Well, they'd bite your hand off for 1 wicket, I think, Notts here.
It's going to be Banton who's going to be facing Pennington this time round.
Banton, who's got a broken finger on his left hand. It's quite a long-standing injury.
2 slips at the ready as Pennington comes in, and this time just actually push past that second slip, and the batsman will cross over for a couple more runs.
He's having all sorts of equipment problems, Tom Banton.
Yeah, watching him, he's a bit fiddly.
Yeah.
He's got.
Did you notice him at the start when he was hopping up and down on one leg?
No, I missed that. Nice pale green touch about his batting gloves as well.
Appears to be getting a little bit darker as Pennington comes in, and this next one again a streaky single off the outside edge of Banton's bat. I think it looked as though he's going to push that into the offside, but went the leg.
Yeah, a bit of a leading edge about that.
Yeah.
looking to turn a straight ball into the onside. I think it's something that has crept into red ball cricket from white ball cricket, where batsmen are always looking to score a run.
Here's some breaking news for you to alert the general cricketing public. Ben Stokes misses the 5th India Test, out of the match, shoulder injury.
Pennington, and this time the ball just pushed out in front of him.
Well, that is a blow, isn't it? That really
blow.
is a blow. He's such a talisman for England.
Ollie Pope will skipper the side.
That's a real blow. Although I fancy it's going to be a draw. I think it'll be a fairly flat pitch at the Oval.
Yeah. And also there's question marks about whether India will play Bumrah as well. So.
No, Bumrah isn't playing.
Yeah.
He's not playing.
Pennington comes in, and this next delivery is just again played square, and the batsman will cross over again for another single. Yeah, there was lots of speculation and lots of talk, wasn't there, about Ben Stokes putting his body through so much in that last test, and eventually it's obviously given in.
Just noticed that was fielded by Ollie Stone. So we've had Matthew Montgomery on the field this morning. We've got Ollie Stone on at the moment. We'll sort out in the fullness of time who's popped off.
As Pennington comes in to complete his over, and this last delivery again just pushed back towards the ball. There's going to be no run there. It's the end of the over. Somerset 354 for 5.
It was Lyndon James because he's just running back on. So a brief look at Ollie Stone.
Tom Banton being ministered to by Lewis Goldsworthy. Somerset 12th man. He's having a drink. It's early in the day to be having it. We've only had 39 minutes of cricket.
That's maybe just a little word from the dressing room about the 110.
Probably. It's no great urgency being displayed so far.
Well, that's it. What do you know? It's worth having a go, boys. It's worth bearing in mind. 46 in 8 is certainly within the compass of Rue and Banton without taking any risks, really. Just keep rotating the strike as they did it yesterday, Rue and Abel.
I talked to them about that, and it was a conscious decision to rotate the strike as much as possible.
Right hand, left hand.
Yeah. And they did it pretty well. One or two quite risky singles, but no harm done. Here's Mohamed Abbas going around the wicket to the left-handed Rue. I think it's the first time he's bowled at Rue this morning. He's in and bowls, and Rue gets him behind a defensive shot, plays it up the onside of the pitch, where it's picked up by Brett Hutton. James Rue having added just 3 runs to his overnight 162 in the first 40 minutes of play.
And Notts just hedging their bets a little bit with the catching cord, and we've got Liam Patterson-White, who's really stood at second slip, and Calvin Harrison somewhere between 4th, 5th slip gully region, so you can drive a bus between the pair of them.
Abbas to Rue, who will pick up a single down to backward point. 355 for 5. Rue on to 166. And 167 will be a milestone, which I will bring you, assuming he gets there. It's Tom Banton on strike. For the time being, he's on 13. 13 from 33 deliveries. He's taking his time, biding his time. Tom Banton stands with bat raised as Abbas is in and bowls, and he's playing another textbook forward defensive shot back up the pitch, picked up by Hasib Hamid.
It is another round of the Women's Metrobank One Day Cup, the 50 over competition, of course. The Blaze, the Trent Bridge based side, down at Hampshire, down at the Utility Bowl. It is Hampshire who are batting. 3 wickets for Cassidy McCarthy, as Hampshire 76 for 3 after 19. And Somerset are playing Durham. Durham batting their 77 for 1 after 15. I presume that's at Taunton.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
Here's a Bass into Banton, who turns it into the onside. Again, playing around his front pad, but no harm done as that goes all along the ground to Freddie McCann. In fact, it's 2 more runs that James Rue needs for this particular milestone.
And it's day 2 of the Professional County Club Select 11 against Pakistan Shaheens. So Will Smead is
got 3 Somerset players in there.
So Will Smead, Casey Aldridge and Thomas Rue are all playing.
Yep.
Pakistan 202 for 5 still in the first innings of that match.
Casey Aldridge, judging by his figures, bowled tidy spell, or possibly tidy spells, plural, yesterday.
Heading for Durham? Question mark.
Question mark. Yeah. Well, he's been on the fringe of the Somerset Championship side. He's had lots of opportunities and hasn't really taken them.
He played against Notts at Taunton, the match which finished on the Wednesday, and got a he played in that match, and then on the Friday, 48 hours later, he was up at Taunton, up at Durham, I beg your pardon. I mean, like Notts, driven up from Taunton all the way up the country to the Riverside, and got a 5 for against them in the Blast. We're waiting for Ben Slater to get dressed again, and regular listeners will know that me and I think indeed Anthony, not fans of this really.
He should go off at the end of the over, get kitted up, and then come back. You know, after an over has elapsed.
Yeah, we're not holding play up for anybody to get
wasting
dressed.
Time by putting on his equipment in the outfield. The umpires really ought to get involved.
Yeah, it's
2
not
very
just
experienced
Notts.
umpires.
It's not just Notts. All the counties do it. Although you did say Tom Banton usually does it off the field, but generally, once the regulations permit it, all 18 counties will.
Probably won't be Tom Banton actually in this game. It'll be Tom Abel
Right.
because of Banton's broken finger.
So we've got a short leg in.
We have, which suggests that Mo Bass might dig the odd one in. He's bowling to Tom Banton. 355 for 5. Bass in and bowls, and he plays that into the onside Banton. It was just a touch uppish. So Mo Bass bowling exactly what his captain would have asked him to bowl. Just a fraction short of a length, angled in towards the right-hander, to get him turning the bat with that little bit of extra bounce. And Ben Slater is quite a forward short leg. He's sort of silly mid-wicket, if there is such a position. Oh, and this goes past the outside edge of Banton's bat. Absolute perler from Mohammed Abbas, who's got his hands on his head as well he might. That could so easily have taken the outside edge, but it didn't. Banton survives. Good over from Mohammed Abbas. 24 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 58. Somerset 355 for 5 have found runs very, very hard to come by this morning. Only 17 of them have been scored in the first 3/4 of an hour.
Yeah, ball of the morning, although Notts have picked up a wicket. Leach cutting the first ball of the day to Lyndon James at backward point, but certainly that was the delivery of the morning so far. Very nearly undid Tom Banton, who's on 13, James Rue on 166. This partnership added, as Anthony said, just 17 in 45 minutes, 56 deliveries. Still going to be Dylan Pennington to continue.
Yeah, Dylan Pennington, the man who's taken the wicket this morning. First ball of a brand new over, and this one pushed leg side through to Joe Clark. So, yeah, sluggish start.
Not so just tinkering with the field again. Liam Patterson-White coming out of the slip cordon, which is now reduced to just 1. Calvin Harrison, and Patterson-White's gone behind square on the leg side. Is it going to be in a stationary catching position or save him 1?
Well, Rue's had a look leg side as he gets himself ready for this next delivery from Pennington. As Pennington, this next one again, just but it's safely played in front of him by James Rue. 166 to his name.
don't know why Rob Bailey's just suddenly decided that he can't see the crease lines from square leg there and has moved over to point. Didn't seem to be anything blocking his view. Of course, it's not going to be a stumping with Pennington bowling, but needs to be able to see those. Well, I guess he's perhaps moving. Yes, he will be, because Notts are very close to having 3 fielders behind on the leg side. That's why he's having a look.
Pennington in again. Next one again. Attempted pull and taken, in fact, by the keeper, Joe Clark. Wicket goes down. Pennington's second wicket of the morning for him. He's now got 3 wickets for 58. So brilliant take that by Joe Clark. And Somerset now 355 for 6.
Not a good shot from James Rew. Second time he's chased one like that down the leg side. This time he got a feather on it, but good applause for James Rew. Tremendous innings, 166 in 278 deliveries with 14 fours and 3 sixes. But there is no milestone. He still needs 2 runs to notch up 3,000 3,000 runs in the county championship.
I was thinking about milestones earlier, because I was thinking, I know you talked about a lot of milestones yesterday. I thought maybe this is going to be another milestone, but we didn't quite manage to get there, did we, Anthony, in the end? So not good from a Somerset perspective, but great from a Nottinghamshire perspective to get this big wicket. And as Anthony said, Archie Vaughan is the new batsman.
And it means a second bowling point for Notts as well. And I think puts the mockers on any remaining Somerset hopes of a 4th batting point.
So what do we reckon there then? Because it was all very telegraphed, even to the point that once the field setting had been changed with Liam Patterson-White going behind square on the leg side, then we had umpire Rob Bailey moving across so he could see that there were nearly 3 behind on the leg side. James Rew must have known this is what they're going to try, and clearly the mindset was, well, it's going down the leg side, it's going to go. If it's anywhere I can hit it, it's going to go. So he was in that mindset, I think, of just trying to pull it away for a big one, and just feathered it down the leg side. But extra kudos and a hat tip to Joe Clark, because he doesn't keep wicket very often, and that was a wonderful catch.
It was. Yeah, well, both Tom Abel and James Rew perishing in similar fashion, chasing short balls down the leg side.
Don't go all maudlin on us, Anthony.
Well, I just, they're 2 fairly brainless dismissals, if you're being honest.
Perhaps more so the one last night, because play was just about to finish for the day as well.
2 balls later, wasn't it?
Yep.
So Archie Vaughan's out there, and suddenly Notts have rediscovered a catching cordon.
I think the other point to make about it is that James Rew had been frustrated by some really good, accurate Notts bowling this morning from Dylan Pennington in particular, and he was getting anxious, he was frustrated, and he saw that as a scoring opportunity and thought, well, I'm going to put this one away. And whereas if he'd been scoring rather more fluently this morning, he might not have fallen for the trap.
Yeah, both bowlers have kept a certain amount of control this morning as Pennington comes in. This time a pull by the new batsman, Archie Vaughan. It's just going to go onto the leg side, the ball is, and there's going to be no run there. Close infielder on the leg side for Archie Vaughan. Archie Vaughan and Tom Banton on the other end. He's made 13. As Pennington comes in again and bowls this next delivery, Vaughan looked as though he's going to play a shot, then just moved out of the way, went straight to the slip cordon.
Archie Vaughan could do with some runs. He has scored 329 runs in 17 innings in the county championship this season, at an average of 23.5, with a best of 80.
He faces up again to Pennington. 3 wickets for him this morning. This time plays it correctly in front of him. And the bowler picks up the ball, end of a very successful over for Pennington. He takes his 3rd wicket now, 3 for 56, so he joins Abbas with 3 wickets in the game. So both bowlers who've taken the wickets have been bowling this morning and bowling very effectively.
Yep, they bowled very well, Notts, this morning, especially given the match situation up against it overnight. 338 for 4. So they were, Somerset were 338 for 3 before Tom Abel fell, so they've lost 3 for 17, have they not?
Yeah.
Was it 300? No, it was 337, so 3 for 18 in fact. Tom Abel was out.
You get the sense, spring in the step of the Notts bowlers now. See if they can maybe eke out another wicket here.
It's Abbas to Banton. I wonder if he was put off by the drilling there.
Yeah, the
Abbas.
drilling is certainly...
Drilling? What drilling? It's
Just
a little bit
it's got noisier. hasn't it?
grinding and grating, isn't it?
Not sure where it's coming from. Don't
No.
think it's coming from the
No, that's
building
what I
sites
say.
at the far end. 2 slips go down as Mohammed Abbas is in bright sunshine into Tom Banton, who plays that up to Steve Hamid at mid-on, and there's no run. We're in the 105th over, so it doesn't look as if Somerset are going to even to try to get this 4th.
Oh, it is. Look, yeah, that's really good
Oh
work
look,
by
yes, with cameraman. Yes, there's a pneumatic drill.
Yeah. Wanted dead or alive, this man and his drill. More importantly, his drill. Can it be confiscated?
Is Abbas into Banton,
Ooh.
who turns this past forward short leg in the air. If Slater had been in a more conventional forward short leg position rather than this sort of silly mid-wicket position he's in, that might have gone to hand, although it would have been a very, very sharp chance.
Yeah.
One of those that either sticks or doesn't.
Yeah, the ball just comes too quickly at that.
Well, he was on the crouch, wasn't he? And it was chipped uppishly. It was almost gone over his left shoulder before he had a chance to begin to rise.
Yeah, the drilling man is certainly on a man of a mission, isn't he?
That 400's now almost gone, isn't it?
Abbas into Vaughan, who plays that from the crease defensively. Yeah, I had a feeling this morning that Somerset wouldn't want to sacrifice wickets in order to seek batting points, but well, they've managed to do neither.
No, they've got it stuck in treacle a little bit.
Yeah,
I think a little bit of Craig O out there, just giving it a bit of long handle, might have certainly put Notts on the defensive.
they've not scored quickly and they've lost wickets. As Abbas is in and bowls, and Vaughan plays this late off the pitch out into the offside, where Montgomery, who's on as sub for Dylan Pennington, I suspect.
Might have been playing rock, paper, scissors, Matthew Montgomery and Ollie Stone, as to who's going to be out there.
Abbas was bowled unchanged this morning from this Radcliffe Road end. This is turned sweetly away down to deep backward square leg. It'll just be
That
a
is
single.
Pennington.
So it's not Pennington who's off. Singles taken. Vaughan is off the mark. 357 for 6.
Wonder where Jack Haynes is. I can't see Haynes. No, I think it's Jack Haynes. Slater's at short leg. Yeah, ticked off everybody else.
But Abbas just wants his deep square leg to come in 15 yards from the boundary rope. having come in, he retreats again. So we're going to have a mid wicket, catching mid wicket. As Abbas is in and bowls, and Banton plays that from the crease, as if plays it slightly warily, as if there was a little bit of extra bounce or seam movement, but keeps it out. End of the over, 3:57 for 6. 105 overs have gone. Somerset losing the wickets this morning of Jack Leach for just 1, having not added to his overnight score off the very first ball of the day. And then James Rue for 166, caught down the leg side by Joe Clark off the bowling of Dylan Pennington.
Been going for almost an hour, 11:57. We've had 11 and a half overs. Is that right? Yeah. Yes.
Yep.
Crikey. But it has been all pace, all Pennington and Abbas. They've each got a wicket and they've given precious little away, so you can understand Asiba Mead asking them just to give him one more over apiece, or keep repeating that for as long as they're keeping it nice and dry and they remain in a wicket-taking threat. Doesn't want to bring somebody on and suddenly 4-4-4, as we saw a couple of times yesterday. Keep it nice and dry.
Yeah, it's Pennington who's going to carry on. Successful bowler this morning comes in. It's first ball, brand new, pulled by Vaughan. And that's 4 runs.
Nice controlled pull shot from Archie Vaughan, kept it down. He's another one who has been out several times, caught down at long leg, failing to keep down pull shots. But he played that well in front of square.
That'll give him confidence. He's played for under 19, am I right in thinking that?
Yeah.
He has,
captained England under 19s.
Jack Haynes back on the field, so it's just a short comfort break, and he's just being redeployed at catching mid-wicket.
So Vaughan has another look on the leg side as he faces up to Pennington again. This next delivery again, it actually squirts out again into the leg side. This time no run. Yeah, 2 close infielders on that leg side. So ball eventually going to end up back with Pennington. He's going to be bowling from the Stuart Broad end, where all the building work has been going on. So it's Pennington in, past the umpire, and this time again just pushed into the leg side, no run there. Somerset 361 for 6.
Yes, I can't see Freddie McCann now. Just taking it in turns just to make a quick visit to the changing rooms, the hospitality rooms on the first floor here that have been redeveloped, redesigned for this summer. New shower facilities in for both teams.
So it's Pennington in again, and this time again it's pushed into the offside, this time straight through to Hasib Hamid. With one of the close infielders on the leg side.
The middle tier of our level, the Radcliffe Road stand, is absolutely chock-a-block today. Everybody behind the bowler's arm, getting a good look. Got a nice little bit of warming sunshine on them at the moment. But quite a good view they've got.
So it's going to be Pennington again, continuing this over. This next ball just again played back to the bowl, no run there. Very circumspect from Vaughan, Archie Vaughan.
Does look like his father, doesn't he? In the way he bats.
Tall man.
Should be doing an update for Radio Nottingham in just a moment. Here comes Pennington. Ground bathed in sunshine. Bowls now, and Vaughan again wearing number 66. Just pushes it back on the bounce to Pennington. Fields off his own bowling. His figures 20 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 60. Mohammad Abbas also has gone 3 for 60. He's bowled 5 overs more, the Pakistan international. Mead just seeking the counsel of Joe Clark, who seems to be the unofficial vice captain. Very often goes and has a little bit of a natter to Joe Clark when he's contemplating maybe some significant move, and it's going to be Brett Hutton. So an hour's bowling from Mo Abbas this morning. 25 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 60 his figures. Pennington also with 3 wickets. So Brett Hutton playing his 100th first-class match. Bowled 17 overs yesterday, none for 72. Opened the bowling yesterday, but has had to wait this morning before getting a chance. Banton, a watchful 14 from 40 deliveries. Archie Vaughan has 5 from 12. So here's Hutton running away from us. And you join us just as Notts pick up their 3rd wicket of the morning. It's been very slow going from the visitors. Began the day 3:38 for 4. They lost the wicket of Jack Leach, first ball of the morning. James Rue, the overnight centurion, then fell soon afterwards, and now Tom Banton has fallen to Brett Hutton. Somerset 361 for 7.
Don't think Banton thought much of that decision.
I must admit, as it nestled in the gloves, I was a little surprised that they all went up, 1 and all, and the umpire's finger was presumably raised. Maybe, just maybe, Anthony, it was a little disappointment at how he's got out. He's chased a wide one. It could only have been the bat, and yeah, Rob Bailey certainly
Might have been an under edge.
Yeah, certainly did raise the finger. There was a. It wasn't a shake of the head. I mean, it wasn't dissent. He won't get into trouble for anything like that. There was, even though we couldn't see his face from all this distance, you could tell he was disappointed. But I think it was probably disappointment at the manner he's got out rather than a poor decision. Yeah. Another catch for Joe Clark, his 3rd of the innings, and first wicket of the innings for Brett Hutton. His first ball of the day. Dylan Pennington also got a wicket first ball of the day, and that's a nice. Just a nice little thing to have as a bowler. Here comes Craig Overton on out at number 9. And we are still, it's worth pointing out, we are still in the bonus point situation. That was the first ball of the 107th over.
Well, I did say it wasn't beyond the bounds of possibility that Somerset could lose 4 wickets and concede a 3rd batting point, a bowling point.
Change of bowling certainly has worked. I
feel a little bit for the production office, because I think I was I was halfway through a report for the local radio listeners as the wicket went down. So good luck making that sound.
The 2nd time this morning.
Yeah,
that the report has coincided with the wicket.
It does indeed. Yeah,
Jack Leach at just after 11 and Tom Banton just after 12.
So gave Notts the first hour yesterday. Somerset fought back, so I think that was an even session, the first one yesterday. Somerset clearly won the afternoon session and the evening session as Hutton comes in and bowls, and this is turn to leg, and there's no run. The new man Craig Overton, another one who's got happy memories of this ground. He's skippered the side to victory in the past. He's had lots of success here in the past, also including a hat-trick. I think last year he had a little bit of a disagreement with the Nottinghamshire members. Was it last year when he was given out? Was it 2 years when he was given out and clearly wasn't too impressed with the decision, and let the members know, and they let him know. pushes this next delivery up to the Spring Hill to Seabermead. He was like a young foal there, advancing into field that one, 361 for 7.
He was when he was caught at second slip by Calvin Harris, who was on as a sub, and Overton didn't think it carried.
Okay. I'm glad you can remember the nuts and bolts. I can just remember the furore afterwards.
Yeah.
There's Hutton. Again bowls, and this is played back to him. He's now up to, I think, have a little check, 344 first class wickets. Brett Hutton. This, as I say, is 100th first class match.
It's been a very damaging session this for Somerset.
But
Could mark the end of their challenge for the county championship.
But Notts had the first hour yesterday, didn't they? And then Somerset came roaring back. Can still win the next 2 sessions and the rest of the morning. It's just turn to leg.
It's perhaps what you say, or we were discussing earlier as well, that they've sort of not either taken the ball, either gone for the runs, or they've sort of played this middle sort of strategy.
They've fallen between the two stools, haven't they?
That's the cliche I was looking for, and I couldn't quite.
And you never want to fall between two stools.
No.
Last ball of the over. Will it be a wicket maiden for Brett Hutton? It's past Rob Bailey's left shoulder. Balls it won't. It's cut into the offside. And big Craig Overton is up and running with a single, fielded by Montgomery, subfielder, on the offside end of the over. 362 for 7. We had 107 overs in the innings this morning. Jack Leach caught James Rue, bowled Dylan Pennington for 0. That was 338 for 5 after 93.4 overs. James Rue caught Joe Clark. Good catch, really good catch by Clark down the leg side. Rue trying to pull Pennington vigorously, certainly got a touch on it, and it would have been going at quite an express rate. Really good diving catch from Clark. Rue out for 166. That was 355 for 6 in the 104th over. And in the 107th, the one that's just ended, Tom Banton, caught behind by Joe Clark, playing away from his body, might have been the bottom edge. Brett Hutton's first ball of the morning, out for 14, 361 for 7.
Dave from Cork is not impressed. So all 4 Somerset wickets to fall in the last 20 overs have been thrown away.
Come
Appalling
on,
batting
Dave.
and lack of game sense.
Come on, Dave, just enjoy the cut and thrust.
He's got a point. He's got a point.
I remember negative Dave from Cork.
It's, Pennington in first ball of the new over. Comes in, and this one just pushed out by Jamie.
Craig Overton, certainly not Jamie.
No, I've just, you know what it is? What's put me off? I was just reading about Jamie and and the brothers on the internet, and that's what sort of got me all confused. But yeah,
Never mind you reading. Get your eyes on what's going on out there. Yeah, come on, Dave, just enjoy. Enjoy. It's a long winter.
Pennington comes in again. This time. Just pushed out in front of him by Overton.
Must be coming towards the end of his spell now, you'd imagine. What have we had this morning? We began on 93.3. We're now coming up midway of the 108th over, so this is the 15th over. So Pennington will have bowled 8 overs after this next delivery. Taken 2 wickets this morning, 3 in all.
As Pennington comes in, this time, he's pulled that. Yeah, just going to collect a single. Here's Overton to take his total to 2 now.
He was the leading wicket taker in the country last year with 31 wickets from the first 8 matches, Dylan Pennington, and then he was called up for England and carried the drinks for a couple of tests without getting a go. Test at Lord's, Jimmy Anderson's last test, and it was naturally presumed that he would just replace Jimmy Anderson in the England lineup for the next match, which was played here. And again, he was 12th man.
So it's Archie Vaughan who's facing, and this time just pushes out in front of him. No run there.
Then he got injured and didn't play again last summer. It was a dreadful waste of half a season. Yeah, call somebody up for England. Yeah, let him be 12th man. And, Jimmy Anderson's, you remember that farewell match he had at Lord's, but then they came here, and you know, it was just the natural thing to do. And I can't remember who they brought in from outside. It was maybe Atkinson, maybe Mark Ward or somebody, but just all seemed to be the right thing to do. Would have swelled the numbers, sold the last few tickets as well. Pennington getting a Test stadium here.
Archie Vaughan again facing, this time again, Archie Vaughan is pulling that ball. Just for another single to the total.
Yeah, another nice controlled pull shot from Archie Vaughan, not going too hard at it, making sure that he kept the ball down. Yeah, just seen that Jamie Overton's been selected for England for his second Test match, so well done the Overton family.
Yes, he'll do well to maintain his Test batting average, won't he?
He will indeed. But he's a more than useful bat, is Jamie.
So Pennington comes in, and this time Overton just pushes the ball out in front of him. End of the over. Somerset 364 for 7. Archie Vaughan on 6. Craig Overton has made 2.
So they've named the team.
They have named the team.
Presumably.
Yep.
And is it to hand, or is it somewhere you can?
I will take you through it.
Is J. Tong Esquire carrying the drinks?
No, he's in the side.
Josh Tong's playing.
Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Ollie Pope, captain, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Jacob Bethel, Jamie Smith, Chris Wokes, Gus Atkinson, Jamie Overton, Josh Tugg.
No Cars?
No Cars, no
Archer.
No Archer. Of course, no Stokes. That news was announced earlier. So Pope skippers, in comes Bethel, Tong and Overton.
And this...
That's just pushed into the offside for a couple of runs by Archie Vaughan. He moves on to 8, 366 for 7. Somerset starting this morning 338 for 4, so they've lost 3 wickets in adding 28 runs to their overnight score on what is still a pretty blameless pitch. Poor shots from Jack Leach, James Rue and Tom Banton, as Vaughan is back on his stumps defending this back up the pitch. The last 4 wickets have been gifted by Somerset to Notts.
You'd have to say that, wouldn't you? I mean, some of the shots certainly. The one last night was almost set up, and then today as well, unnecessary.
Well, let's hope that it's not a session that Somerset live to regret. Hutton in bowls and Vaughan half forward playing a defensive shot.
Also, the runs have just dried up, haven't they?
They have.
Just no runs coming at all.
Well, it's been good, accurate bowling from
Yeah.
Notts, but the batsmen haven't tried to assert themselves at all. If one had a criticism of particularly James Rue coming in overnight on 162, he was content just to defend. As Hutton is in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. A little bit of late seam movement there from Brett Hutton. So he allowed himself to become a bit becalmed. He allowed Dylan Pennington in particular from the Stuart Broad end to bowl well at him, because bowlers like it when batsmen are not coming back at them. And in the end he became frustrated, chased after a short one down the leg side, and was well caught down the leg side by Joe Clark, as again Vaughan plays this defensively back on his stumps. Understandable for Archie Vaughan and Tom Banton to an extent to play themselves in and not try anything too extravagant in the way of stroke play, but James Rue was well set and just rather allowed the Nottinghamshire bowlers to bowl at him, Pennington in particular. Hutton in bowls, and another good ball from Brett Hutton, which is poked into the offside by Archie Vaughan, who stays on 8. 366 for 7. 109 overs have been bowled, so unless 2 wickets fall in the next over, the bonus point tally is going to be 2 to Nottinghamshire and 3 to Somerset.
Just an update on the women's competition. Hampshire versus the Blaze down at Southampton. Hampshire in the 28th over, 128 for 5, 3 wickets for Cassidy McCarthy, 2 for Georgia Elwis in that one. And in the same competition, Somerset's women at home to Durham women. Crikey, what a coach journey that will be for those young players. Durham 123 for 4 in the 27th against Somerset, and the wickets taken 2 for Skelton, 1 for Robbins, 1 for Barnes, 128 for 4 Durham.
So looks like a change of bowling. Lyndon James looks as though he's going to come into the attack from the Stuart Broad end.
Notts just can't take their foot off the accelerator, or suddenly 366 for 7 can become 450 for 8, and all the good work of the first hour of the morning can be undone here. Big spell this for Lyndon.
Yeah, he comes in, first ball, and this time it's cut straight to the fielder there. It's Hasib Hamid picks up the ball.
You know, they've really set the standard this morning. Abbas and Pennington, they've been excellent, and a bit of a bonus, Brett Hutton coming on, getting a wicket straight away to continue to apply the pressure. But sooner or later, you know that we can imagine that Craig Overton is going to try and tilt the balance back the other way with some big shots.
James in again, Lyndon James, and this next delivery again, it's pulled this time straight to the fielder just behind square, and then go through for a single.
Not much happening at the moment. Notts plugging away.
James is in. This next delivery again just pushed out in front of him by Archie Vaughan. There's going to be no run there.
It's Pretorius and the returning Jake Ball still to come for Somerset. Notts would like to see Jake out there sooner rather than later. Somerset don't get 400, I think, considering where they were, considering there was a partnership of 313, they'd consider it a little bit of a wasted opportunity to at least ensure a draw at the very worst.
And this next delivery is again pushed into the offside by Vaughan. No run.
Does give Notts a sniff of a chance if they can keep Somerset to 400 or below, I guess. They'd have to bat really well over the next day and a half themselves, of course, but they could go on and post a big score, which isn't out of the question with the Kookaburra ball on a wicket that's not offering that much to the bowlers.
Archie Vaughan facing up again. This time just plays it back to Lyndon James.
Yeah, it's not dissimilar to the sort of situation at Taunton a month ago, is it? With Somerset conceding a lead on first innings.
Where do you think Archie Vaughan will be in the fullness of time? A batting all-rounder, a bowling all-rounder, or genuinely
I think
equally adept at both skills?
No, I think he's a batsman who bowls a bit. He'll be an opening batsman who bowls a bit of off-spin.
Here he is facing up to James, and this time he pushes out the ball just onto the leg side. There's no run there. End of the over, Somerset 367 for 7.
He's useful backup to Jack Leach, but he's not a front line spin bowler by any means. He'd say that himself. He started bowling during lockdown in the garden.
Didn't we all?
Prior to that, he'd been a batsman, pure and simple, and a very, very talented one as well. He does want to open the innings. That's what he sees as his role, and he was given the opportunity at the start of this county championship season, but didn't really work out. Difficult in April against the Duke's ball in the hands of first division bowlers. So he's been given the chance to rebuild his confidence down at number 7 in the order.
So that's the 110th over done and dusted.
Yep, no more bonus points. 3-2, Somerset 3 and Notts 2, and they think about a single here, but it's not there. Very good decision from Craig Overton not to go for the single, with Matthew Montgomery closing in on that from extra cover. So there's no run. Brett Hutton in his 20th over, 1 for 75. He's been relatively expensive, but
Well, it was 0 for 72 up until 5 minutes ago.
yeah. Here he comes again, in and bowls, and very restrained. Craig Overton plays that out to extra cover. Craig Overton, who I'm sure will be absolutely delighted at his twin brothers call up for the England side.
Very much so, yes. When does it start? Tomorrow? Thursday? Tomorrow?
I'm not sure. Ought to know, wouldn't I? Is Hutton
I
in
think
bowls to Overton, who drives on the up, but again can't get it past extra cover.
I think it is.
They come so thick and fast, Test matches, cramming them all in before the beginning of August.
Wonder why.
I wonder why.
Mead with his fingers clearly very visibly taped, even from this distance. You can see all the bits of, we call them elastoplaster. Is that a manufacturer? Other sticking tape manufacturers are available, but he's got sticking tape all over his fingers, always has. He's had a lot of finger damage over the years.
Is that because he's got a very sort of low hand position?
Maybe. There we are, nice zoom in on all that sticking tape.
It's Hutton to Overton. Turns this away down to deep backward square leg. Hutton just straying onto leg stump. And a run is taken, 368 for 7. So we've now had 30 runs added this morning in an hour and 24 minutes.
Yeah, the Test match starts tomorrow at the Oval.
30 runs, is that it this morning? 30 for 3?
Yep.
Wow.
Wow.
Yes, it's not been Somerset's finest hour.
Slow going.
Hour and a half.
Yeah. Here's Hutton to Vaughan. Oh, it's in the air, chips it in the air, but it's wide of short mid-wicket and short of mid-on. Gets away with a loose shot there, does Archie Vaughan. Just played too early at that ball from Brett Hutton. Maybe it stopped a little bit. He gives the pitcher a bit of a prod, as if to suggest that that was the explanation, but well, could very easily have been the downfall of Archie Vaughan. And well, we've now got a short mid-on coming in.
Yeah, horse stable door bolted and all the rest of it.
Well, if he'd been there a ball before, it would have been a straightforward catch, as Hutton is into Vaughan and lets that go through outside the off stump. End of the Hutton over. 20 overs, 1 for 76 he's bowled. 368 for 7, 8 to Vaughan and 4 to Craig Overton.
There is a saying, isn't there? Lightning doesn't strike twice. I don't think I've ever seen something like that happen, where somebody's chipped the ball into the air into a space and then you pop a fielder in there and he does it again. I think that's probably the less likely place to get the next catch, so you can maybe leave that area vacant. But yes, it was just chipped in the air. It was a false shot, and had there been anybody within 5 yards or so, it would have been a simple gobble up chance. 368 for 7. That's astonishing, isn't it? 30 for 3 this morning, Somerset. We didn't see that coming. Maybe Nas did on his run this morning around the streets of Nottingham, getting lost.
Yeah, I wish I had. Well, we've got an interesting 35 minutes of play here as James comes in to bowl his first ball of a brand new over, and again it's just pushed into the offside. There's going to be no run there.
Quite a pleasant day actually now, isn't it? What's the phrase? The correct meteorological phrase? It chucked it down a little earlier.
Certainly did. Got a bit cloudy at certain points, but yeah, sun's out.
Ground well protected last night, of course. The ground staff put the square to bed properly.
The square looks glistening as in comes James.
Oh!
And this is pulled the hooked almost and gone very fine actually down the leg side, and it's gone for 4.
It's a good job he did miscue it actually. It's gone to the almost the long stop boundary behind Joe Clark and away for 4. Had he got hold of it, might well have just found its way down to Brett Hutton at long leg like Tom Abel did last night.
So Somerset move on to 372 now for 7.
Just no control on that at all from Craig Overton.
Certainly the ball taking its time to get back to the bowler.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the umpires are having a look at it.
Uh-oh.
Has it been damaged? Let's have a new one, please. One that might just offer them a little bit more.
Rob Bailey shows it to Mike Burns. Mike Burns said, yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, I would imagine there's been a little bit of damage to it. That's why it was shown to the other umpire, just in case he sees it in a minute or two and wonders how a certain mark got on the ball. Brett Hutton and Nasiba Mead aren't happy. Look, they're scrutinising it. Now Lyndon James will be handed it back for him to have a little bit of a look.
Yeah, everyone's having their say on this ball. But anyway, back to normal as James comes in. This next delivery, after all of that, is just pushed into the offside, and yes, no further runs.
Spoke to Liam Patterson-White last week, and you can see him out there. Normally, by this stage of an innings, whites would be clarets. He is the designated ball polisher and works and works and works and works and works on the ball. But noticed last week that his whites were white, and he said, no, we've decided with the Kookaburra ball the best way to keep it going is not to polish it.
This next delivery is played into the offside again, but good stop there, close in by LPW, Patterson White, the aforementioned. Yeah, bright sunshine now. As here comes James again. Lyndon James bowls this next delivery. This again, just played out in front of him by Overton. Both batsmen on 8, Archie Vaughan on 8 on the other side.
It's worth saying there's been absolutely nothing in the pitch to explain Somerset's batting performance this morning. Lost those 3 wickets. Just been poor shot selection plus poor execution. Pitch is as placid as it was yesterday.
Yeah, as here comes Lyndon James again. This next delivery. This time it's pushed leg side. Fielder there picks it up mid wicket. No run. And that in fact is the end of the over. Somerset 372 for 7. Both batsmen, Archie Vaughan is on 8, and Craig Overton has also made 8.
Joe Clark just doing some running repairs there. There's been no great urgency about proceedings this morning from either side.
The trouble is, Anthony, once you get your over 8 in the positives and not so +3, they don't have to race around to ensure they keep up with the rate, because they're already ahead of it. Surrey have lost a 7th wicket this morning, 279 for 7. Cameron Steele, of course, former Durham player, out against his former side. Durham made 153, so Surrey already 126 ahead at 279 for 7.
Well, the consolation there is that they're not going to score too many batting points, are they?
The flip side of that is Jordan Clark is going like a train at the other end, 57 not out.
Yes.
I was just going to throw in there, and he's just been joined by Tom Laws. So It's the Clark derby, of course. Jordan Clark and Graham Clark playing against each other up in the northeast.
Here we got Brett Hutton to bowl another over from the Radcliffe Road end, bowling to Archie Vaughan, who comes forward watchfully in defence. We've got a slip standing at sort of second slip. Backward point, cover point, short extra cover, short mid-on, mid-wicket, conventional mid-on, and deep backward square leg, which suggests to me that maybe the odd ball is just stopping a little bit in this pitch when you've got catching short extra cover and two catching on the onside. This is driven nicely away by Archie Vaughan. That will probably go to the boundary. It does indeed. Best shot that Archie Vaughan has played so far. Nice cover drive to a over pitch delivery from Brett Hutton.
Good stat, just sent from just a 53-year-old. Not's 2 bowling points here means they're up to 155 points in match 11. They finished last year with 155 points at the end of the season. So with 3 games to spare, Nots are already up to what they got last year. So there is significant progress this year, as we've all been alluding to.
Hutton in bowls to Vaughan, who plays that to short mid-on. There won't be a run.
Not stayed up last year, I think, as much as anything, due to the inadequacies of Kent and Lancashire. They were the 2 sides that Notts beat.
Well, Lancashire really threw it away, didn't they, at the end of the season?
Well, they were the only 2 teams that Notts defeated, and they were the 2 that went down. But Notts just stayed up by the skin of their teeth, but significant progress this year. Second as it stands.
Hutton in and bowls on leg stump, turned down to long leg, where it will be well fielded by Pennington down there. Sends in the return. They come back for 2 runs. 378 for 7, fallen on to 14. Hutton just drifting onto leg stump, and Vaughan taking the opportunity to tuck it away.
Sense that there was a little bit of a chat either last night or certainly this morning amongst the Notts bowlers and the coaching staff.
Hutton to Vaughan, pitching it right up, and Vaughan drives, and they're going to take a belated single. There obviously was a single there because Steve Hamid was quite wide at mid-on, and ditto Mohammed Abbas at mid-off.
For the most part, Notts didn't do a lot wrong yesterday. There was just the odd little relaxation. There was 2 or 3 overs where they leaked a number of boundaries in quick succession, and that kept Somerset going, but Notts didn't just apply enough pressure yesterday. But they've bowled well this morning.
Hutton in and bowls to Overton, who plays it into the onside. Yeah, it was the afternoon session that Somerset really cashed in when they scored 137 runs without losing a wicket in the space of probably around about 34-35 overs. But that was good going. 379 for 7 is the score.
Still no sign of any spin being introduced this morning. We've got 25 minutes or so left in the session. It has been Abbas and Pennington for the first hour and a little bit, and then Hutton and Lyndon James have taken over. James about to begin his 15th.
And here he comes. First ball, brand new over. Lyndon James, this time just played into the offside, no run there.
What's the 2 flags on the stand on the far side? The
green one is the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club one, and the red one is the club sponsor.
Ah, right.
Of course, they would normally be flying above the pavilion along with the Somerset one. It doesn't appear as if we've got a Somerset one anywhere that we can see.
Lyndon James in again, and this time it's just again pushed back past the bowler.
Polly normally brings it to away games.
Perhaps been told we've only got two two operational flagpoles, Polly. Might want to hang it out her window. At the far end of the ground at the middle of the Batman board there.
41 runs now coming off Lyndon James's 14 overs so far. Comes in again, this next delivery again. Squirted out into the sort of just gully area, just past gully in fact.
Hey, the workmen have gone for their dinner. Menus up in the lift for you lads, did you see on your way up? All sorts of treats today.
Food here is very good, I must say. It's just about the best on the circuit.
I know what I'll bring sandwiches in, as I often say, and generally stay in here. But great long list of choices for lunch.
James comes in again. This next ball is going to get pushed into the offside, no run there.
And it says a lot about me. My eyes are at the bottom. Dessert, sponge pudding and custard. Oh.
No, it definitely is one of the best menus on the circuit, without doubt.
That's what you want to get now. So I want an in-depth report on the quality of the sponge pudding and custard after after lunch.
So James comes in again. Vaughan facing up, and this time outside of the edge and gone. In fact, Vaughan goes. Archie Vaughan is out for 15, outside edge, straight through to the keeper, and that is the end of Archie Vaughan. 379 now for the loss of 8 wickets.
Well bowled Lyndon James, and another good catch from Joe Clark. Wasn't quite at full stretch, but still had to be light on his tootsies and get into a good position to dive away to his right and take it. Vaughan out for 15 at the crease. 50 minutes, 36 balls, 2 fours. Somerset 379 for 8.
Disappointing from Archie Vaughan. It's a nothing sort of shot. He just pushed at a ball, leaving him outside the off stump. Probably didn't need to play at it. And well, as wicket-keeping catches go, it's relatively straightforward for Joe Clark.
And also just 20 minutes now or so to go before lunch. So I'm sure Nottinghamshire will be eyeing up and get another wicket here. Or 2. Miguel Pretorius is the new man in.
We get one more and you won't be getting any lunch for a little bit of extra time.
Yeah.
If they're 9 down. Here's Pretorius, a photograph of him up on the big screen, certainly taken on a much sunnier, warmer day than today. Clear blue skies in the background, maybe Somerset's media day. He's on his way out with the woolly cable knit sweater. South African, just getting a little touch of gloves and a briefing from Craig Overton. Wicket for Lyndon James. So they, if you like, the change bowlers, Hutton and James, this morning have come on and each picked up a wicket. Anyone that's not got a wicket this morning is the star of yesterday morning, Mohamed Abbas.
And that'll be good for them as well, having to come in and...
Well, it's been a dismal morning for Somerset. Absolutely dismal. 41 for 4 on the easiest pitch in Christendom.
Enjoy it, Anthony, enjoy it.
Lyndon James, successful over so far, comes to complete it. This last ball again is pushed into the offside this time by Pretorius.
Pushed out with intent.
Yes, he doesn't hang around as Miggy Pretorius. Doesn't move his feet much. Swings the bat with purpose.
Yeah, it was a dot ball, but he did go at it, didn't he?
So it sounds from that, though, he's not going to be there for very long.
Oh, no, not to be underestimated.
No.
Oh, he's got a good eye.
Don't you go say things like that, young Nass.
He's averaging 24 at a strike rate of nearly 103.
Right.
What you should be saying is, I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit more of him. That generally works.
250s so far in the County Championship season.
Got a filthy black cloud imminent.
Here's Hutton to bowl another over to Craig Overton. turns it into the onside, won't get a run as Freddie McCann fields at short mid wicket. Overton goes down and gives the pitch prod. I can't imagine he and Pretorius are much looking forward to bowling on this track.
Wicket here, wicket at Durham. Sorry, 296 for 8. And Ben Rain has now got 4 for 59.
Hutton to Overton, who pulls this hard away through the onside for 4 runs. Short from Hutton. And Craig Overton nailed that away through straight mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Somebody's upset Craig.
383 for 8. Overton on to 12 from 24, but it has been a restrained Craig Overton so far this morning. Feeling the responsibility on his shoulders. Somerset really thrown away a tremendous opportunity first thing this morning. Hutton in bowls and Overton looking for a back cut, but he's into position too early and ball just bobbles out on the offside. There's no pace in this pitch at all, and stroke making becomes more difficult as the ball gets older because it becomes so soft.
Jake Ball will know how to bowl here. Craig Overton, Pretorius, Davey, 4-man pace attack.
Hutton in and bowls, and Overton plays it back to the bowler. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who opens the bowling for at Somerset. Normally it would be Overton and Davey as the opening attack, but there's Lewis Gregory as well.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Who might be useful on this pitch. Can't swing it. This is turned into the onside by Overton. They hesitate about a single. If he hits, he's gone. He's not gone. He did hit, and he's not gone. Miguel Pretorius put on the afterburners and just got home, in the opinion of umpire Mike Burns. He who hesitates is lost, and they did hesitate there, and it was fatal for Miguel Pretorius.
It's often the way, isn't it? There were a couple of run-out chances yesterday where, had there been a direct hit, it may well have been resulting in a run-out, and they narrowly missed. On this occasion, when Freddie McCann, throwing off balance, really good work by McCann, hit the stumps. He was judged to be just home, and yeah, just seeing there on the replay, it looked as if he comfortably made his ground.
Hutton into bowl to Pretorius, who plays this square of the wicket out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, Matt Montgomery, the substitute fielder, and he will keep the strike. Pretorius 385 for 8. He has 1, and Craig Overton at the other end has 15, I think. No, it's 13. 13. Taking the score off the scoreboard.
Yeah, we've got notification that the library's open for everybody to go and have a little look at between lunch and tea time today here at Trent Bridge. Yeah, Overton 13. Even though he couldn't see a scoreboard there, Anthony was spot on. 385 for 8. What does that make it? 47 for 4 in the morning session, which has got 15 minutes left to run.
It's going to be Pretorius facing up to Lyndon James. This time he pushes sort of inside edge into the leg side, and they'll collect a single. Again, it didn't look a shot that he intended to play. So inside edge.
Patterson White just warming up, so we might get some spin between now and lunch.
It's going to be Overton now to face Lyndon James. Stands tall. Here he comes. Yeah, just pushed into the leg side. No run there.
Yeah, we've only had 22 overs this morning.
sunshine again now.
22 overs in an hour and 3/4. It's not great, is it?
We've had 4 wickets. We've watched Ben Slater get dressed. We've had a little ball inspection. But that's about it, really.
As Lyndon James comes in and bowls this next delivery. And again, it's Paul this time. And the batsman will collect a single.
Much better executed pull shot there from Craig Overton. He was in control of that one.
Lyndon James, here he comes from the Stuart Broad end, comes to bowl. It's the next delivery, and this time just the batsman sort of fell to the ground a little bit. Pretorius, and the ball just bobbled out. Back with the bowler.
I should know better than to say this, but we've only had 6 boundaries this morning. There, I've said it. Q Miguel Pretorius going on the offensive.
Yeah, you are setting him up, aren't you?
Yeah.
And here he is, the aforementioned Pretorius against Lyndon James. And what does he do next? Well, he plays it quite comfortably in front of him into the offside. No run there.
Simon White on Twitter says and points out that it's a bizarre scorecard with Archie Vaughan, 3rd top scorer for Somerset, with his 15.
Yeah. Crikey.
Lyndon James in again. A wicket for him so far. And, this time it's played off his legs by Pretorius, and they'll comfortably run through another single.
Spin time. Twirly whirly stuff is about to join us. Not before time. 388 for 8. There's going to be Liam Patterson-White. Bowled 12 overs yesterday. On for 43 his figures. Bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. Slow left arm spinner. Good time just to introduce him into the attack here. You'd imagine back of the mind there'll be a little bit of playing for lunch, which is 10 minutes away. So it may not be that they'll try and look to go wholly attacking against him. So he might just be able to get 1 or 2 in round the bat. Doesn't seem as if he's going to, other than a slip. Calvin Harrison, who's had a quiet day today. Not seen him bowl yet either.
Do you want to talk us through this Liam Patterson-White over?
So it's Pretorius on strike. 3 from 6 balls faced so far, and in comes the spinner. Always chipped it over Patterson-White's head and gets a single. You could have studied that for a fortnight or more, and you know, it's like the old spot the ball. Where is this going to go? He chipped it straight back over the bowler's head and gets a single. 389 for 8. Totally unintended to go there, of course. Next ball to Overton, who must have been very close to stepping on his stumps. He's a giant of a fella, and he took a stride back deep behind the crease and nearly stomped all over the furniture behind him to defend. LBW blows on his fingers, comes in again and tries to get a little bit of purchase, turns it on the leg side. A mead there quickly to his right and fizzes in a return. Not quite as accurate as Freddie McCann's in the last over from this end, but made them scuttle through for the run. 390 for 8. In the 117th over. After Somerset were put into bat yesterday morning, found themselves 0 for 2 after 3 overs. Next ball is played. Anthony did mark a card saying he doesn't use his feet much. Well, it was like French cricket there. He just got his pads in front of his stumps and had a tentative little prod at the ball with the bat and just spared him there. He'd have been certainly an LBW candidate. He's hit this one again, this time along the ground past the bowler and gets a single. 391 for 8. Been an over not without incident so far. One chipped over the bowler, one hastily scampered run, one, in fact 2 balls defended off the stumps. This one's deflected down the leg side. There should be 2 here. So the over drawing towards a close with the ball poorly directed really from Liam. 4 from it in the end. 393 for 8 Somerset. And we are 8 minutes away from lunch unless a wicket goes down, in which case we'll play on. And maybe on and on. Pretorius 5, Overton 17. And Overton is now the 3rd top scorer in the innings.
And Dave from Cork has responded to your strictures when you told him to cheer up. He says it's called supporting your team and wanting them to at least compete at the top of the table, which, given the talent we've got, we ought to be doing. But repeatedly we shoot ourselves in both feet. Well, some sympathy with Dave from Cork, I must say. It's been a very disappointing morning.
Lyndon James to continue, and this time but ball's pushed out into the offside. They're going to run through for a quick single, and they're going to get there in the end. So yeah, bit of a hurry on there.
Surrey 9 down, 311 for 9. They already lead Durham by 160 though. 394 for 8. I guess there's the possibility, Anthony, that Durham could, for the 2nd week in a row, lose in 2 days.
Yeah.
Surrey 160 in front, 2 sessions left. Surrey have got 1 wicket left.
Here comes Lyndon James. And this next delivery again squirted off the outside of the Bass. Offside, squarish, and the batsman again will pick up another single. Here comes Lyndon James. And past the umpire, and this next delivery again is played into the offside. And, just by point.
In the women's competition, Hampshire 194 for 5 with 10 overs to go in their innings against the Blaze, and Somerset hosting Durham. Durham 186 for 5 after 36. Division 2 of the County Championship, Derbyshire 377 all out at Wantage Road. Northants 43 for 1. Lancashire 9 for 1 after Glamorgan made 261. That's at Old Trafford. Kent at home 11 without loss, just starting after Leicestershire made 471. And Middlesex 261 for 3 at Cheltenham.
Pretorius facing up again, and this time he pulls the ball again past square leg.
Division 1, Hampshire 209 for 6 at New Road against Worcestershire. Essex 453 for 5 at home to Warwickshire. And Surrey 311 for 9, as I was saying, at Durham. Oh, Yorkshire, that's the other one. Yorkshire 77 for 1 at home, or at Scarborough against Sussex, who made 222.
And it's Overton now facing up to Lyndon James. This time just carefully plays the ball back past the bowler into the offside, and so further runs. 396 for 8 Somerset.
Batsmen still got all the time in the world to play them.
Yeah.
Defensive pushes. It's going to be very, very hard for Somerset to take the 20 wickets they need if they're going to turn this position into a winning position.
As Overton readies himself for this next delivery from Lyndon James, just pushes it out to the leg side. There's going to be no further run. And end of the over, 396 for 8.
Might get 2 more overs in before the lunch break, because the first one's going to be bowled by Ian Patterson-White. Doesn't waste any time. We had 118 overs, so 20, 18 and 3.5, 21.5 overs this morning. Is that all?
No, 24.5. We were on 93.3, weren't we?
We were.
Yeah,
Sorry, you're quite right. Yeah, 24.5. Yeah.
There was a big question mark after I said I said that, sounding confident.
No, you're right. Yeah, I got written down the wrong thing. Here's Patterson White in and bowls, and this is edge, but short and wide of slip. As Pretorius pushed hard. That ball outside is off stump. He doesn't like playing defensively. Miguel Pretorius likes to field bat on ball. Patterson White in and bowls to him. This time he does play a forward defensive shot. Just pushes it out into the offside. The clock on the Batman scoreboard saying 12:57, so should get one more over in after this as Patterson White is in. And again, Pretorius playing for lunch, showing great responsibility. Must be really hurting.
Freddie McCann being brought up from long on to mid on just to try and tempt him to hit one over the top.
Patterson White in and bowls. He's not to be tempted. Another defensive push into the offside. Nice sunshine now here at Trent Bridge. And again, Pretorius, well, he is most definitely playing for lunch now. Showing great responsibility. Last ball of the over. Patterson White in and bowls. Back on his stumps. Again, just pushes that into the offside. End of that over. We will indeed get one more over in before the lunch break. 396 for 8. 7 to Pretorius and 18 to Craig Overton, who is Somerset's third highest scorer in this innings.
It's going to be Calvin Harrison as well to get what may or may not be a token over. If a wicket goes, they'll play on. If it doesn't, then we'll be at lunch. Play will resume after the luncheon interval. 40 minutes, so if this is the last over, it'll be about 20 to 2. We'll be back with you on all the usual places. On Sports Extra 2 as well, if you've been with us this morning on that or on your smart speaker. Glad to have you along at Trent Bridge on what's been a refreshingly full session, and I say that because it ran about 9:30. It wouldn't have given much prayer on this starting on time, let alone being a full session. 396 for 8. Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, bowls his first ball of the day to big Craig Overton, who's happy to block it out onto the leg side. Shortish mid-wicket there is Liam Patterson White. Mid-on and mid-off are deep enough for a single to be pushed to them, and again there's the temptation to try and hit over the top. Again, it's turned to LPW at mid-wicket. Harrison's first bowl of the day. Can't believe the ball's wet, but he spends a lot of time drying it, even between deliveries, and then comes in again, trying to get a good purchase on the ball. Top spinner is helped back to the bowler. It is 1 o'clock, so we're 3 deliveries away from the lunch break. Jack Leach out for 0, James Rue 166, Tom Banton 14, Archie Vaughan 15. The 4 wickets to go down this morning as Harrison bowls and it's defended. 2 wickets for Dylan Pennington, adding to that of Tom Abel that he got last night. A wicket apiece for Brett Hutton and Lyndon James. Somerset ahead on the bonus points. 3 batting points to the 2 bowling points that Nott's got. Harrison tosses this one up, turned behind square on the leg side. Mo Abbas doing the fielding, and we're 1 delivery away from lunch here at Trent Bridge on day 2 of this Division 1 County Championship game. Second place Notts hosting third place Somerset in the standings. When we got underway at 11 o'clock yesterday morning, here's Harrison from the pavilion end. Leg spinner turns away from Overton, doesn't chase after it, goes through to Joe Clark, who's having a good game with the gloves he's taken 4 catches. Clark lobs the ball into the safe-keeping of umpire Rob Bailey, and that will be that. So this morning, 3:38 for 4 was the score 2 hours ago. So Somerset have added 58 for the loss of those 4 batters, keeping their wickets intact at lunch. Craig Overton 18 not out, and Miguel Pretorius 7 not out. Thanks to Nasser and to Anthony for their company this morning. The team will be back with you in 40 minutes time. I hope you'll join us then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge with the umpires on the way out to the middle. Somerset due to resume on 396 for 8, with Miguel Pretorius on 7, Craig Overton on 18. So Nottinghamshire had a really good morning. Just need to knock off the last 2 wickets. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, Anthony Gibson and Nasser Hanif alongside.
Yes, not a very good morning session for Somerset. 58 for 4. And they've lost the initiative that they had at the start when they were 338 for 4 and poised either to go for quick runs for bonus points or just to pile up the runs to post an intimidating first innings score, and they ended up doing neither.
I'm getting extra Spice Girls entertainment there. We are just.
I've got nothing against the Spice Girls, but yeah.
Did you ever see them?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
no.
I did.
Did you?
Back in the day.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Took my daughters, Birmingham, I think it was. But they've gone. They've disappeared now. So.
Peace would reign
Yeah,
were it not for
yeah.
the pneumatic drill.
Well, that's it. Yeah.
You take your pick, pneumatic drill or Spice Girls. There you go.
From wannabe to wannabe a couple of wickets for Nottinghamshire as Liam Patterson-White gets us underway after lunch. 396 for 7. And the first ball is played up to mid-on and there's no run. There was a wicket first ball of the morning. There wasn't a first ball wicket after lunch. Patterson-White into his 15th over. Round the wicket he comes and again drilled back at him by Pretorius, who's flirted with a little bit of danger since arriving at the crease about 15 minutes before lunch. Chipped one back over the bowler's head, a couple of risky runs. But he's on 7 and remains a threat, and now he's going to cut this one to backward point. Oh, well, out onto the deep point boundary it goes, in fact. Out to Jack Haynes, and there's a single. Somerset closing in on 400, 397 for 8. Can't get any more bonus points. That was done with a long time ago. We're in the 121st over. And now Craig Overton. He's on strike. He's on 18. Pushes this back to the Nottinghamshire spinner. This morning Jack Leach out to the first ball of the day. It was his third ball in all. Came in just before the close last night. Out for naught. James Root out for 166. Patterson-White bowls again to Overton. Blocks it to mid-wicket to Ameed. Tom Banton 14 and Archie Vaughan 15. 2 wickets today for Pennington and 1 apiece for Brett Hutton and Lyndon James. Patterson-White to conclude the first over after lunch, and I just held this back a little bit. Craig Overton played round it. It thudded him on his left pad, but nowhere near going on to hit the stumps. End of the over, 397 for 8 as we begin session 5 of a prospective 12 here at Trent Bridge. Who's going to have a bowl? It's going to be the leg spinner Calvin Harrison.
Odds on a draw?
It, I guess, is the favourite of the 3 outcomes. Notts to win would have to obviously bat once and bat big and go way beyond Somerset and put pressure on the last day. Somerset to win are going to have to bowl Notts out cheaply probably and either score some quick runs in the second innings or stick Notts in again. But yeah, I think you're right, Anthony. That's how I would have it. Draw is the favourite.
So here we go with Calvin Harrison, first ball after lunch, and the batsman playing across that, and the ball dabbling onto the offside there. It's a bit of a
Clearing his front leg there was Miguel Pretorius.
trying to hoik that somewhere, but didn't really connect as Harrison comes in. This next delivery, this time he does connect, but it just goes behind point there. No run. Backward of point. It's Pretorius faces up again to Harrison. This next delivery carefully played in front of him. So Harrison comes in again. This next delivery, this time played back to the bowler and chipped to the bowler for a straightforward caught and bowled, and that is the end of Pretorius. End of a rather tame innings in the end. We sort of gave him the big build-up, thinking he was going to hike it to all parts of Trent Bridge, but it didn't quite happen. 397 for 9.
Leading edge, looking to turn a straight ball into the onside. Maybe it stopped on him a little bit, but I'm not sure. I think it was just a misjudgment on the part of yet another Somerset batsman. And well, they've lost 5 wickets today, all down to batsman error.
Yeah, complete nothing shot really. He didn't either go for it full blast, and he didn't really defend it. So, yeah, end of Mikhail Pretorius.
I'd like to think there'll be a generous round of applause for the Somerset number 11. Bearing in mind he grazed this ground for a good number of years. Let's just hear.
Yeah, there is. Yes. Interesting, isn't it? If he was a footballer returning to, he'd be booed.
Who are you?
Yeah.
Who are you? He's one of our own. He's one of our own. Jake Ball, he's one of our own. Yes, hugely popular, hugely successful player during his time here with Notts. Of course, went on to play for England in all 3 formats. Twice a blast winner with Notts. A one-day winner as well. Missed out on the 2013 final after pretty certain he was man of the match in the semi-final against Somerset here in the One-Day Cup. Yep.
He was.
Yeah, and he'll be facing up now to Harrison, and he squirts that into the offside for a single. Gets off the mark.
Somerset were absolutely hammered in that semi-final, weren't they? Or quarter-final, rather.
For once. Normally Somerset have had the better of knockout matches against Notts.
Overton now to face Harrison, and again Overton playing this time into the leg side. End of the over, successful over for Harrison. Gets a wicket there, 1 for 63 off his 16 overs, and Somerset 392 now for 9.
We don't embark into a little passage of play where if Craig Overton's on strike, everybody disappears out on the fence. Dylan Pennington is going to bowl the next over, but before he does that, he's going to put on a show of gymnastics and yoga and all sorts of other things down on the ground, doing press-ups and side lifts, and I've no idea what I'm talking about really, but is that downward dog?
Yeah, it sounded like a sort of side press-up, wasn't it? One-arm press-up almost.
Interesting for Notts followers. I wonder if it will happen, but Daniel Sams has stayed in the country. He is here, and I understand he is available for Notts for the Metrobank 50 over competition. But I think there's a big asterisk along that, provided nobody realises he's in the country and picks him up for the 100 competition. But throughout the 40-minute lunch break, Daniel Sams, with Paul Franks on the edge of the square, was bowling with the white ball. But I would imagine I'd be staggered if he plays 8 50-over matches for Notts. I'd love it to be the case, and indeed more if they get through to the knockouts. But
presumably, if 100 franchise loses a player to injury, they can hire somebody
they do,
else.
don't they? They just handpick, like Fagin rubbing his beard. And now then, my pretties, who shall we have?
Is Pennington in and bowls, and this is driven, but not timed by Jake Ball, who has a career batting average of 17.2. So he can bat. Sorry, it's not 17.2, it's 12.7.
The same numbers, and
Yeah,
not
absolutely.
necessarily
Just in the wrong
Yeah.
order.
not necessarily on the right note.
His highest is 49 not out.
Yes.
Pennington in and bowls to him, and not much foot movement, but he managed to get the bat in the way of that.
And that 49 not out was here against Warwickshire when he put Jeetan Patel, I think, 5 times into the Smith Cooper stand. And that night actually had a little glass of refreshment with him and Luke Fletcher. And come on, Dave, be honest, will you see the day? Do you think you'll see the day where Jake gets 50 for knots because 49 not out? And I said I will see the day where he gets 100 not out. Well, I haven't seen it yet.
It's Pennington into ball. Just sways out of the way of a short ball from Dylan Pennington. It didn't get up particularly high. It was actually well played by Jake Ball. He's got the forward short leg in there, Ben Slater under the helmet, so he's got to be a little bit careful about going after the short ball.
So he's never managed to get more than 49. 49 is...
No. I don't think he has anyway. Didn't for knots.
It's his career highest. Pennington in and bowls. Another short ball. Again, he sways out of the way. Not quite so elegantly this time.
It's not so easy to get a half century if you don't play at the ball, and certainly appear as if you've got no interest in playing at the ball.
Well, I guess his role here is to support Craig Overton, isn't it? Because Overton most certainly can bat. And Somerset need every run they can muster.
So it was interesting he took a single at the end of the last over. I just wonder how Craig's going to play it when he gets back on strike, if he gets back on strike.
Pennington to ball. Ball cracks this away through the offside for 4 runs. A little bit short, a little bit wide. And a handsome shot from Jake Ball brings him 4 runs and brings up the 400 for Somerset. They've got there eventually in the 123rd over, and this morning would have started with hopes that Somerset might have got there in the 110th over, but those hopes not to be fulfilled. 402 for 9. Ball on to 5. Last ball of this Pennington over. He's in and bowls, and ball backs away, and we'll keep the strike as he steers that out into the offside and Nasib Hamid. Fields 403 for 9.
Leave it to me, Craig, he says. Leave it to me. He's not giving Craig a bat here. We still have to refer to the fact that 403 for 9 has featured a partnership of 313, and indeed Tom Abel's 156, James Rew's 166. What's that? 300 says he, struggling straight away. 322 of the runs have come from one player alone. And the other quite remarkable thing is there's only been 8 extras, all leg byes, in 123 overs. Saw Northants bowled. They overstepped 25 times in last week's game against Middlesex down at Merchant-Taylor. That's 50 extras coming from 25 no balls.
It's Harrison in again. And this delivery is attempted square cut straight to the keeper.
Extra little bit of bounce there from the leggy.
And again, Harrison, this next delivery again, but this time he does connect and picks up a single to Sport.
Now then, what's Nasib Hamid going to do here? Don't send them all out. Don't send them all out. Out they go.
I don't understand it. I really don't.
No, to be fair, they're not.
No, they're not too bad. It's not too bad.
It's Overton facing Harrison. This next delivery pushed leg side. No run there. Yeah, you do wonder, will he take a single off the last ball and protect the strike maybe? Although after that shot that Jake Paul played in the last over, maybe not. Wait and see. Harrison comes in this next delivery, and Overton out of his crease, pushed leg side and saved there. Overton definitely came out of his crease there and attempted to meet the ball full on.
Great start, Brett Hutton.
Harrison, 4th ball of the over, comes in. Next one, again played back past the bowler. to the onside, and they'll pick up a single, which means he will keep the strike.
Workmen have had a good lunch, but they're all back, sadly. Hence the noise in the background.
So ball just has the one delivery to face, this last one, and and he's pushed that. Oh, well, attempted to push it. I think it beat the bat, beat the keeper, beat the slip, and it's gone.
4 byes.
4 byes.
Oh, Clarkey. First blemish on the Joe Clark record.
You did talk about byes as well, didn't you?
4 catches, 4 byes. Now in the innings for Joe Clark. Good delivery from Calvin Harrison, but beat everything.
Yeah, I haven't seen the replay on that, but I'm sure it turned very much. I think Clark's view was just rather obscured.
Ours was. Nice to see a replay of that one.
Oh, it's spin back in again by the looks of it.
Just the 1 over after lunch from Denton Pennington, and then Liam Patterson-White coming back to bowl at Craig Overton. 409 for 9. Patterson-White in bowls. Overton stretches forward, plays it defensively into the onside. Hamid picks up.
We've not seen angry Craig at all in this innings yet, have we?
No. He's been very restrained. Patterson-White bowls, and again this is turned into the onside, and this time there will be a single as Hamid has grown to make to his right. 410 for 9. Craig Overton having no qualms about giving Jake Ball the strike. Jake Ball's highest score for Somerset in first class cricket is 29. So he's got plenty of scope before he gets up close to that. Somerset need as many runs as they can get from this last wicket pair. Patterson-White to Ball, plays this up the onside of the pitch, picked up by Hamid, who's had a lot of work to do in this over so far. Full saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the onside. Ball back on his stumps, playing that defensively. Got all the time in the world. No sign of any turn there from Patterson-White. Nothing in this pitch really for seam or spin. Patterson-White in bowls, and Ball this time back on his stumps, punches that away through the offside, and that is going to be 4 runs. Nice shot from Jake Ball. Just rocked back and punched it away in front of square on the offside.
Quick quiz question, give you the answer in 2 minutes. Which member of the Nottinghamshire playing 11 here did Jake Ball make his first class debut in the same match alongside?
Patterson-White in bowls. This is turned into the onside, and there won't be a run. I'd guess Brett Hutton.
There we go. Yeah, 2011, Notts County champions in 2010. Did you know?
I do actually remember that, Dave.
The champion county game in March of 2011 was in Abu Dhabi. Pink ball game against the MCC, and Notts fielded 2 young debutants, Jake Ball and Brett Hutton, and the MCC side was swept to victory with an astonishing bowling performance with a wretched pink ball by the Somerset bowling coach, Steve Kirby.
Yeah.
So it'll be Harrison to continue from the Stewart Broad end. A couple of field changes.
He was unlucky never to have played for England, Steve Kirby, really. He was
Tango,
yeah. Curbs, as he's known these days.
So Harrison comes in again, and this ball just played out in front of him.
did coach the MCC young cricketers at Lords for 2 or 3 years, didn't he? And
did very well.
yeah, I'm going to say established himself as a very fine coach at that level.
Harrison, and again this time just played off to the offside by Ball. It's on 12. Harrison again, and this time again outside. I don't know what happened. I just sort of flicked the outside.
Bit of turn.
Audible groan from Bracegirdle as Durham go 1 down at the start of their second innings. Alex Lee's out.
Ball faces again. Harrison, this time he attempts to chop it, and he nearly chopped it onto his stumps actually. Attempt to cut it. Didn't quite work for him on that occasion. 415 for 9, Somerset. And, ball faces up to Harrison again, and this time Ken attempted the same shot again, but this time he does connect, and he connects and he cuts it for 4 runs. So 4 more to the Somerset total. All valuable runs these now coming, and I guess much to the frustration of Nottinghamshire. 22 runs now in this partnership.
Yeah, if one has a criticism of Calvin Harrison, he has bowled too many short balls.
As he comes in to complete his over, and see what he does this time, and this time pitches up a little bit further up, and this time the batsman ball just pushes out. End of the over. Somerset 419 for 9.
Very nicely indeed, Jake Ball. He's almost scored as many boundaries in this innings as we saw in the entire morning session. Not quite. It got off to a fast start, 16 from 20. Another shot on the live stream, the picture feed of the workmen up there, the hard hatters. They don't appear to be cricket fans, because at no juncture has any of our camera crew managed to get them taking 5 minutes away from what they're supposed to be doing and watching the cricket. They're clearly not interested in Nottinghamshire versus Somerset.
Patterson White then to bowl to Craig Overton. He's in and bowls. Overton turns it into the onside for a single. 420 for 9. Overton on to 21.
Where Somerset, the visitors, 420 for 9, and Notts being held up by one of their old boys, former Notts favourite Jake Ball's coming at number 11, playing his shots. He's already on 16. Craig Overton on 21. Notts desperate to get this last wicket and then set about chasing. Somerset 420 for 9.
That last ball just kept out by Jake Ball. Managed to get his bat down on it. Batting in his shirt sleeves. Craig Overton in a sleeveless sweater. Patterson White in and bowls short, and this is punched up to not far short from Lyndon James at mid-off. Another back foot punch from Jake Ball. It's quite a classy shot for a number 11.
I'm not sure he's got that one.
This is whipped away over the top of mid-wicket. There'll be 2 runs here as McCann retrieves from the practice pitches down to our right. 422 for 9.
Frustrating that when he played that shot for Notts, it always went straight to the fielder. He's lifted 2 into the air, the last 2 balls that have fallen safe.
Patterson White in and bowls. Ooh, and ball this time is forward, taking a mixture of bat and pad, I think, but landing short of Ben Slater, forward short leg.
I think we've lost you, Anthony, as your mic it's fallen under your chin, I think.
Oh dear. Patterson White in and bowls, and this is driven by Jake Ball for a single out to Lyndon James. End of that over. 423 for 9. 21 to Overton and 19 to Jake Ball, who will keep the strike.
Yeah, I know he's had a long old bowl this morning, Dylan Pennington, but if you got Jake Ball on strike, I'd get Pennington on and 2 short ones and then the Yorker, and that's generally been job done. But going with spin again.
Yeah, they'll like this, won't they? Spin from both sides. Easier to deal with. Maybe the odd one that might do something, but that's been rare, really. It's going to be Ball who's going to be facing again. A couple of field changes taking place. Another fielder going into the offside as his next delivery is punched leg side this time by ball. And in fact, it looked as though that's where the previous fielder was. It came from leg side to off. As Overton now faces, it's on 21. It's going to be Calvin Harrison again. And here we go with Harrison. This next ball off the outside edge and just trickles to the gully area just behind the keeper. No run there. Comes Harrison again. This next delivery again played out into the offside, and the batsman will cross over comfortably for another single. Harrison's got a couple of deliveries now to bowl at ball, which nearly caught up with Overton actually. He's just 2 runs behind him. So here he comes, Harrison. This next delivery, and again comfortably played, I'd say, by Jake Ball. Forward defensive, back to the bowler, picks up. So it's Harrison. In again. This next delivery. Oh, an attempted hoik of some description, this time by Ball. Didn't really connect.
Can't help but think Notts have got this wrong.
Harrison to complete his over, and this time played leg side, and the batsman will again comfortably collect another single. So everything going pretty much Somerset's way here. End of the over, Somerset 426 for 9.
He's not really bowling the right line, is Calvin Harrison. Just bowling a little bit too straight, as they say. Needs to be drawing in Jake Ball to a defensive push to a ball, leaving him outside the off stump. He'll keep the strike. So spin turning away from the right-handers from both ends. Slow left arm from this Radcliffe Road end, and leg spin from the Stuart Broad end. Patterson White to ball short, and he's looking for a single into the offside, but it's not there. As Pennington quickly in from backward point to do the fielding. Sun is half out at the moment. It's very pleasantly warm. Patterson White in, bowls. This is pushed back to him by Jake Ball. More clouds overhead than blue sky, but there is some blue sky. Just a gentle breeze blowing across the ground. As Patterson White is in and bowls, and Ball drives this, but Brett Hutton fields at extra cover. Clouds just drifting slowly across the ground from east to west. Ball drives this up to Lyndon James at mid-off and won't get a run. Not a huge amount happening at the moment. Partnership now worth 29 for the last wicket. Useful runs. Patterson White in and bowls, and Ball is back on his stumps, comes forward and then decides that Ball is short enough to justify a back foot defensive shot. We've got a slip, a short extra cover, and the 2 catching positions. Patterson White bowls. This is driven, not timed, by Jake Ball. I fancy that was a maiden over from Liam Patterson White. 18 overs, 3 maidens, none for 59.
Frustration for Nottingham. If you're from a Nottinghamshire perspective, certainly I would say, because you thought maybe they're going to just come out straight after lunch, just get the last wicket, and that'll be that. It's not quite worked that way. So it's going to be Harrison to continue, 1 for 72 off his 19 overs so far. He's going to come in and bowl from the Stuart Broad end. He comes in, first delivery, and this time he's played leg side, and the straight to the field there. No run from that one. So Harrison. And this time, he comes out of his crease and he hoiks it, and he's hoiked it over the field, the leg side. And that'll go for 4. Yep. 4 more runs to the total.
Only just cleared. Lyndon James leaping at long on. And he's a tall man. Notts have got their 2 tallest fielders out on the boundaries, long on and long off.
And the net result of that boundary, Seba Mead turned to Dylan Pennington, and Pennington starts whirling his arms around.
So here comes Harrison again, this time carefully played leg side. It's a leg slip area, and that's picked up there by the fielder. No further additions to the total.
This partnership again is rather putting the batting this morning in perspective, isn't it?
It is. It certainly is. 33 now between these two. As Harrison again, this time it's not really cut, it's sort of forward.
Flayed.
Yeah.
I think conditions are very different though to the start of the day. Of course, we had Abbas and Pennington bowling that first hour in tandem under cloudy skies. Got the early wicket, stroke 1, 2, 3, 4, putting everybody under a little bit of pressure. It's a little easier this afternoon. Ball's a lot softer. The sun is out. Good batting conditions.
Harrison, and again this time it is cut, just to backward a point.
Yeah, but I don't think the pitch can be blamed for any of those Somerset wickets this morning.
No.
It wasn't very good batting.
Harrison's going to come in and complete his over, and this time carefully played by ball. End of the over. Somerset 431 for 9.
Pennington's not running to this end, but he is still bowling to himself over on the Smith Cooper side of the ground. It is going to be Patterson White to bowl this over. He will be starting it by bowling to Craig Overton.
Patterson White then into Overton, who pushes this into the onside. Overton on 27, ball on 21. The partnership worth 34. 431 for 9. Patterson White in bowls. Overton punches this up to long on, where it will be fielded by Freddie McCann coming in from the boundary. 432 for 9.
The women's competition, Durham got 315 for 9 down at Taunton against Somerset. Hampshire 291 for 7 against the Blaze.
Patterson White in and bowls. This is driven up to McCann, who's come in from the boundary up to mid-on to save the single, which he does. Proceedings have a slightly desultory air about them at the moment. As this is edged and dropped. Edged and dropped. A very, very hard chance to slip. But be disappointed. Patterson White to ball, who drives and won't get a run. Went very quickly.
Yeah.
To Harrison's right hand. One of those that either sticks or doesn't. This is shorter, and it's punched into a gap this time on the offside, as Ben Slater can't make the stop at short extra cover. It's the last ball of the over. It brings them another single, means that Jake Ball will keep the strike. He's on 22, and Somerset 433 for 9, so they've added 95 runs today for the loss of 5 wickets.
Little surprised they took that single, because all and sundry could see that Dylan Pennington was going to bowl this next over, and if Pennington can get his straps running, he will fancy his chances to get this last wicket. Will go down by the harshest of critics as a drop in that last over, but just seeing the replay there, it was off the top of the bat, with ball cutting it at great pace. It flew, and instinctively Harrison stuck out a hand. It only goes down as a drop because of how good a fielder Calvin Harrison is, that he got a hand to it. But
yeah, I agree.
He saved 4 runs, but it's a shame from the Notts' perspective he couldn't hang on to it. Shame for Patterson White as well, who's still wicketless. But Pennington, who started the day and indeed finished last night with 3 wickets in the space of just a few short overs, will be hoping to finish this off.
In he comes. And this first ball is played correctly, carefully by Ball.
Ball's first movement was towards the square leg umpire there. That's how I would have played that particular delivery.
Exactly. And this is what I would have done as soon as Jake walked out of the middle. And I did say it at the time. Well, after he'd hit a couple, I'd have had Pennington on against him.
Yes.
Short leg, slip and a whatever. Calvin Harrison stood sort of in no man's land, either in front of where 4th slip would be or gully region, but he's a lot closer than the wicketkeeper. Now they're going through.
Yeah, I think we've some chin music is in store here.
Well, they're sort of letting him know, aren't they, what to expect.
He waits, does Ball, as Pennington comes in, and this time again he rehearses that shot, doesn't he? That cut shot that he's intending to play there to Jake Ball.
He was backing away and it followed him and uppercut and somehow dragged it onto the leg side. Very inelegant, but he's certainly not going to take the traditional method of getting in line, is he?
Here we go, Pennington again, this time, and that looked like a full toss, I think, just off the bat, and again, played squarish, and the batsman will come through for a single.
Be glad to get up the other end, I think, Jake Ball. You wonder why it's taken Hasib Hamid quite so long to bring Pennington.
Well,
I mean, they must know that Jake Ball doesn't. He obviously doesn't fancy quick bowling. Whereas Craig Overton is more than happy. You'll see it as an opportunity.
Yeah.
He's on 28 as he faces up to Pennington now. There he is. This ball pulled this time by Overton. Oh, got problems with my microphone as well, I think. Let me just see if I can. That's what it is. So Somerset 435 for the loss of 9 wickets. The ball has made 23 and Overton on 29.
They've repaired a lot of the self-inflicted damage from the early part of this second morning. I think the start of play 450 would have loomed, I guess, in everybody's guess that Somerset were going to end up somewhere around about there.
As in comes Pennington again, this next delivery again played into the offside, and again comfortably the batsman will cross over for another single.
Well, he liked that one, Jake Ball, because it was outside the off stump, so there's no threat.
Where you can stick your bat out and just about reach it and dab it away for an easy run. It's just what he's looking for. It's a shame because Notts were good this morning and obviously getting a wicket straight after lunch as well. Pretorius could have done some damage but chipped one straight back to Calvin Harrison. They were 397 for 9 at that stage.
Looking for a quick conclusion, didn't happen as Pennington comes in again. This time it's played again into the offside. The batsman will again cross over for a single, throw at the stumps.
Good running that. Spotting the fielder just Abbas just a little bit back on his heels there at mid-off.
End of the over, 437 for 9, Somerset. This partnership now 40.
Today the batters to be dismissed: Leach to Pennington for 0, Rue to Pennington for 166, Banton fell to Brett Hutton for 14, Hutton's first ball of the second day. when he came on after an hour's play. Vaughan out to Lyndon James for 15. Pretorius after lunch out to Calvin Harrison for 8.
And I'm guessing that this is the second best partnership of the innings, as Patterson White is in and bowls to Overton, who's forward defending. And
has to be, doesn't it?
It has to be, yeah.
Does that make Jake Ball the 4th highest scorer then, presumably?
It does. Patterson White to Overton. He gets a short ball and hammers it down to Lyndon James down below us at long off. 4:38 for 9. Overton on to 31. Yeah, the other partnerships 0, 0, 25, 313, 0, 17, 6 as Patterson White bowls. This is driven back to him by Jake Ball, and that concludes the Somerset innings. They're all out for 438. Jake Ball caught and bowled by Liam Patterson White for 24. Craig Overton finishes on 31 not out. That last wicket partnership worth 41 valuable runs for Somerset, but in all honesty, taking the day as a whole, it's been very much Nottinghamshire's day. They've bowled out Somerset for 438, which represents a score of just 100 runs for Somerset today for the loss of their last 6 wickets.
Does indeed. Yep, the Nottinghamshire fielders and bowlers will be very pleased to get back to the sanctuary of the dressing room, just all congratulating each other on a job well done, apart of course from the top 3. They've already had to hair off to get their pads on and set about the task of focusing on the reply. Mohammed Abbas and Dylan Pennington each taking 3 wickets. Abbas 25 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 60, got the first 3 wickets of the innings. Dylan Pennington got the next 3, 23 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 71. The other wicket takers, Brett Hutton, 22 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 89. Lyndon James, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 47. Calvin Harrison, 20 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 77. Liam Patterson White getting the last one, 19.3 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 62. And wicketless, the other bowler to be used, 7 bowlers used in all. Freddie McCann had 6 overs yesterday, 1 maiden, none for 20. A Somerset card led by the 2 Centurions, James Rew 166, Tom Abel 156. They put 313 on a county 4th wicket record partnership yesterday, and that came up in 81 overs. Somerset all out for 438 in 132.3 overs. 3 points batting for Somerset, 2 bowling points for Notts. We'll be back underway in about 5 or 6 minutes time when the players return to the middle. So will the commentary. Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge, where we're a couple of minutes away maybe from the start of the Nottinghamshire reply after Somerset in their first innings here in this Division 1 game have been bowled out for 100 for 438 by Nottinghamshire. 3 wickets to Dylan Pennington, 3 to Mo Abbas after centuries for James Rue and Tom Abel. And little statistical milestone. I'm going to say thanks to Steve Pittard from the Dog and Duck at Hughes Episcopi as well, because over the return game 4 or 5 weeks ago he sent Anthony a note saying that Hamid and Slater had opened together 96 times. So I've sort of had a little bit of a look. Knew Steve would be right. He was, and I've sort of followed it once at Taunton, twice last week at Southampton. So this is the 100th time, and it's the 3rd time since 1960 that a pair of Nottinghamshire openers have opened the batting 100 times together after Broad and Robinson and Bicknell and Gallion. So congratulations to them. Asib Hamid is on 900 runs for the season at an average of 69. Ben Slater 845 runs at an average of 49. So they're both in decent nick. So we've given them the big build-up. So you know what happens next.
And we got an interesting development here in that Lewis Gregory, who opened the batting, is now going to open the bowling.
Oh, he's one of these captains, is he? He pays his match fee on a Saturday afternoon, and it's my bat and ball. I'm having it.
And we've got Tom Abel restored to first slip, Craig Overton at second, Archie Vaughan at third. Here comes Gregory in bowls outside the off stump, and almost draws Asib Hamid into playing at a ball leaving him outside the off stump. A little bit of bounce there through to James Rue. Gregory not quite happy with his taking off area there as he moves into his delivery stride. Josh Davey coming across just to give him a hand in tamping down a little bit of loose turf. Somerset have got their work cut out here to take 10 knots wickets on this pitch. Gregory into Hamid, and Hamid does play at this one, and it goes past his outside edge.
So we're going to have a stab here. Is that Tom Abel at first slip?
It is, yeah.
Craig Overton at second, Archie Vaughan at third, Jake Ball at backward point.
That's Tom Banton at
I'm making notes on
Pretorius at mid-off, Davey at mid-on, as Gregory is in and bowls, and this is turned down to Jack Leach, who comes scurrying across to do the fielding.
They're lovely, these cable knit sweaters, and when I used to play I loved a short sleeve cable knit sweater, but for identification purposes they can sometimes just fudge the issue. Poor old Nass.
I've started making notes already. I've taken up your point. I am trying to...
2 runs taken, 2 without loss. Knots underway, replying to Somerset's 438. This is just run off the face of Hamid's bat, but he keeps the bat angled down. That's Tom Lammonby. You can tell Tom Lammonby because he's left-handed, so he throws left-handed.
And he's got his sunglasses on top of his bonds, and they're like a turquoisey glint coming from them.
He's the only left-handed thrower in this Somerset side. Jack Leach throws right-handed. Gregory from the Stuart Broad end in bowls to Hamid, who shapes as if to play a drive to a ball pitched right up to him. It was almost a Yorker from Gregory, and he converts that drive into a sort of stunning defensive shot, just killing the bounce of the ball as the pneumatic drill goes away on the building site at the far side of the ground where they're building a new pavilion. Gregory in and bowls and almost turns Hamid around there. Good first over from Lewis Gregory passed Hamid's outside edge on one occasion and asked plenty of questions of the Nottinghamshire captain, but at the end of it, Hasib Hamid survives and Notts 2 with that loss.
Just quickly elsewhere, Durham 49 for 1 in their second innings against Surrey, still trailing by 120. Essex bat on at Chelmsford, 547 for 5 against the tiring Bears. Century yesterday from Tom Westley, century today for... Which of the Allisons is it at Essex? Charlie Allison. It's Ben at New Road. At New Road, Hampshire, the visitors there, 254 for 7. And at Scarborough, Yorkshire, 118 for 2. Replying to Sussex as 222. Do you want a bit of Craig Overton, Nas?
Yeah, why not? 7 on the back. Here he comes. Craig Overton, first ball. That's played out by Slater. Back to the bowler.
So just on that stat, opening together for the 100th time for Nottinghamshire. This is the 58th match for those 100 innings. 5 not outs, 4,093 runs at an average of 43.5. Their top score was 236 they've put on with 10 century partnerships in all.
As in comes Overton, and this time, again, Slater just pushes the ball in front of him.
Bowling well within himself, Craig Overton, not really bending his back yet.
He had a lot of strapping on yesterday before the start.
4 out of the 5 Somerset seamers have got their legs, one of their legs strapped up.
Yeah, if they didn't warm up in shorts, we wouldn't know that, fellas.
Overton comes in again, tall man, bowls this next delivery again. Played push forward by Slater. Back to Jake Ball, 14 on the back.
Yeah, he had number 28 here all those years here at Trent Bridge, because Tom Abel's got 28, so he had to change his number. He's halved his 28. Slater on strike, because he made a century at Taunton against Somerset this season.
Yet to score as Overton comes in, and this time he cuts it to the boundary. Does Slater, 4 runs, beautiful shot, square cut, straight to the boundary. No messing about there.
Yeah, nice looking shot from Ben Slater. Always nice to get your account up and running. Little bit of an invitation from Craig Overton. The very definition of short and wide. Wasn't too short and it wasn't too wide, but Slater's in good enough touch.
Overton, and again this time pitched it almost just a bit over halfway and over the batsman's head.
If Jake Ball was batting, where would he be for the next ball?
That's more like the Craig Overton we know and love, though. A little bit of aggression.
Yeah, Jake Ball did fall to spin eventually, just chipping one back to Liam Patterson-White, but can't help but feel that Notts missed a trick there. They let Jake have 5 or 6 overs against the spinners.
Slater faces again, crouched, and Overton this time he's bowled him! Got past the defence of Ben Slater, and Slater goes early here for Nottinghamshire. 6 for the loss of 1 wicket. So yeah, bad judgment. The ball, did it come in a little bit? Let's just have another.
Must have done, yeah. Yes, well, it hadn't been the most threatening Craig Overton over up until that last delivery. He looked to be bowling well within himself, but certainly cranked it up for that last delivery. And, well, rather as Lewis Gregory fell in the first over without playing a shot in the Somerset innings, Ben Slater's gone in the second over without playing a shot in the Notts first innings.
Yeah. Shouldered arms.
Don't think it cut back very, very much. It must have done a little bit. Just hit the top of off stump. Well, they do say target the top of off stump with the new ball. That's exactly what Craig Overton did. And in the absence of a bat, then did the job.
Good early breakthrough here for Somerset.
New man is Freddie McCann, fresh from 50s in each innings at Southampton last week. 79 and 52 not out. McCann 569 runs, not played all the games this season. 569 runs at 40.5, top score of 138. 1 ton and 350s for the 20-year-old left-hander.
Very impressive batting averages for the Notts batters, because Freddie McCann, who's averaging over 40, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10th in the batting averages. So 9 Notts batters with an average of better than 40. This is appeal for LBW on the basis that that may have hit the pad before it certainly hit the bat, as you would have heard. That Lewis Gregory down on one knee pleading with Mike Burns for the LBW decision, but Burns not to be persuaded. Haven't seen a replay, so can't really comment, but must have been pretty much simultaneous bat and pad, I think. Here's Gregory again in bright sunshine outside the off stump. No shot this time from Hamid. He's bowling good pace, is Lewis Gregory. Slightly surprised to see both Gregory and Overton in this side, as they're both carrying injuries. But I suppose this is the last county championship match that Somerset will be playing now until early September. As Gregory is in and bowls, and this is played square of the wicket to Jake Ball, and they'll have a little bit of a break now before the 100, so they'll have a bit of rest and recuperation time. And if Somerset are to challenge for the county championship, then this is a game they really have to win, or at least have to give themselves every possible chance of winning, and that means fielding their frontline attack. As another good ball from Gregory, which Hamid is looking to punch into the offside, doesn't time it. It's hard into the ground.
It'll be a tall order when they lose those 16 points, though, Anthony, won't it?
I don't think they will. Well, I tell you what, though. I mean, I'm not sure who I'm going to interview, but it'll be one of the coaches. If they have been marked as below average, it's Gregory in a bowls and defensive shot from Hamid. What it will mean is that if they do it again, they will be docked points, and that means that they won't be able to prepare a spinning pitch for Jack Leach for either of their 2 remaining home games, and that is, quite a handicap.
Did you see that Kent were docked 8 points yesterday? That has now gone through. Kent,
has he?
Yeah. But that's for indiscretions.
Yeah.
A little bit of dissent. Well, 4 times apparently this season.
Gregory bowls, and it's a half volley and driven down the ground by Hamid for 4 runs. 10 for 1 at the end of the 3rd over. It would be unusual for a side to be docked points for a first offence, and it's not the worst rating for a pitch. I can't remember what the worst. Inadequate, I think, is the one that would justify an immediate points penalty rather than below average.
Yeah, it's been 4 indiscretions by Kent, and I think, don't quote me, but I think it said that Daniel Bell Drummond had committed some offence last week, and that was the 4th, and they're not going to appeal it, and they have been penalised 8 points. It's a nice shot from Hamid, 10 for 1. It's raining at Chelmsford. They're off for rain at Chelmsford. It's not raining here, is it?
No, it isn't. Overton comes in first ball, and that went over the off stump and left alone there by McCann. Freddie McCann yet to get off the mark. Overton bowling well here.
Yeah, it was the first ball he'd faced. What did he get? Just 20 at Taunton, Freddie McCann, when the sides met fairly recently, back end of June.
So, in comes Overton again, and this time it's off the outside of the bat.
Slightly loose shot there from McCann. Playing that with his bat well away from his body.
15 first-class matches before this one for Freddie McCann. 929 runs. Already 3 centuries, 8 wickets as well. He's wasn't able to break the big partnership yesterday, but forging a reputation as a partnership breaker.
Overton in again, and this time the ball bounces a bit on McCann, but he manages to play it down in front of him.
We talked about the England side this morning having been announced for the final test, and we were talking about the quicks and Stokes not playing and blah 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 blah. Ready to again at lunchtime this morning. I certainly didn't pick up the fact that Liam Dawson hasn't been selected. So it's quicks and Joe Root.
Overton in again this time, push forward.
Well, you can understand that. I mean, they've got Jacob Bethel.
Yes,
who can, who's actually his slow left arm isn't much cop. From what I've seen.
Hi, Jake, if you're listening.
Well, I saw him bowl quite a bit up at Edgbaston at the beginning of.
I've seen a lot of him.
And wasn't hugely impressive. But then Liam Dawson wasn't particularly impressive in the last Test match either.
So here we go with Overton, and this next delivery again pushed back to the bowler, and picks up off his own bowling.
Just grateful that England haven't gone back to Jack Leach, otherwise he wouldn't be playing here for Somerset, and he's got a job to do for Somerset. I'm not sure that there'll be much in this pitch for him, but he's a very skillful, very hard-working bowler.
I think a week ago, I think a lot of people were sort of right. That'll be Dawson going to Australia, but there's got to be some doubt about it now, I guess.
Overton in again, and this time again it's cut square.
Well, as I think I said yesterday, I don't fancy Liam Dawson in Australia. He doesn't turn the ball. He's fairly predictable. He's very good at putting it in the same place, ball after ball after ball, but that can be a liability in Australia as much as an asset. And well, as I said yesterday, I think I'd take Rian Ahmed in preference to Liam Dawson. Or if you take both of them, then I'd play Rian Ahmed in the Test matches rather than if we're going to play a spin bowler. It's more likely to take wickets on Australian pitches. Here we've got Lewis Gregory. 3 slips go down as Gregory is into Hamid, and it's not far outside the off stump, but Hamid knows exactly where his off stump is and is therefore able to lift his bat out of the path of that. I'm a great admirer of Liam Dawson as an all-round cricketer. He's done a fantastic job for Hampshire over the years, but he's not the sort of spinner that's going to run through a Test side unless it's on an absolute Bunsen burner of a pitch, which they're unlikely to find in Australia. Gregory in and bowls, and no shot from Hamid. And you wouldn't fancy Liam Dawson to take many wickets at the Oval either.
No.
Follow-on mark here, 279. That's worth bearing in mind, of course. I think Hampshire, beg your pardon, Somerset have really got to be looking to bowl knots out cheaply in the first innings.
And they need early wickets. They need to take wickets while the ball is still reasonably hard. Is Gregory in bowls. This is short and cut away by Hamid. Nicely played. Managed to keep it down through the offside and giving Jake Ball at backward point or cover point absolutely no chance. 14 for 1. Hamid on to 10. He does give the batsman the chance to score runs, does Lewis Gregory. He's an attacking bowler. He's looking to take wickets, pitching the ball up, giving it every chance to swing. He's in now and bowls. This is driven the way through the offside, exactly as I suggested. That was a half volley and beautifully dealt with by Hasib Hamid. Absolutely crashed away between cover and extra cover.
Looked like he overpitched that one.
He did. That's what he does. His other great weakness is no balls. He bowls more no balls than any other current seam bowler or any other current bowler. Gregory in bowls outside the off stump. A little bit of seam movement there away from Hamid, but starting too wide. I'm sure Steve Pittard has given me a figure. I from memory, it's about one no ball for every 28 legal deliveries. As the Bamba.
That's
La
the Bamba again.
rings out across the commentary box.
It's the Bamba time in the afternoon, of course.
Is Gregory in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump. And there's no shot from Hasib Hamid.
Yes, is Ethan Bamba the only county bowler that's got his own theme song?
Lewis, no, I was wrong. This season, thank you, Steve, Lewis Gregory has bowled a no ball every 26 legal deliveries. That is really much too frequent. But he hasn't bowled one yet, he says.
No ball!
Tempting fate. Gregory in and bowls to Hamid, and it's not a no ball, it's quite a good ball that cuts back into Hamid, comes off the inside edge. Picked up by Lammonby from mid-wicket. It's the end of that over. 5th over of the innings, 20 for 1, all of this in reply to Somerset's disappointing first innings. You don't often use the word disappointing in respect of a first innings of 438, but I think Somerset will be disappointed.
Can I just raise my arm and disagree with the honourable gentleman? Because I looked up at the board there, extras 2, and thought, I can't remember 2 extras, and I've just had a look.
Oh.
Lewis Gregory, no ball.
Oh dear. I missed it. Missed it.
So he's bowled 12 deliveries, and one of them... No, he's bowled 3 overs, 18 deliveries, and one of them a no ball already.
So here we go with Overton, and he bowls. This first ball has punched into the leg side.
That's Lewis Goldsworthy fielding, who's on as a sub for Tom Abel, who has gone to put the fielding pads on, gone off the field of play.
Good.
To Dave Bracegirdle's approval.
So
Any right-minded person's approval.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. So Tom Lammonby's coming into third slip.
So here we go now with Overton again. And this ball again played forward.
It's the first time Overton's bowled at Hamid.
So the slip cordon has completely changed from what it is when Overton's bowling, obviously when...
Yeah.
So it's Gregory at first.
Yep. Vaughan at second, Lammonby at third.
Yeah. So it's a completely different 1, 2, 3 that we had at this end.
Yeah, Archie Vaughan was in the slip cordon earlier.
Well, he was at third. He's now
was
at
at third.
second. Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. So Overton comes in again. This time he bowls, and this time again played out in front of him by Hamid. No run there.
He was in the race for first to 1,000 Hamid, but a couple of low scores last week, and that was that. Or at the end of June, rather. Got a second innings half-century last week.
As Overton comes in again, and this next delivery is again flicked onto the leg side by Hamid.
Almost got that one through, Overton. It's the full pitch delivery. Thick inside edge.
Lots have scored 13 centuries this season. 4 of them for Jack Haynes, Hamid and Lyndon James, 2 apiece. And 5 other players with 1 3-figure score.
Here's Overton again, and this time outside edge again, squirted off the outside edge through the gully sort of area, and 4 more runs, but lucky runs there. Applause now from Jack Leach, 17 on the back.
Fortunately for us, well, not for Anthony, but a few sweaters have been discarded.
Yeah.
Banton's taken his off, Leach has taken his off.
Very helpful for us. Overton comes in, this next ball is just pushed out in front of him, yeah. So we've got... Yeah. Is that the end of the over? Yeah, Nottinghamshire 26 for 1.
Bowling change, and Tom Abel's got the fielding pads on. He's got the helmet. He's coming back out from the dressing room. Lewis Goldsworthy trots off, and we're going to have some Jack Leach fairly early in the piece. We've only had 6 overs and a spin coming into the attack.
The Blazer already 40 for 2. They've lost Georgia Boyce and Marie Kelly down at Southampton. Hampshire made 291 for 7 at Taunton. Durham women made 315 for 9. Somerset 38 for 1 early on in their reply. They had a pretty dismal 20 over campaign, Somerset.
They did. It's a very young side.
Yeah.
Very young side. And they're missing Heather Knight, who is out for the season. But who I'm glad to say has signed another contract for Somerset, so she'll be back with them and hopefully play rather more often next season. So it's Jack Leach, the Nut, as he's known.
Well, Abel's put pads on to stand at shortish extra cover.
Yes, but it probably come in at short leg for the left-hander.
Yeah.
Jake Ball comes jogging into backward square leg. Leach to Hamid. Forward, playing it to Tom Abel with the fielding pads on.
So is that Gregory at first slip? Because he's got a jumper
It
on.
is, yeah.
It is Gregory at first slip.
Yep. Leach bowls and Hamid back on his stumps, cutting this away. Pretorius fields out at deep backward point. 27 for 1. Hamid on to 16. Yep, Tom Abel into forward short leg for the left-hander.
Does have a 5-wicket bag here, at least one, Jack Leach. I can remember there was a match that inevitably Somerset won where he got 5 and Jack Brooks got 5.
Well, he's having a very good season, is Jack Leach. 39 wickets so far. This is driven by McCann. Nice shot. Away between extra cover and mid-off. Put in a good stride there, did Freddie McCann. And swept the ball. Not with a sweep, but with a sweep of the bat. Away between extra cover and mid-off.
Yeah, go and
fine looking shot.
Go and fetch that, Josh. Josh Davey had to go and get it from the advertising boards right in front of the Hound Road stand.
31 for 1. McCann on to 9. Leach bowls to him, gives this one a little bit more air, but that's driven away for 4 more runs, this time between cover and extra cover. And just over pitching there. Jack Leach is fine to give the ball a little bit more air, but it was turned into a half volley by McCann.
There's no visible signs from here of there being any footmarks for Leach to try and find yet, early on in the contest, relatively speaking.
It's a very hard, dry pitch. Leach to McCann. Oh, and it beats him on the outside edge, and well, that was the arm ball, because unless he's developed a doosra, which I don't think he has. He's in bowls. This is driven by McCann, but this time it's fielded by Lammonby at extra cover. End of an exploratory over, let's call it, from Jack Leach, which cost 9 runs, and at the end of it, Notts 35 for 1.
Yeah, they lost Ben Slater in the second over, bowled by Craig Overton, not playing a shot. One that just nipped back to the left-hander and clipped off the off-bail. Notts were 6 for 1 at that stage. Already had 7 wickets go down today. We only had 4 yesterday in a full day's cricket. Somerset will be hoping there's plenty more. Still a lot of cricket left in this session. 16 overs to go before tea, and it's already 3 o'clock.
As Overton comes in, first ball of a brand new over, and this time it's flicked leg side by Hamid, and the batsman. A bit of a misfield on the boundary there on the boundary just on the leg side, and the batsman, in fact, will pick up a boundary there. So 4 more runs to the total, but yeah, not great fielding there.
Banton.
Banton right on the ball, and normally a very good fielder, isn't he?
He's had a bit of a whoopsie. He slid, lost his cap, lost his bearings, lost the ball.
So Hamid is on 20 now as he faces up to his next delivery, and this time beautiful shot there from Hamid. They need to look to cover drive it. But, nice sound off the willow. 39 for 1, Nottinghamshire. Craig Overton to bowl. 3rd delivery of this over, 1 for 14 so far. Comes in, and his next delivery again is pushed leg side. The batsman will again cross over for a single.
Leg by.
Sorry.
Again, they sense that Freddie McCann is the one to attack. 20-year-old on strike, so catching cordon reinforced. But look at those gaps between the slips there. That really is just going on a bit of a hunch.
As Overton comes in again, and this next delivery again just past the batsman through to the keeper.
Yeah, good short ball from Craig Overton, bowling to his field. They sense that McCann might be a little bit vulnerable to the short pitch delivery.
So McCann's on 13, facing up to Overton, and this next one played correctly into the offside. Applause from the fielders.
Bowling options wherever you look for Somerset. Jake Ball, Josh Davey, Miguel Pretorius all can come on and take on the role of 3rd, 4th, 5th seamer. It's an update for Radio Nottingham on its way now as Overton comes in, bowls to McCann, pushes this out into the offside. There's no run.
And in our local cricket, it's day 2 of Nottinghamshire's County Championship match against Somerset. Race is at Trent for us.
Well, Nottinghamshire now batting, and they are 40 for 1. They lost the wicket of Ben Slater, bowled in the 2nd over by Craig Overton, not playing a shot at that stage. 6 for 1. Hamid and McCann have moved it on now to 40 for 1. Somerset earlier, all out for 438. 3 wickets for Dylan Pennington, and also 3 wickets for Mo Abbas. An hour away from tea, Notts 40 for 1. Was the end of the over, and it's going to be Jack Leach to continue bowling to the Notts skipper.
Helmet exchange going on. James Rue is now equipped with his helmet as Leach bowls to Hamid, who's back on his stumps, steering that into the offside. The other one must be Tom Abel's helmet. Abel is at short extra cover rather than short leg. Leach bowls. This is driven back to him on the bounce. Crowd catch.
Settle.
He can't catch me out like that.
We've had 2 caught and bowls since lunch, by the way.
Leach in bowls and Hamid stretches forward. 2 since lunch?
Yeah, Pretorius caught and bowled Harrison.
Of course, yes, Pretorius with the leading edge. Yep.
Ball caught and bowled
Liam
Patterson-White.
40 for 1, Notts. Leach bowling. This is whipped away up to mid-on by Hamid, but Josh Davey quickly across to his right to do the fielding. He's quite deep at mid-on, but that was hit hard by Hamid. It reached the fielder too rapidly for a single to be contemplated. Leach bowls and Hamid again back on his stumps and almost through him, according to Tom Abel, who's got his hands on his head at short extra cover. Played to Vaughan at backward point. It's lots of vocal encouragement for Jack Leach from Tom Abel. This is Hamid again defending, and they're a very noisy lot in the field, are Somerset, and that was a decent over from Jack Leach. His second over, it was a maiden over. Nottinghamshire at the end of it, 40 for 1.
Shot on the live stream there, the picture feed of the Nottinghamshire county flag as opposed to the cricket club flag. That's the county flag, and
featuring Robin Hood.
Yeah, a great man in the middle. I think that belongs to the Morley family. Very often there, just at the side of our camera operator, base of the Fox Road stand, away to our left. Seen a number of, certainly heard them, a number of Somerset supporters inside the ground, wearing the colours. Nice way to spend a midweek watching county cricket. Long may it last.
Overton to continue with the first ball of a brand new over, and this one again played out into the offside by McCann.
Yeah, the betting seems to be now that there isn't going to be a 2/3 majority for production in championship matches. So we may stick at 14.
Yeah, cross those fingers.
As in comes Overton again, and this time it's left outside his leg stump by McCann.
Joe Clark doing next. Averaging 36 for the season, just past 500 runs for the summer. Not necessarily having his most prolific time. Do a big one. So he got a double hundred against Somerset last year. And Jack Haynes, who's scored 4 first-class hundreds this season, he'll be in at 5.
Next delivery from Overton is pushed out into the offside. The batsman will cross over for a single.
Haynes got 150 against Somerset down at Taunton.
Will be a...
Joe Clark had a very good season last year, didn't he?
He did, yeah. There'll be a change at number 6. You'd imagine Lyndon James, after his double 100 last week at 7, will pop up one to number 6, as Verena, the South African wicketkeeper, is not here this week.
As in comes Overton again. This next delivery over the batsman's head and through to the wicket-keeper, who is, of course, Rue. Made all those runs.
He did, and he'll be a little disappointed he didn't get more than 4 this morning. 162 not out overnight, and added just 4 before falling to a good catch.
As in comes Overton again, and this time the
it's a bouncer from Pennington. There was quite a hold-up between the second ball of the over and the third, which got him, and Notts moved a fielder onto the leg side, and then umpire Rob Bailey decided, well, he needed to go over onto the other side to just make sure there were only 2 behind square. It was all very deliberately and carefully done. Then the leg side bouncer, which just helped it on its way, and Clark took the catch.
Overton to Hamid, and this time plays it squarish. It's no further run there.
Yes, well, he got out really in a very similar way to Tom Abel.
That's 5 from Craig now. How long do you think he'll go, Anthony?
I think if it was me, I think I'd give him a spell now and bring Pretorius into the attack. And I think Gregory may have just signalled to Pretorius.
He's taken his sweater and had a bottle of drink brought out to him. Overton.
Here's Leach in and bowls, and McCann plays this defensively out to Lammonby.
As Durham lose a second wicket. That's the klaxon for Durham losing wickets. Ben McKinney has gone to Kishore, the Indian spinner.
Leach in and bowls. This is driven up to Josh Davey at mid-off, and there'll be a comfortable single. 42 for 1. McCann on to 15. Hamid on 20. Jack Leach is going to have a lot of bowling to do in the next couple of days, I fancy. Leach in and bowls, and Hamid stretches forward, playing that into the offside Abel Fields.
Out to the first ball of the morning. Quite a dramatic start today too.
Leach to Hamid, who drives without timing, and will be intercepted by Josh Davey at mid-on. Alfie Ogborn ministering to Craig Overton down there at long off. Hamid's back on his stumps this time, playing that up the onside of the pitch. Alfie Ogborn, who is the 13th man for Somerset Young, left arm pace bowler. Leach bowls, tosses this one up, driven down the ground handsomely by Hamid for 6. Straight 6 from Hasib Hamid, pitched up by Jack Leach, given plenty of air, and Hamid took the bait and absolutely nailed it. Straight back over the bowler's head, over the boundary at the far end. 6 runs, 48 for 1.
A number of people have got in touch. T made a comment, I think, about Calvin's catching. I think both chances that went to him very, very difficult. T, excellent catch of a cricket ball. Just seen the replay again of Hamid. Wonderful shot from him. Steve Battlemuch, thanks for getting in touch. Maximum batting points needed, so no pressure, lads. Outlaw Chris is with us and confirming that is his brother's flag. Andrew Parker, following your comment, Dave, about the fielder going off to put protection on the short leg fielders, how about not being allowed a substitute? I don't mind that. I'd rather they went off and a sub came on and what have you, but yeah, it's a thought, Andrew. But as the regulations stand, we just stand about watching somebody get ready. We've got a bowling change, and Gregory's. No, it's not Gregory, it's Pretorius, isn't it?
Pretorius.
One of a number of Pretoriuses in the game.
He comes in and he bowls his first ball of his first spell, and that's played beautifully, actually, into the offside for 4 runs.
I think there was a Dwayne Pretorius that was going to join Notts in the COVID year. Didn't materialise, the 50 brought up. There's another one around who's just, don't know who he's featured for in the county championship. There's certainly another Pretorius around who's playing for South Africa's one day side at the moment as well.
Isn't that Duan Pretorius who's playing for Hampshire?
It may well be, yeah. I'm told to keep an eye on him.
As in comes this Pretorius, and he comes in and he bowls, and this one keep a little bit low. He certainly hit the bottom of the bat of McCann. So yeah, coming here to Nottingham every year, I get the impression there's always been a strong connection, a strong South African connection, hasn't there, to Nottinghamshire over the years, from way back when, I guess. Clive Rice and everything else.
Yeah.
As, here we go with Pretorius this time. This is just pushed out for another single by McCann.
Yeah, Luan Pretorius played for Hampshire against Somerset in the blast. He's a slogger, basically. Oh, there's tractor. Go on, Miggy. First time we've heard him.
Would that have wafted over from the Smith Cooper stand?
Hamid to face up to Pretorius, and this time plays it no run. Pretorius to complete his over. This last delivery, and this time attempting to play it through the covers, Hamid, but good nice sound off the middle of his bat, but no further additions to the total.
Durham 103 for 2 at home to Surrey. They are back on after rain at Chelmsford. Essex still batting. 575 for 5 against Warwickshire. Hampshire just all out. 293 at New Road, and Yorkshire 171 for 2.
So Pretorius to complete his over, and this time played forward by Hamid. End of the over. Nottinghamshire 53, I beg your pardon, 4-1.
Yes, and a fairly gentle opening over from Miguel Pretorius. The first ball that was driven away through the covers for 4 runs was very gentle indeed, and a half volley to boot. A loosener, and at this level you shouldn't really be bowling looseners. You should be right on it from ball 1.
Sorry, skipper, just thought I'd test him out there. Half volley length.
Jack Leach bowling over the wicket to the left-handed McCann, gives this one a little bit of air. It's driven up to Josh Davey. Jack Leach is trying to bowl with a little bit more variation of flight and pace. This is outside off stump and driven into the offside. Won't be a run.
It's a good stomper, Josh Davey. He walked in for that last ball. He stomps a little bit, doesn't he? Scottish international. It's a stomper.
Leach bowls, and this time almost gets through. Takes McCann on the pad, but he's well outside the line of the off stump, playing a defensive push, so no appeal.
Wonder when the last time was Jake Ball played here on the fielding side and wasn't one of the first 4 bowlers used.
Leach to McCann. Oh, and this one comes off something, whether that was bat or pad. It went to where leg gully would have been. We haven't got a leg gully, we've got a forward short leg and a slip. But whether that was bat or pad,
Sure, we'll
we
see
can't
a
see
replay
because he's facing away from us. But Leach, this one is the arm ball, which McCann plays defensively into the offside, and there's no run. Maybe just a hint of turn from the bowler's footmarks outside the left-hander's off stump. Leach spinning it into the left-hander, and McCann's back on his stumps. Playing this one out to Jake Ball. Another good over from Jack Leach. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 16. His first over went for 9, so he's bowled his 3 subsequent overs for just 7 runs. At the end of it, Notts 53 for 1, 26 to Hamid, and 20 to McCann.
Yeah, they've added 47 since the loss of Ben Slater, not playing a shot fatally to Craig Overton. The second over of the Nottinghamshire reply after Somerset made 438.
It's going to be Pretorius to continue his second over, and this first delivery is just played carefully out by Hamid. Yeah, sunshine this afternoon as well. Good batting conditions. These two hoping to soften this ball up a bit, make it easier for themselves this afternoon. As Pretorius comes in, and this next delivery again pushed out carefully.
Just thinking about the scenarios, we've got 41 overs to be bowled today after this one, so Notts could be up to around about 200 by then. 550 by close tomorrow.
Here comes Pretorius, and this one left alone by Hamid, bounces over the stumps and through to the slip cordon.
which would only be a lead of 150 odd. They'd have to, I suppose they could declare at that point, but more likely bat on until 12 o'clock on the 4th day, and then try and bowl Somerset out in 2.5 sessions.
As Pretorius comes in, and this time again played correctly forward by Hamid.
It's very like the scenario down at Taunton, isn't it?
Yeah.
The umpire just having a look at the bowling footmark, just not much doing there, I think, just a quick. Pretorius comes back to his bowling mark.
Looks dry all day tomorrow, but they say light rain showers throughout the day on Friday.
And here comes Pretorius again. This next delivery left again outside his off stump by Hamid.
But I don't believe them. I don't believe a word they say, ever.
Notts could change that sort of scenario by going for quick runs, but actually it's very difficult to score quick runs
It is.
with this Kookaburra ball once it gets soft.
Yeah.
And the ball is back now with Pretorius as he comes to complete this over, and this time again left alone and bounced over the stumps. Hamid leaving not to offer any shot on that last delivery. End of the over, Nottinghamshire 53 for 1.
You do a couple of Jack Leach overs, Dave,
Yes.
see if you can take Somerset a wicket.
That's not the idea. There's going to be Leach. Takes his cap off now. The celebrated England slow left arm spinner.
And thankfully for us as well, one of the people is not wearing one of those jumpers. Although it's probably easier to identify, isn't he, with his
He's bowling to a field of one slip and a short leg for Freddie McCann. Comes in now, and McCann again lunges forward, got himself well outside the line. A little bit of turn there, but McCann had the route to his stumps carefully blocked. Most celebrated one not out of all time, Leach against the Aussies 2-3 years ago now. Reaches forward, McCann to nurdle this down the ground to mid-on for a single. Overton doing the fielding. One more to Freddie McCann, takes him to 21, the partnership to 48. Notts rebuilding after that early loss of Slater, as the building work goes on in the background. Hamid, the Notts captain, on strike, talismanic leader, nudges this again out into the offside, fielded by Abel, and there's no run. Having a bit of a catch-up this morning. I saw Tom Abel and Seba Mead. Heaven knows what they were talking about, but deep in conversation. Next ball's cut to backward point, or run to backward point with an open face, fielded by Archie Vaughan. And there's no addition to the total. 54 for 1 here at Trent Bridge on a cloudy but sunny afternoon. As Mead pushes us into the offside. There's enough breaks in that cloud to let the sun sparkle down upon the ground. I mean, just been made to wait by Jack Leach, who's in again and fires one well outside the off stump. Goes through to James Root. No wickets, no runs at the end of the over. 54 for 1. Leach now 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 17. Pretorius to continue, 2 overs, none for 5. Division 2 of the County Championship, Middlesex still batting at Cheltenham, 347 for 7. Kent at home, 91 for 1 after Leicestershire made 471. Lancashire at Old Trafford. This is a match between second placed Glamorgan, the visitors, who made 261, and third placed Lancashire. Lancashire 112 for 4, trailing by 149. And at Wantage Road, Derbyshire 377, Northants 130 for 3. Pretorius to continue. The Blaze 94 for 2, chasing 292 in the women's competition, and Somerset 75 for 1, chasing a whopping 316 to beat Durham.
As Pretorius comes in again, first ball of a brand new over, and the ball pushed to square, and the batsman will cross over for a single, though Hasib Hamid seems to have... No, it's not Freddie McCann, isn't it? He's lost his bat.
No, it's Hamid.
Oh, it's Hamid. It is Hamid. I was right first time.
I think he was running his bat in, and sometimes it can just get caught in the crease, and whipped it out of his hand.
So it will be Hamid who will now face Pretorius. Let's see how he gets on here as Pretorius comes in. This next time it's just flicked off his pads, and they'll collect another single.
50 partnership between Sabre Mead and Freddie McCann. Comes up from 81 deliveries.
Yeah, some good shots in there, including that 6 as well from Hasib Hamid off Jack Leach. As Pretorius comes in, this delivery again pushed into the leg side to the close infielder there, who'll pick it up. The ball is back with Pretorius, and he'll come in and bowl to Freddie McCann this time, sort of squared up on this occasion. The ball sort of bowls out into the offside. Applause from some of the bowlers, some of the fielders.
Another centurion at Chelmsford, Michael Pepper, following Allison and Wesley, and now Essex declare 602 for 6.
As Pretorius comes in, this next delivery again, McCann on his toes and pushing that out again into the offside. Some good bowling here from Pretorius. Certainly keeping things tight. And he'll be coming in to complete his over. And this next delivery, again, is played down into the offside. And that is the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 56 for 1.
After 16 overs, there are 7 overs remaining until tea. So we'll just be a little bit behind schedule when we go to tea. James Rue and Jake Ball having a chat at this end. Ball must be itching to have a bowl. He batted nicely on his return to Nottingham, made 24. Eventually fell to a return catch by Liam Patterson-White. There's Leach. Hamid is on 27, the not skipper, and he'll cut this to backward point.
Was Ball normally a change bowler when he used to play for Nottinghamshire, or would he have been brought up?
Generally opened.
Oh, generally opened.
It depended, obviously, on the makeup of the side. Played with a lot of fabulous players over the years here. This is dropped on the leg side. Occasionally he would have had to wait his turn behind the likes of Stuart Broad and maybe James Pattinson. Andre Adams, played with Luke Fletcher, of course, Brett Hutton, lots of others. But generally was a new ball bowler as Hamid drives us into the offside. A misfield from Banton. Not having a great time of it, Tom Banton.
No.
Out on the boundary edge. He just slipped from his grasp and went for 4, and that one should certainly have been stopped, but got away from him and they took a single. Brings Freddie McCann back onto strike. 57 for 1. Hamid has 28. The young left-hander on 22. Jack Leach just tinkering with his field slightly. Brings Banton into mid-wicket, and then Leach bowls very fallen, very wide of the off stump. And it's called a wide. Yeah, it was that wide, literally. Rue couldn't take it cleanly. He was at full stretch. Don't know what the ploy was. Maybe sensed that for some reason that McCann was going to come charging, but he didn't. 58 for 1 with that wide given. Leach readies himself, comes in again, and once more it's a wideish delivery that McCann lets go through to Root. Last two deliveries have gone straight on. I'll dearly be hoping that Freddie McCann's not playing a shot for the one that does get a little bit of bite and turn. He's in now, and McCann drives into the offside, no run.
There's a lot of chatter as well, isn't there, from these Somerset fielders, certainly. See if that may induce a false stroke out of Freddie McCann.
Goes for the reverse, and he's got away with it fortuitously. He's top-edged and mistimed a reverse sweep over Lewis Gregory, who was at slip, and of course he was very much facing Freddie McCann as he swiveled round to play the reverse. He's got 2 runs there, but very fortunate indeed. And that can be seen as a moral victory for Jack Leach. 2 runs to McCann though, 60 for 1. And McCann up to 24.
Yeah, you do wonder those deliveries in the early part of the Jack Leach over sort of almost got him into playing a shot which he shouldn't really have been playing in the end. But it's going to be Pretorius to continue after a conversation with Lewis Gregory. He's going to take his place back into first slip next to James Pugh, the wicket keeper. So here we go. There's Pretorius again. Into his 4th over, and he bowls, and this one again is pushed into a backward at point. There's no run there. So Hasib Hamid, 28 for him. Freddie McCann, 24. Nottinghamshire, 60 for 1. As here comes Pretorius again, and this time is again correctly played. Forward push by Hamid. Back to the bowler. Conversation going on between Jake Ball and as in comes Pretorius again, and this time another forward push by Hamid. And rehearses the shot afterwards as well, just to make sure. Pretorius has only been taken for 7 runs off his over so far, as this time again played beautifully. Beautiful off drive by Hamid for 4 runs.
Lovely shot from the not skipper, driving down the ground. Nice reassuring thud into the boundary boards as far as he's concerned. Slightly over pitch, just quickly onto it. Totally in control of that shot. Fielder put in the right in his eye line now on the offside.
Looks like Lewis Gregory as Pretorius comes in again this time. Hamid leaves the ball, goes past his off stump and through to Pugh.
Rue.
Rue.
Kanga. Somerset opened up with Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton. Change bowlers Jack Leach and Miguel Pretorius.
As Pretorius comes in again, and this time it's played the leg side, just coming off his pad and just going to the square leg region for another single. That ball just coming off his pads, in fact.
End of the over, another helmet being brought out onto the field. Just strengthening the catching options. Or maybe not. Helmet's been brought out. Yep, we've got two now placed behind James Root. Going to be Leach to continue. He's going to go round the wicket to the Notts captain. .65 for 1. There's Jack Leach. Came on start of the 7th over. Hamid cuts this to backward point. There's no run. .63 offside field. Wait for Leach to bowl to Hamid. Gives himself a little bit of room. Again, runs it to backward point. There's no run. Notts will be eager to get through to the tea break. Reassess, start again. This was tossed up. Hamid again drives, and they're taking on the fielder Josh Davey, who shied at the stumps. Opportunity gifted there to Somerset. Had it been a clean pick up and throw. Narrowly missed. Hamid might have been struggling with a direct hit there. 66 for 1. Seemed a little bit like a desperation run. Brings McCann back onto strike. Short leg back in there, and Freddie McCann, full stretch, eases this into the offside. Somerset with the win last week. Jumped up to 3rd in the table. So 16 points behind Notts going into this match. Next deliveries. Again, defensively pushed away to safety by McCann. Leach making him wait. Final ball of the 19th over of the Nottinghamshire first innings. Leach does bowl, and Freddie McCann, solidity personified, eases it away, and there's the end of the over. Leach 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 22. Nottinghamshire 66 for 1 here on BBC Radio Nottingham Online, BBC Somerset. We're on the Trent Bridge feed, on Trent Bridge Live, and we're also on Sports Extra 2 and on your smart speaker. Lots of places to find us.
It's bright sunshine as well this afternoon now. Lovely weather.
Very pleasant indeed, since we had quite a bit of rain this morning, but unhindered play since 11 o'clock.
And it's going to be Hamid who'll be facing up. Hasib Hamid, the Nottinghamshire captain, of course. He's facing up to Pretorius, and this time the ball thuds into the pads of Hamid. Half an appeal, and the ball then trickles out into the offside. And the bowler doesn't really follow up any of that. Nothing serious there. So yeah, these two hope that this ball gets a little bit softer. But then, as we discussed earlier, it's hard to get runs as well. So yeah, tricky situation as Pretorius comes in. This next delivery, again, another ball that thuds into the pad of Hasib Hamid.
Inside edge on that one, I think, onto the pad, otherwise there might have been a huge shout. Trying to work it through that mid-wicket gap, one of his favoured target areas, Hamid.
And when we look at that gap, there's absolutely no... Well, there's one fielder there right on the boundary, but...
He's more towards square.
Yeah. So by the umpire at square leg, there's loads of space there. As Pretorius comes in, this time it's cut. Backward of point. No run there. It's tight bowling this from Pretorius. Into his 5th over, 12 runs. Just going for 12 runs so far. As Hamid faces up, and this next delivery again, he's pulled that, and he's pulled it for 4 runs. To the leg side.
Nicely in control of that shot. Sabre Mead short from Pretorius, trying to take him on, but it was drifting down the leg side. Just needed helping away by the Notts skipper. Rolled the wrist to play it down into the ground, and shortish side. Always going to bring him a boundary. Moves on to 36, 70 for 1 Notts.
As Pretorius this time past the umpire, and this time again just nudged into the leg side by Hamid. There's going to be no run there. Yeah, Pretorius now going to disrupt that ball, get it ready as he comes to complete his over, 5 overs. And comes in, and this next delivery, this time a fuller delivery, and it did sound as it came off the bat, but did it fall short of the fielder? Fielder dive forward.
Played into the ground.
Played into the ground.
3 overs to go until the tea break then. Here at Trent Bridge, 35 overs remaining in the day. Notts are ticking along at exactly 3.5 an over after the first 20 overs of their first innings. Go at a similar sort of rate from here on in. They should be up to around about 200, just over 200 by the close. It's all going to be about how many wickets they've left to take into day 3. Leach to continue from the pavilion end, bowls, and McCann drills it back to the bowler. Thankfully the noise has stopped at the far end. I know they start early in the morning. I wonder if they've knocked off for the day.
Yeah, down tools for the day maybe.
Hamid past umpire Mike Burns, bowls again to McCann, and with soft hands just plays it onto the ground in front of him. Freddie McCann, a couple of really nice knocks last week at Southampton. 79 in the first innings, was seemingly on his way to 2nd century of the summer when he was dismissed. Next ball's played to backward point, no run, and then 52 not out. Towards the back end of the contest, it was already going into the record books as petering out into a draw, but played very nicely on Friday after tea there to get that second 50 of the game. His 1 century this season came here against Hampshire, made 138. Also had 79 here against Durham, and last week 79 and 52 not out at the Utility Bowl. Extra fielder brought in. We've got a short leg, square short leg. There's a slip and there's a silly point. So McCann surrounded. Again, Jack Leach making him wait. Went for a switch hit, a reverse sweep in the last over, McCann. There's Leach, wondering if he'll do something similar, and in fact he's fired it in, and McCann just nudges it to mid-wicket for a single. In comes the throw, which hits the stumps. There's a little bit of an appeal, but it was safely home. 71 for 1. Craig Overton can't keep him out of the game for too long. Good, accurate throw. The worry with an accurate throw is that it will deflect off the stumps and away for overthrows, but it didn't on that occasion. And with the Mead back on strike again, the field is just relaxed a little bit. Short leg and silly pointer moved away from the bat. Legion again to the not skipper. Bowls, and he'll cut this to deep point for a single. So Not's rotating the strike nicely between this pair, who've added 66 from 114 deliveries. They'll certainly be wanting and hoping to nurdle out a few more before the end of day 2. 72 for 1. After Somerset made 438 today, they added just 100 runs for the loss of the last 6 wickets. McCann will again hit it down the ground and test the diving skills of Craig Overton, who manages to drop on top of the ball. 73 for 1 at the end of the over. McCann keeps strike on 26. 2 overs to go until tea. Notts trail by 365.
Yeah, these two will just want to stay here now, come back after tea hopefully, just see out these last couple of overs and then build a solid partnership, and then it'll be calculating the maths and see how they can get, see if they can perhaps get ahead of, I mean this is looking well into the future, get ahead of Somerset at some stage and then maybe try to bowl them out, but this is looking well into the future. As Pretorius comes in again, first ball of a brand new over, and this time it's outside the off stump. Bit of bounce in there over the shoulder of Freddie McCann and through to the keeper. Pretorius now in lovely sunshine comes in, and this time again shorter delivery played by Freddie McCann, played correctly, bounces in front of him.
Got to be careful, there's 2 short legs in now, one front of square, 1 square. There's a leg slip as well, and a man down at the long leg. So Pretorius bowling round the wicket, going to bang it in to Freddie.
Trying to induce him to play that shot, but again plays it correctly, this time into the offside, roundabout where Gully is. So 16 runs coming off just over 5 overs from Pretorius. Another fielder, looks like Gregory is going in really close. It's a silly point. Comes in, does Pretorius, and this next delivery again laid forward. Picked up by Gregory. It's about with Jake Ball now, who's going to eventually get it back to Pretorius. Lovely end to the day here. Beautiful sunshine as Pretorius comes in again. This next delivery again played leg side, and again the ball, the fielder, the close in fielder on the leg side, just diving and the ball passing him.
Yeah, Tom Abel at short leg, dive to his right there, couldn't quite reach it. Played down by Freddie McCann, but coming under a little bit of pressure here from Somerset. They've got runs on the board, looking to attack. Men all round the bat.
As in comes Pretorius. This time he's cut that ball beautifully for 4 runs. So good shot there from Freddie McCann. And end of the over, Nottinghamshire are 77 for 1. Hasib Hamid has made 39. Freddie McCann has made 30.
Didn't quite get his line right there, the final ball of the over. Miguel Pretorius and Freddie McCann. There's a A lot of gaps there. There's a replay of the one that was deflected just to the right of the diving Tom Abel at short leg. Did a pretty good job there, McCann, but I think got Somerset fairly animated. It was a ploy that nearly came off, but not quite. So last over of the afternoon session. Seems to have been a long one since we came back from lunch. Did have the break between innings, of course. Final over before tea. Jack Leach bowls to a Mead, and he drives it elegantly along the ground out to deep point for a single. Moves on to 40. Freddie McCann has 30, 78 for 1. And this partnership worth 72. Leach will go back over the wicket to the left-handed McCann. Just about 10 to 4, I beg your pardon. Don't panic, 10 to 4, so just 10, no, we'll be about 12 minutes behind, I guess, by the time the over ends, as Overton again goes sprawling to the turf to prevent McCann getting runs down the ground. Good diving stop at mid-on.
Good to see Somerset attacking, isn't it?
Yeah.
With the ball, trying different things.
Leach in once more bowls McCann. Very mature young man. Eases us into the offside, no run. 3 balls to go before tea. Wonder who they'll start with when we come back. We're still not seeing either Davey or Ball bowling. So this is pushed into the offside, no run. There's many a day when both have bowled the first over of an innings, but been made to wait for their turn in this particular innings as Leach comes in. Past umpire Burns bowls. Left-handed Freddie McCann just helps it back on the onside. Leach.
I was watching from right behind the bowler's arm, and Leach is just getting the odd one to turn into the left-hander.
Last ball of the session, 78 for 1. Making Freddie McCann wait. Mid-off. Davey was...
He's almost straight
yeah,
straight behind the bowler now.
So he set off to move onto the other side. Stayed where he is, and McCann blocks after all that. So he clearly wasn't in the eye line or didn't affect the concentration of Freddie McCann, and that is tea at Trent Bridge on day 2 here of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game. Somerset 438 knots in reply, 78 for 1. Ben Slater, the man out in the second over. He was bowled by Craig Overton for 4, not playing a shot. 6 for 1 then. Now at 78 for 1. Earlier, Somerset's first innings ended on 438. A little bit of a tail wag at the end. Jake Ball last out for 24. Craig Overton was with him at the end. Finished unbeaten on 31. But today Somerset losing their last 6 wickets for only 100. 438 for the visitors. 78 for 1 for the hosts. It's tea at Trent Bridge. Anything to add?
No, I just say that Somerset have tried everything they know, really, to break this partnership, with funky field placings and Pretorius bowling short and 3 close catches for Jack Leach. But the wicket and the ball, that's the pitch and the ball, making it very, very hard for the fielding side.
See what the post-tea session brings us. We'll be back in about 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 minutes' time. Hope you'll join us then. Well, welcome back to Trent Bridge as the players make their way out to the middle. Yesterday at tea time, it was the umpires. It was like herding cats trying to get the Notts players back onto the field after tea, which always seems to disappear so quickly. But the umpires were very keen there to ensure that Lewis Gregory and his side went with them out to the middle for a prompt start to this final session of day 2. And here come the Notts batters, Asiba Mead and Freddie McCann. Notts 78 for 1, replying to Somerset's 4-3-8 all out. Dave Bracegirdle, Hassan Hanif and Anthony Gibson here from BBC Somerset. Didn't see Jake Ball bowling before tea.
No, Josh Davey.
I wonder when Jake will get a bowl. What do you reckon?
Well, could just be coming up. just a wild guess. The fact that he's got his sweater off. Well, first time he's bowled back here at Trent Bridge.
Yes. Since he left.
Since he left, he's been with Somerset. This is his second season, isn't it? And hasn't played a huge amount of Championship cricket for Somerset, but bowled tidily in the last game.
And he knows the commentator, the last wicket he got here. I'll tell you in a second.
He's in and bowls. And this is edge, just wide of a diving Lewis Gregory at slip. Had there been a second slip, I don't think it would have carried, but it would have been fielded. But Gregory's only got himself to blame. It isn't Gregory at first slip. In fact, it's Craig Overton in the slips. Lewis Gregory is standing at City mid-off.
Last day of the 2023 season, obviously Jake was leaving, so was Stuart Broad, and Stuart Broad came up after they'd announced the naming of the Stuart Broad end at the far end. Broady came up and talked to me about it, about the honour, and I said, well, the least you can do while you're up here is do a little bit of commentary from the Stuart Broad end. I'll do this and you do the far end. And the wicket he commentated on was Jake Ball's last wicket for Notts.
His ball in and bowls, and Mead plays that defensively. 4 runs took Nottinghamshire on to 82 for 1, Hamid on to 44 from 76 deliveries. We've got 31 overs after this here this evening, so Notts should be 200 or so, probably for 1 at the close of play.
I know what you're trying to do.
His ball into Hamid, very wide of the off stump. And no shot from Asib Hamid.
Nice to see the number of people that went out to have a look at the strip and have a walk on the outfield at tea, but percentage of children to adults I think was very low. You know, they said the schools had all broken up. I think it was almost entirely adults that went out to the middle.
Here comes Jake Ball in bowls. Swing of the arm. He's got a nice easy approach as Jake Ball.
Yeah, he's always had a lovely rhythmical action. Made his test debut against Pakistan at Lords, and his first wicket was Azhar Ali, LBW, and celebrated understandably when the finger went up wildly with his teammates.
He's in and bowls, and this is on leg stump, turned into the onside by Hamid. Yeah, he's a good model for a young fast bowler, isn't he?
Yeah,
Jake Ball.
And then
uses his run up well.
And then the batter reviewed it.
All right.
And he had to wait and all the rest of it, and eventually it was given out again. And I asked him about it. You know, that must have been a horrible moment. He said, no, I got to celebrate my first Test wicket twice.
Last ball of his over, he's into Hamid, who punches this away through the offside. Lammonby is in hot pursuit, will pull it in 10 yards inside the deep backward point boundary. Sends in his left arm return to James Rue. Score moves on to 84 for 1. 31 overs remaining in the day's play.
Yes, one sort of thing that links them, Jake Ball and Asiba Mead there, bowling to Mead. They both went on fairly unhappy Ashes tours. Jake 8 years ago, I think Craig Overton was on that one, and
he was.
4 years ago, Asiba Mead, of course. Going to be Jack Leach to continue. Welcome back as well, Nas.
Thank you very much, Dave.
We're getting there. We're into session
We are.
6 of 12.
We are. Yeah, it's Jack Leach just practicing a little bit before he gets in, just getting himself into shape as he comes into bowl from the Stuart Broadend, who we've just been talking about, of course. Off a very short run-up, and he comes Leach, and this one again smacks through the offside for 4 runs through the covers. Beautiful shot off the bat of Freddie McCann.
He did that when Leach first came on to bowl, didn't he? He did it twice in that over. It's a glorious shot. Archie Vaughan is turning his arm over. I don't think...
don't think he'll be called upon just yet.
I'm going to say it. I was trying to work out, had there sort of been any reason for any sort of end change possibilities, but of course there can't be.
It's going to be Leach again, and this time again played forward. Ball trickles out into the leg side, no run there. Leach will of course get through his overs quite quickly as next ball again. Forward defensive from Freddie McCann.
The men's matches, of course, they've had tea in most places. The women's 50 over competition carries on today. Both the Blaze and Somerset are in action.
McCann facing up again. This was squeezed out off his bat into the gully area.
And both are pretty much up against it. Durham got 315 at Taunton. Somerset 133 for 5, and the Blaze are 154 for 4, chasing 292.
As in comes Leach again, and this time it's played back into the ground and back to the fielder. And Leach picks up. Close infielders, one on leg side, one on offside, as this one again just bobbles up a little bit from Jack Leach.
I'm laughing because it's the end of the over, 88 for 1. The production office tell me there was something, wasn't there, towards the back end of the session where all 3 of us were looking at the screen wondering if there was a replay, and if you just mention these things at tea time. And that was a message. We've shown 2 replays already since tea, and you've not mentioned either of them. So there we are, guys. If you spot a replay, make sure to credit Aaron. Otherwise, he'll go off in a little bit of a sulk.
Well, a Somerset bowler's having a very good day today. Sadly, he's not playing for Somerset.
No.
Matt Henry, 6 for 39 against Zimbabwe. As this is run down to 3rd man, they're going to think of a second run, but Josh Davies quickly onto it, sends in a good return to James Rue, and it's just the single, 89 for 1. Yes, Zimbabwe being dismissed in, I think it's a 50 over match for 149.
They're busy at the moment, Zimbabwe, aren't they? Because they've just played that series against South Africa, which...
No, it's a test match. I beg your pardon, test match.
Which Verena played in.
Will that be part of the new round in terms of the
World Test Championship?
World Test Championship, won't it? It'll be the...
I don't know. The rules of that are a mystery to me. I think to most people as well. 89 for 1. Ball in, bowls to McCann, who crashes this away over the top of Archie Vaughan at backward point for 4 runs into the Smith-Cooper stand. Short from Jake Ball. And you really can't bowl short on this pitch with this ball. It's absolutely not, certainly not at Jake Ball's pace.
Lovely replay of that one. Aaron.
Here's Ball again to McCann. Another short ball, and this is played to Jack Leach at mid-on, with Lewis Gregory taking evasive action at silly mid-off. Silly extra cover, in fact. Discretion is the better part of valour. He's taken the helmet off and he's retreated to extra cover. Very wise.
He's decided it was a very, very silly mid-on.
Yeah. He's gone back to mid-wicket as Gregory. And
That's another field change, is there?
No, ball was rushing in, and James Rue wasn't where he should be.
rearranging the helmets.
Yeah.
It's making a nice little profiterole fountain of helmets. It's popping them all behind each other.
93 for 1 as ball is in and bowls. This is pulled, and that very nearly hits.
It did hit him.
It did hit Tom Abel, who's doing a Brian Close and showing no pain.
Must have hit his protective pads.
It's close in fielders on the leg side.
Carries on as if nothing has happened. Craig Overton moving to leg slip, even as the bowler was approaching. That short pulled away for 4 runs. Well, this leg theory from Somerset is not working at the moment. It's Dylan Pennington picked up 2 wickets with it, but Jake Ball is a couple of yards slower than, or less quick than Dylan Pennington.
Oh, a lovely shot there. Just had a chance to see that for a second time. Tell you what, the Somerset analyst has clearly fed some information that McCann is weak on the short ball. He's not.
He pulls this again. This time it's fielded by Gregory at mid-wicket. It was hit hard though, and I'm not sure there's much future in that tactic.
No.
Somerset 97 for 1 at the end of that over. 47 to Hamid and 42 now to Freddie McCann.
I mean, in Jake Ball, you've got the right bowler to be doing it, but it is wasting his talents really. Just asking him to keep hitting the middle of the strip.
I think Somerset have decided that they're not going to take conventional wickets on this pitch with this ball, and that they've got to resort to something a little bit funky.
Yeah.
As Notts did, of course,
Yeah.
with success against Abel and Rue.
Standworth 91 now. That's a loud wasp, isn't it? I think it's a helicopter just almost on the roof of the Radcliffe Road stand that we're commentating from. Very low.
Long off, being pushed back a bit further as Leach comes in. First delivery, and this time it's cut to the boundary by Hamid for another single. Takes him on to 48. So a couple of landmarks imminent. There's Freddie McCann. He's got company on his leg slip there, and silly point in as well, and Tom Banton at slip. James Rue, of course, keeper, as Leach comes in, and this next one goes through to Rue, in fact. Has another look over the side of the umpire, and he comes in and he bowls this next delivery, and this again pushed out to Gregory. Thanks back with Leach again. He can rush through these overs, I guess, quite quickly. 10 overs for Leach so far. 31 runs coming off his 10. Comes in. This next delivery again played the direction into the offside. Here's Leach again. This next delivery again. Ball's pushed past first slip, past Tom Banton. And it's going to race towards the boundary. It's going to be picked up just in front of the boundary. And it's going to be thrown back by Jake Ball. And that, in fact, is the 100 for Nottinghamshire. 100 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Tom Banton there impersonating one of the Madame Tussauds Waxworks, he didn't move a muscle, either when the ball went edged past him along the ground or when the throw came in, and that forced Drew to miss it.
Leach again, and this time it's defended by McCann in front of him, and Gregory picks up, and that is in fact the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 100 for 1. Hasib Hamid has made 48, Freddie McCann 44.
Not quite sure what Tom Bant is doing, fielding it slip with a broken finger.
No.
You can see the dressing on the index finger of his left hand.
Well, he's already fumbled one over the boundary ropes in the deep.
Yeah.
He went into, I can't remember if it was a right-hander or a left-hander. He was either at mid-wicket or in the covers, and one got away from him there. There is a nice shot, good camera work of Banton's poorly digit. And then in that over, that one just flashed past him. It was along the ground, it wasn't catchable, but he didn't move a muscle to try and get there. And as I say, the throw came in from deep, and he was stood right in front of James Rew and didn't get out of the way.
Here's Jake Ball into bowl, outside the off stump to Hasib Hamid. Well, Emilio Gay and Colin Ackerman doing a good job for you up at Chester Street. Well, for us, actually, because Somerset are involved in this as well. Durham 156 for 2. So they're only now 13 runs behind Surrey with 8 wickets in hand. Hope springs eternal.
New Italian international Emilio Gay. Forza Azzurri.
Ball in and bowls just is driven nicely, but Jack Leach will cut it off from mid-off, and they take just the single. 101 for 1. Hamid on to 49. Yes, I'm not sure. That one ought to finish in a positive result, but I'm not sure that any of the other games in the First Division are going to. Judging by Essex 602 for 6 against Warwickshire 23 without loss.
Depends if the Bears have had the spirit completely knocked out of them, doesn't it?
Hampshire only made 293, Worcester's for 42 without loss. Yorkshire 229 for 2, strongly placed against Sussex now with the first innings lead. Here we got Jake Ball in and bowls, and this is just run down to backward point. Second Division, Middlesex 393 for 7 at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire. Leicestershire made 471, Kent 127 for 2. Glamorgan against Lancashire, that looks promising. Glamorgan all out for 261, Lancashire 132 for 8. So that could be a positive result. And Northants similarly 168 for 5, still 209 runs behind Derbyshire. Ball in and bowls, and again this is run to backward point, and again there won't be a run as Archie Vaughan picks up.
Yeah, hugely important that game at Old Trafford, Lancashire Glamorgan in Division 2. Of course, we don't know. Nobody knows as yet what might happen next year. But if 2 are going to get promoted, if Lancashire are going to find their way back, can't really afford to lose to the side who are currently second, Glamorgan.
His ball in and bowls, and this is played to Jack Leach. Well, I suppose if there is to be a change next season, it will be to these 3 conferences, with the 2 First Division conferences and the Third Division conference. So the choice is either you promote 2 from Division 2 and don't demote any of the First Division counties to form your top 12, as ball is in and bowls, and this is swatted into the onside.
1540.
Or you do demote the 2 bottom sides in the First Division and promote the top 4 in the Second Division, which I think is unlikely, but it's theoretically possible. Because otherwise there's no jeopardy at the bottom of the First Division. You know, the bottom 2 will still be in one or other of the Division 1 conferences next season. Who knows? 101 for 1 at the end of that over.
I find it all very confusing. I've been reading this article about all these different options, and it's written by Mike Atherton actually, and some of the options. 3 groups of 6 teams with playoffs, 12 matches per team, no promotion or relegation.
That's the one.
Is that the one? All teams start the season with a chance to win the.
That's the Bob Willis option.
That's the Bob Willis
which
option.
I don't think that's not going to go. That's not going to run.
So I think you're thinking of the conference model with a final match.
That's right. It's either going to be that.
Yeah.
the 2 first division conferences and a 3rd division, or it's going to be status quo, because there's no agreement. There's no 12 counties agreeing on any of the alternatives.
I think it'll be the status quo, but lose 2 blast games.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree.
Jack Leach comes in first ball of a brand new over, and this one just pushed out by Hamid. No run there.
Which is more of a blow to Somerset than it would be to Notts, because blast games are worth a lot of money down at Taunton. Home game on a Friday night, 70,000 quid.
Leach is in again, and this time it's played into the leg side, and the batsman will scurry through for another single. And in fact, that will be a 50 to Hasib Hamid. 50 no out of 87 balls, 7 fours in there and a 6 in there, so fantastic knock from him.
650 of the season.
Yeah, 2 centuries, 6 50s for the Notts skipper, and he's now 50 runs away from 1,000 for the campaign, up to 950, and it's his 2nd in a row. 50 last week in the 2nd innings at Hampshire.
And he made more than 1,000 last year as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
I believe. So it's Leachin again, and this time it's Freddie McCann for defensive. Ball out to Gregory.
Somerset still attacking, still 3 close catches.
So it's Leach now, Jack Leach in again, and this time it's pulled square by Freddie McCann.
That's 100 partnership.
Good contribution there from Freddie McCann as well. Just got onto his knee and pulled that ball beautifully. As Leach comes in to complete his over. And this next ball, again, just outside the off stump and past the bat. Thankfully for Freddie McCann, to get a touch on that. End of the over, Nottinghamshire 106 for 1.
It looks like Lewis Gregory might be... Is he going to have a bowl? No, he's just having a chat with Jake Ball, who's going to continue.
Ball's bowled 3 overs so far. We've had 12 from Jack Leach, 6 from Pretorius, 5 from Overton, 3 from Gregory.
Just the 1 wicket. And I reckon I'd be very surprised if there's another wicket before the close. Jake Ball into bowl to Hamid, who drives with an open face down to Josh Davey, a deep backward point. Single is taken, 107 for 1. Somerset, though, are certainly not giving up. They're not resigning themselves to just plugging away. Lewis Gregory trying all sorts of different field placings. We've got no slip now. We've got a Tom Abel under the helmet at short leg. Ball in, bowls to McCann, who's caught behind. Well, there you are, spoke too soon. It was a very loose shot from Freddie McCann. He just swished at a ball wide outside his off stump and got the faintest of nicks through to James Rue, who made no mistake. That's the 2nd Notts wicket to go down, and an absolute gift. 107 for 2 with McCann gone. Caught Rue bowled ball for 48, and it's the first wicket that Jake Ball has taken against his old county.
It is indeed, yeah. Freddie McCann threw the kitchen sink at that one. It was very wide, and he's got a lot of runs. That sort of delivery, Freddie McCann. Seen it again now on the monitor. And, must just have taken his eye off it a fraction. Nicked it through to James Rue. Big moment, big lift for Somerset. Getting Notts 2 down. Freddie McCann played very nicely for his 48, but he's gone. And here comes Joe Clark, and mean, that'd be a fine every Saturday and Sunday around the country in club cricket all day long. He warms up, he always practices in pink socks, and he's still got them on underneath there, look, you can see. Pink socks, Joe. Freddie McCann caught behind off Jake Ball for 48. It's 107 for 2. Just as Anthony said, there'd be no more wickets in this session.
It worked.
It worked. It worked. That was the reverse psychology, do you call it?
Well,
Whatever.
not sure it was a very deserved wicket, but they all count.
Yeah, absolutely.
They all count. And I suppose credit to Lewis Gregory for the slightly funky field placing, which may just have induced a certain amount of complacency on the part of the batsman who swished.
More confusion, you know, if you look round and, well, there's, you know, we don't normally have somebody stood there or somebody stood there, but no, it was a bit of a free gift, wasn't it, to help yourself to a boundary. And as I say, whether he just lapsed in concentration, but he nicked it behind.
His ball to Clark. Full length delivery, driven away into the offside. Not timed particularly well. They'll come back for the second run as Jack Leach puts in the slide.
Yes, I almost predicted that run about 3 or 4 hours ago when one of the Somerset players did it. I said Joe Clark's another one, a bit like Kevin Peterson, likes to drop and run first ball, get off the mark, and there it was.
Joe Clark, well, he's 11th in the Notts batting averages.
Yeah.
Just averaging just over 36. As ball is in and bowls to him, is driven, but Jack Leach will cut this off with just the 1 century and 2 50s so far. But well, he'll fancy his chances of getting amongst the runs here today and again tomorrow.
Yeah, he's one that hasn't really filled his boots with these Kookaburra games, where a lot of them have. Like you say, a number of his teammates have scored big runs in these last few matches to have a decent average.
Ball is in and bowls, and Clark just plays this down into the onside.
His 1 century this season came up at the Riverside against Durham.
So Jake Ball has his first wicket for Somerset against his old county. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 19.
I suppose that shot that was played in that last over by Freddie McCann sort of continues with the theme that you were talking about earlier as well, Anthony, of poor shots.
Yep.
Batsmen just getting in and then getting out. Getting themselves out.
Freddie McCann faced 83 balls, was at the crease for an hour and a half, 9 fours for his 48. He'll be bitterly disappointed. There's enough helmets out there for every member of the Somerset side, I think, to pop one on their head, and 12th man has just come on and could have brought a sack with him, couldn't he, to collect them all. Helmets, helmets. Oh, we've got another part of the protective equipment also being taken off the field. We shan't inquire where that came from.
Gregory looking to go into first slip by the looks of things. As Leach readies himself. To come in and bowl. Here he is. His first ball is cut by Hamid. They'll collect a single, easy single.
Oof.
Bit of a wild throw back there from the boundary. Cries of one more. As Clark faces up. Joe Clark.
Jack Leach got Clark down at Taunton, caught at slip by Craig Overton.
And here he is, Jack Leach again, and this time the ball squirted into the offside again, and Another run.
Joe Clark playing his 146th first-class match, vastly experienced now, 29 years of age, nearing 9,000 first-class runs. Top score 229 not out.
Hamid facing, and again he just pushes it out into the leg side. No run there.
He's hit 25 first-class hundreds. 12 of them for Worcestershire, his first county. 1 for England Lions and 12 of them for Notts.
Leaching again, and this time a more attacking shot played by Hasib Hamid. It's ball's back with Leach now again, and this time it's trickled down the leg side by off the bat from Hamid. There's a fielder there. It's Ball, isn't it? Jake Ball.
Both sides using their spinners.
So Gregory going to leg slip. It's not the obvious place for a close catcher to a left arm spinner to a right-handed batsman.
Yeah, so here comes Leach again, and this time more attacking intent shown by Hamid, and that's gone for 4 runs through the covers. Another great scoring shot there off the bat of Hasim Hamid. The end of the over, Nottinghamshire 115 for 2.
24 overs remaining in the day's play. So, well, 200 maybe a little bit ambitious.
But again, they're getting on with it. Notts were +4 on their over 8. Somerset +3 already.
Yep, just with spin up from one end for Somerset. We had quite long periods in the Somerset innings when we had spin from both ends. But we haven't seen Archie Vaughan with ball in hand just yet. Jake Ball's going to bowl his 5th over, 1 for 19. He's bowling to Joe Clark with a slip, a catching short mid-wicket, 3 saving 1 on the onside, on the offside rather, as Ball is in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Clark. Lots of enthusiastic encouragement from the cheerleader-in-chief, who's Tom Abel, strongly supported by Tom Lammonby. Miggy Pretorius in his shades, just having a word with Jake Ball. Got a catching short mid-off as well, as this goes to Tom Abel. Just quickly to his left, sends in the return. Somerset very animated in the field.
Are we missing any Toms that aren't playing in this game?
Yeah,
Tom Rue.
Well, no, it's not.
Tom
He's not
Rue,
Tom. No, he's not Tom. He's Thomas.
Yeah, Tom Rue, Tom
Kohler-Cadmore is the one who's missing.
Well, it's Thomas Rue, Thomas Kohler-Cadmore, Thomas Abel.
No. But he likes to be Thomas Rue. Likes to be known as Thomas, not Tom. This is turned away through the onside nicely by Joe Clark. Just played that off his hip, away through mid-wicket. There's no deep mid-wicket. Archie Vaughan is at a deep square leg, and it's a shortish boundary on that side of the ground. And that ball fairly raced across. Quite a quick outfield. It's not the quickest outfield I've seen all season. It's obviously been suffering a little bit in the dry weather. A little bit pock-marked. 119 for 2 as Ball is in and bowls outside the off stump to Clark, who has nothing whatever to do with that delivery.
It's Taunton, where you can see the evidence of the drainage.
Drainage channels, yeah. Well, the improved drainage around the country is a big factor, I think, in the pitch problem that we've got. These lifeless pitches. As ball is in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Joe Clark, because they just drains all of the moisture out of the square. And a dry pitch is a dead pitch. Need a bit of moisture in there. But there hasn't been much moisture about this summer. Ball in and bowls. This is played up to mid-on. End of that over. Jake Ball, 5 overs, 1 for 23, 119 for 2, 23 overs remaining in the day's play.
Yeah, things going along okay for Somerset at the moment. Picked up that wicket of Freddie McCann since tea through Jake Ball, so whether that was the choice of the skipper or a hunch from the coaching staff, I suspect Ball's come to the end of his spell now, because he's just been swapped over with Craig Overton. Ball has been fielding at this end, which is nice and handy for when you're bowling from this end, but they've just sent him down to the far end. He's at mid-off, and Overton in as a very wide obstacle to get behind or to get past at leg slip.
Yeah, it's going to be Jack Leach to carry on from the Stuart Broad end, and this one again pushed out in front of him by Hasib Hamid. No run there.
Yeah, Somerset being very proactive, aren't they? I mean, they're not just waiting for something to happen, they're trying to make something happen all the time.
Yeah, not going through the motions.
Here's Leach again, and this time it's just trickles off Hasib Hamid's bat into the leg side. There'll be no run there. Leach in again, and this time again Hasib Hamid pushing forward at the ball, and again it's just squirting into the offside this time. Here's Leach again, and this time again flicked off his pads by Hamid. There'll be no run.
Not had 100 against Somerset in his professional career. Hamid, he scored 91 from 9 previous matches, 4 50s, 5 50s now.
He's on 56 as he faces up to Leach, and this time he will collect a single as it passes the fielder there on the onside, and the crossover for a single. So 120 for 2, the Nottinghamshire score. Clark will now face Joe Clark on 7. So Leach comes in again for his next delivery, and this time Clark just plays it correctly back to the bowler, picked up by Jack Leach. It's the end of the over, Nottinghamshire 120 for 2.
I think Archie Vaughan has just got the wave from the skipper. Going to be Overton from this end to replace Jake Ball. Yeah, Vaughan has dropped to the ground and going through all sorts of painful looking exercises.
I've had congratulations on Twitter from Neil B, who says, "Well bowled, sir." Perhaps predicting that there wouldn't be another wicket before the close of play. And the very next delivery. Right, Big Craig.
I usually get them the other way round when I'm just commenting how well somebody's going, and then the wicket falls.
Right. It's happened to me. It happens to all of us. Yeah. Somerset Cricket just tweeted, Somerset working hard, and it's absolutely right. They are working hard. They're really trying to make things happen.
Yep, you have to. Where's that tweet originated from? Taunton?
Yeah. Here's Craig Overton bowls, and this takes the edge and flies off the outside edge, a very fine outside edge, through where first slip would have been had there been a first slip, but there isn't.
Do you not think that was deliberate? I'll have a look again. I think he opened the face and just guided it.
Well, I'm not sure he was looking to hit it quite that fine. But
there was nobody there. There were no slips, there was nobody backward of point.
Yeah.
Don't think Craig will be as generous again.
We've got a slip in now.
Yep.
This is a full pitch delivery, which is carved away through the offside out to Josh Davey for a single. 125 for 2. Lewis Gregory standing there in a sort of second slip position with his arms folded, his legs crossed. The epitome of cool, calm and collected. He's a very cool, calm and collected captain, as people here at Nottingham know very well. Overton in and bowls, and this is driven back to the bowler, who just lobs it over the batsman's head back to James Rue. Lewis Gregory, of course, captaining the Trent Rockets to... they won the 100, didn't they, in the first year? I think they did.
I think it was the second year, actually.
Oh, second year, right. Is Overton in and bowls, and this is turned through the onside, but it'll just be a single, as ball is there to do the fielding. 126 for 2. But he's a very, very good captain, Lewis Gregory, and he is a cool, calm and collected customer.
He's a Devonian, isn't he?
He is, comes from Plymouth. Went to the school that my mother taught at for many years, Plimpton Grammar School. Overton bowls, and this is just run into the offside, and there won't be a run as Lambie picks up.
Played at Plimpton. I think I played at Plimpton my first away game for Braunton, and we went on a minibus, and we went and we went and we travelled.
It's a long way, isn't it?
And we travelled and we went. I'm not saying there's any easy routes from North Devon to South Devon these days, but there certainly weren't in the mid-80s.
No. Overton in and bowls. This is driven, and that will go for 4 runs. Over pitch from Craig Overton. Nice shot from Hasib Hamid. Brings him 4 runs, takes him on to 66. 130 for 2. Yes, I lived in Devon for most of my life up until I was about moved to Somerset in the 1990s, and I'd never been to Barnstaple because we lived in South Devon until I was nearly 40 years old, because it was such a long way away from South Devon, and communications south to north were so appallingly bad.
Go further on your holidays, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Lewis Gregory back into the attack. Nice replay, Aaron, by the way. Got to acknowledge him whenever there's a replay. I'm pretty sure Lewis Gregory told Archie Vaughan to warm up, so maybe a bit of a spoof. Keep you on your toes, young man. Well, he's still doing things with his arms.
Well, he does. He does that for a pastime.
Gregory didn't have a...
Again, we got one of these unconventional fields.
Yeah, didn't have a great start to the match, did he, yesterday morning?
No.
Here we go with Lewis Gregory. Comes into bowl, first ball, and this one flicked leg side and shy the stumps and taken out the middle stump. Quick throw there.
I tell you what, Notts won't be too thrilled about that, and that's nothing against Somerset, but Dylan Pennington didn't do anything near it. It's wrong to call it reckless, because I don't think it's reckless. I don't think there was an awful lot wrong with that, but I certainly don't think there was anything wrong with what Pennington did, and he ended up with a 2-match ban.
I think that was fair enough.
I think
Jack
so.
Leach.
Yeah, and I think it was absolutely fine what Pennington did as well. He
Mm.
threw one that the umpire said was endangering the batter.
Well, here we go with Gregory coming into bowl to Joe Clark, and this next one's pushed leg side. Again, 2 fielders, close infielders, nearly getting in each other's way there.
It's clear that Somerset think, or Joe Clark was batting well out of his crease, because Rue has donned a helmet and gone up to Lewis Gregory, which isn't easy.
The other thing that Somerset think is that the odd ball is just sticking in this pitch, hence those 2 catching short mid wickets.
So there could be a top edge that may fall, or a misplaced shot, but let's see as Gregory comes in. Lewis Gregory, and this next one again played leg side, but along the ground.
Not another Durham wicket.
Emilio Gay out for 99. 173 for 3. So Durham lead by 4 runs over Surrey, but they've only got 7 wickets left.
Yeah.
Well, Surrey got a bat last.
Gregory comes in again, and his next delivery again pushed in to the leg side.
Bowling well to his field is Lewis Gregory, bowling that very tight line. Just bowling from wide of the crease, angling it in at the right-hander. So almost, well, definitely encouraging him to turn it into the onside towards those 2 catching short mid-wickets.
Looks like Leach, I think. As Gregory comes in. This next delivery again, it's pushed back, this time back to Gregory, who picks up off his own bowling. It's Gregory in to complete the over. He comes in and deep bowls, and this time it's left alone and goes straight through to Rue behind the stumps. End of the over. Nottinghamshire 130 for 2. Hasib Hamid has made 66 and Joe Clark has made 8.
Got 20 overs left in the day as we nudge close to 5 o'clock. That sound in the background is just the hover cover being pumped up, a little bit of air being blown into it just for the end of the day. I don't think there's any danger of any wet weather anytime soon. And there's Richard Marshall with the looks like a fancy leaf blower, but puts a bit of air into the hover cover. They can quickly wheel it out to the middle in about 10 seconds.
Overton in to bowl to Hamid, and Hamid plays that from the crease down into the offside, picked up by Tom Lammonby.
Day began with Somerset 338 for 4, added a further 100 for those last 6 wickets. We've had 130 for 2 in the Notts first innings, so 230 for 8 today.
Overton is in and bowls. Good ball, well played by Hamid, who has never really looked in any trouble at all in this innings.
Steady.
He's
steady boy.
It doesn't work if you're the opposition commentator.
Steady.
This is what happened last time, didn't it? This is what happened.
Now that was against myself, so that can work if you do it against yourself. Overton in and bowls. That's a good ball and good leave from Hamid. He's looking to play that, and at the last minute just decided that discretion would be the better part of valour. Lifted his bat out of the way.
Somerset women have lost to Durham women in the 50 over competition. Somerset bowled out for 210 after Durham made 315 for 9, and the Blaze are going the same way, I'm afraid. They're 208 for 9 in pursuit of 292, which isn't going to happen.
Overton in and bowls to Hamid, who runs this down into the gully where Lammonby in his shades does the fielding. Lovely sunny evening now here at Trent Bridge.
The other women's matches, the Tier 1 sides, Lancashire have defeated Essex today and Surrey have defeated Warwickshire.
Here we got Craig Overton in his 7th over, into bowl to Hamid, turns that into the onside. Tom Abel quickly onto it, the irrepressible Tom Abel, still in his fielding pads but not called upon to field at forward short leg in recent overs. Lewis Gregory ringing the changes with his field placings. Overton and bowls. This is down the leg side, and a good tumbling stop by James Rue, as Hamid looked to try and steer that away down to deep backward square leg. He missed it, and Roux avoided conceding any buys. End of that over, 130 for 2, 66 to Hamid, and 8 to Joe Clark.
Very inelegant looking shot for once from Nasib Hamid. Just shortly going to be joined by BBC Radio Nottingham. Fox Road stand here, as so often is at this time of day, bathed in sunshine. Away to our left, the spectators in there. They're quite a long way away from the action, but feeling the warmth of the day, like a snake out, just trying to recharge its batteries laid in the sunshine. 130 for 2 as Lewis Gregory comes in, bowls to Clark, punches it to cover. There's no run. Clark is on 8, faced 21 deliveries now. Came to the crease at the fall of Freddie McCann's wicket. Had 23 runs since then, alongside his skipper. Jack Haynes due in next, and I would imagine it'll be Lyndon James at 6. Haynes and James. 130 for 2. Not still trailed by more than 300 as Gregory bowls to the former Worcestershire man. It's pushed up to mid-off. No addition to the total.
Was there any special reason why Notts poached 3 of Worcestershire's best players all at once? Was there some connection? Josh Tongue and Dylan Pennington and Jack Haynes?
Should I say? Oh. Saved by the bell.
Yeah.
Got 18 overs left in the day here with Nottinghamshire 130 for 2, replying to Somerset's first innings score of 438. Notts had a good time of it with the ball this morning, as the visitors only added 100 for their last 6 wickets. And Notts lost Ben Slater for 4, Freddie McCann for 48, but Nasib Hamid leading the way. He's currently 66 not out. Update for BBC Radio Nottingham News, just as I was about to tell Anthony Gibson to bog off, as next ball is chopped to backward point. It almost is, you know, the old bog off, buy one get one free. He went shopping at New Road first of all. Well, obviously Joe Clark joined in the winter of 2018-2019, and then back end of 2023 the Notts director of cricket got a buy one get one free offer as he went to New Road and came back with both Dylan Pennington and Josh Tongue, and then about a month later Jack Haynes signed as well. 130 for 2. This is down the leg side. Clark tucks it away square onto the leg side for a single. I wasn't really telling you to bog off.
And that, of course, would have been when Worcestershire were in the 2nd division, so you can't really blame the likes of Tongue and Pennington and Jack Haynes as well.
Well, they've been a yo-yo side, haven't they, up and down and so on. And of course, Josh Tongue signed, and Notts didn't see or didn't get a single ball from him from signing in August 2023 until the start of this season. I think he's only played 4 games now for Nottinghamshire. Gregory, last ball of his 5th over. The Notts captain, the Bolton Bradman, Nasib Hamid, 28 years of age, pushes it to cover. No run. 131 for 2. Got little over an hour left, you'd imagine. 18 overs to be squeezed in. Went off by the Batman board. We went off at 1800 last night. By the officials, we went off at 1801, and that was the official reason this morning for us not getting those 2 lost overs back, which I guess you'd be splitting hairs, wouldn't you, to argue and say a minute. But I did look as soon as they pointed to the pavilion, and the board was showing 1800, but they weren't necessarily going by that.
Here's Overton in to bowl to Clark. Good tied over, that last over from Lewis Gregory. That's played back to Lewis Goldsworthy. another different Lewis G. Lewis Gregory, a Devonian, and Lewis Goldsworthy, a Cornishman.
The umpires, I guess, have to synchronise their own watches or clocks, don't they, and go by them.
Overton in bowl short. This is pulled, and it's going to be fielded by Archie Vaughan. Didn't quite time that as he would have liked. Joe Clark, yeah, it just looks to the heavens. It was there for the taking, that short ball from Overton. Banged in, didn't get up, and Joe Clark kicking himself for not getting more bat onto it. Brings him a single, 132 for 2, takes him into double figures. Overton, bright sunshine into Hamid, who turns this into the onside to Tom Abel, and there's no run.
Televised games, you'll often see the camera just click onto a clock, won't you, or the digital numbers on a scoreboard, and will there be time for one more over or not? Well, you know, they've got to go by their own watches, surely, just in case the technology breaks down.
Yes, yeah, and as long as it's synchronised, then shouldn't be a problem. Overton into Hamid, who just pokes slightly uncertainly at a ball just outside the line of his off stump. But he's bowling well, is Craig Overton, in unhelpful conditions. Soft ball and a flat pitch. Jack Leach looks as though he might come back into the attack, just going through a few practice bowling actions. Overton is there, bowls short, and Hamid ducks underneath. Quicker ball that time from Craig Overton, really bent his back there.
Was that playable? One for the over, says umpire Rob Bailey. Another umpire might have called it as a wide.
Yeah, I think bowlers need to be given a bit of latitude. Yeah. Otherwise, it's already pretty much a batsman's game. Overton in a bowls. This is on leg stump and turned down to long leg, and Overton thinks he was nearly through there. I think even if Hamid had missed that, it was going down the leg side. Single is taken, means that Hamid moves on to 67, and Nottinghamshire on to 133 for 2. Still 305 runs behind.
Bit of a flamingo flourish about that one, as Hamid played it almost one-handed, one-legged down to fine leg. Going to get Lewis Gregory. Yes, it is going to be Gregory. There's a lot of meetings going on.
It looks as though it's going to continue, doesn't it? It looks as though Lewis Gregory is going to continue. Past the umpire, and in he comes, and this time it's played square, and played beautifully square by Hamid for 4 runs. 71 to him now.
Yeah, needs to reach 3 figures if he's going to reach 1,000 runs for the season in this innings. Began it on exactly 900 for the 2025 County Championship season.
Here comes Gregory again. Let's see what he can do this time. He comes in. This time. Oh, it's played under his feet, and the big appeals from Gregory.
4, 5, 6. Oh, he's beaten the count.
He's down on his floor. Looks to.
It's extraordinary. Looking forward to seeing that one again. Don't know what views we've got of that, but he's knocked off his feet, and I presumed it was ball into his pad, which must have been very close.
Hits him really low into his foot almost.
Here's the replay.
Yeah, we've just seen it, but I can't identify whether it was boot or whether it was missing leg.
I think it was just missing leg.
He certainly fell over.
Good piece of bowling.
Looking for a Yorker to squeeze through and get this important wicket from a Somerset perspective, as in comes Lewis Gregory again. This time it's played beautifully, into the offside by Hamid. Takes a single.
There's a nice little shot of Hamid laid right down on the ground in his crease, looking up at James Rue, looking down at him. It's all about the 38, isn't it? Knots on 138. Somerset began the day on 338 and finished their innings on 438.
They trail by exactly 300 at this point. So Gregory comes in. He's past the umpire now and comes in and bowls. This one just played.
No ball.
It's a no ball call.
His second no ball, we think. Yes, I've missed one.
It's at least his second, yeah. Free hit, Nas.
Well, here we go. Let's see what happens next. Joe Clark on 10. He's facing. Here we go. Let's see what happens here. And this one just pushed out into the offside 30. Joe Clark collects a single.
Was just the second no ball of the innings, both to Gregory.
So what's he bowled? 34 deliveries, so no ball every 17. And his average for this season, no ball every 26, according to Steve Pittard. Who knows about these things?
So it's Hasib Hamid to face as Gregory comes in again, and this time plays Hamid plays it square, and the batsman will again cross over for another single.
Still managed to keep going at top side of 3.5 and over knots through the innings.
It's about the same rate as Somerset management, isn't it?
Mead, early part of his career, the Lancashire part of his career, certainly had a reputation of being a very stodgy opening bat, but scores all round the wickets.
But it's Clark now who's facing, Joe Clark against Gregory, and this time he flicks it onto the leg side, and the batsman will again cross over for another single.
Shouts of catch it from Gregory, but well wide of Tom Abel.
It's the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 143 for 2.
I've spotted Tractor. He's down there in the Smith Cooper stand, just above where it says John Pye Auctions, in his maroon Somerset sun hat, surrounded by his little coterie of fellow travellers.
His gang.
Yeah, his gang.
So this is a chap who follows Somerset all over
There
the
we
country.
are. Yep. There we are on the live stream.
There we are.
Ah, there we go. Okay.
No, he's got the broad brim hat, and that's the one. That's it. Here's Overton in bowls, and this is pulled away down to the boundary in front of the Smith Cooper stand, where Archie Vaughan is waiting for it. It's just a single. Clark on to 1344 for 2. Somerset sticking to their guns really well. I'm torn as to whether to talk to Shane Berger, the Somerset batting coach, about the batting shortcomings, as Overton is in and bowls a short ball to Hamid, who has nothing whatever to do with it, or whether I talk to Steve Kirby about the problems of taking wickets on this surface.
The returning hero, Jake Ball, 24 runs and a wicket.
Yeah. Well, I know what Curbs would say. He'd say they've stuck to their task really well on a pitch and with a ball that's offering them little or nothing. Overton is in and bowls, and this is defended by Hamid. So I think it's probably going to have to be Shane Berger asking to explain why we've got two Somerset batsmen who've got over 150, and the rest of them hardly managed to run between them until we got to Craig Overton and Jake Ball at the end. It's a very odd looking scorecard, the Somerset scorecard. Overton in bowls. This is full shot, comes off the inside edge. He's going to bring in 4 runs from Hasib Hamid, but that was intended to go through extra cover. It's ended up at deep backward square leg, and well, Jack Leach giving Craig Overton a consolatory pat on the shoulder. Bad luck, old chap. So it's probably bad luck, bud. That's what they say these days, isn't it? Not old chap. 148 for 2. Hamid on to 77. This is outside the off stump, and Hamid has nothing to do with that. Overton in his 9th over, 1 for 32. Wicket of Ben Slater with an absolute peach of a delivery. Just cut back enough to hit the top of off stump, with Slater understandably playing no shot, rather like Lewis Gregory was out to in the first over of the Somerset innings, to an equally good delivery from Mohammed Abbas. Overton in and bowls, and this is quite deliberately run down to long leg for a single, this time by Hasib Hamid, who will keep the no, he won't keep the oh, will he? Yes, it is the end of the over. Yeah.
Only 6, lads.
Yeah. Umpire's just hesitating as to whether to change ends. Looks like Gregory's going to bowl another over.
He's going to carry on.
It is one ground where the umpires shouldn't really lose count, as every ball goes up on the board.
We did have one in the, we had a 5-ball over in the Durham match down at Taunton. Doesn't happen very often.
No. Rob Bailey on the screens for those watching the pictures. Played a little bit for England. Very fine top order batter, Northants, Derbyshire. Good man. Nice friendly man, isn't he? He's always got a smile on his face.
Absolutely.
Always greet you.
Yeah.
Hello Dave, how you doing?
Look at this. Talk about funky field.
Well, this is a funky field, isn't it?
The Truscothic wall.
Gregory comes in and he bowls. This one is played back to Gregory, picks it up. Trying to make head or tail of this field.
Yeah, if you want to describe it, just run it through for the listeners, Nas.
Yes.
Anthony and I'll enjoy your discomfort. There's a slip.
Yes.
A wall of 4. Between umpires, it's almost like dot to dot, isn't it, from umpire to umpire?
It is. It is. As Gregory comes in this next one again, through to the keeper, James Drew. Now that I can obviously talk quite comfortably about, but these 4 that are lined up on the one side, just in front, fielders.
Well, that's just about. Well, that's how I'd describe it. There's a line from Rob Bailey, the umpire, at square leg, to Mike Burns, obviously standing behind the stumps, and there's 4 fielders equally spaced.
Yeah.
Between the 2 umpires.
The square leg umpire and the umpire behind the stumps. As Gregory comes in, and this next ball is just played out in front of him into the offside by Hamid.
There you are, you described that beautifully.
Thank you. I needed your help.
I think he's...
I don't think I've ever seen a field like that before.
Oh, he's done it before.
Has he?
Yeah. We've had all sorts of strange configurations on these flat pitches with the Kookaburra ball. You've got to be imaginative.
You get somebody fielding on his knees in a bit as well. We've had that against Somerset many times.
Yeah.
Gregory comes in again. This next ball again is pushed out into the offside where there's no fielder.
He's just trying to get Joe Clark to play, Hasib Hamid rather, to play around his front pad.
I quite like this. I wonder why I've never bowled to that field. I quite like that.
Well, it puts a premium. You've got to bowl. You've got to bowl middle of the leg, haven't you? There's no good bowling outside the off stump.
As here comes Gregory again, and he bowls, and this time it's played into
Yeah.
a place where there isn't a field. He's cut that square, and field's going to pick it up just off the boundary and return it back to James Rew. And that, in fact, is the 150 for Nottinghamshire, 150 for 2. Hasib Hamid, 79 of those, and Joe Clark has made 13.
So still 100 away from interesting the bonus point gatherers. But Notts have 150 on the board. They need 369 overs for maximum points. Crikey, that would be some achievement.
Gregory in again to complete the over, and this time again it's
Almost through.
almost 3, just in the end bobbled, the ball bobbling just out in front of Hasib Hamid. End of the over, and it looks like some drinks are coming out for Hasib.
Yeah. Joe Clark just saying well bowled to Lewis Gregory. Well bowled, absolutely on the button, just angling the ball back into the right-hander and beating the inside edge, taking him on the pad, but going down the leg side. Looks like Miggy Pretorius might be having a bowl. He's got his sweater off. He's ball polisher in chief, Miggy Pretorius, using his experience with the Kookaburra.
Yeah, like I said earlier, Notts have decided with this ball not to polish it, not to polish the Kookaburra ball. I feel it does more harm than good.
Well, you can tell by the red stain on the bottom of Miggy Pretorius's cricket shirt, which we can't actually see at the moment, but because he's facing away from us. But he is the Kookaburra ball polisher in chief, and against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, it really did make a difference.
Got it on his
Got
shirt,
it to
front of his shirt.
yeah, got it to reverse. He's in and bowls it, and this is a good ball coming back into Hasib Hamid. Yeah, we can see the big red stain at the bottom of his cricket shirt now as he walks back. The talking to Dermot Reeve about it, who was summarising for us up at Edgbaston, who's also had a lot of experience with the Kookaburra ball. You've got to keep one side of it really, really dry if you're going to get reverse swing. That's a good ball from Pretorius outside the off stump. And polish the other side. Sounds pretty conventional, but it's easier said than done apparently with the Kookaburra. But that's what Somerset will be looking for, a little bit of reverse swing now with the ball.
Quite frankly, Anthony, I hope I don't ever see one again.
This is driven into the offside with a flourish by Hamid, but straight to Jack Leach.
Whatever they do next year, they can't extend this experiment any longer. It's provided awful cricket, a really wretched spectacle. This will be, well, I won't stick my neck out and say how this game's going to finish, but Notts have had 3 ball draws in a row before this one.
Here's Pretorius in bowls, takes pace off, and this is again just slightly uncertainly from Hamid. Perhaps there is a little bit of reverse swing.
Each of those 3 matches, the wicket keepers, one side or the other, has taken the pads off and had a bowl. And when sides are sort of prepared to do that, you know, they realise it's pretty pointless just flogging the bowlers for over after over.
Pretorius, a swing and a miss this time from Hasib Hamid, just losing patience there.
Yeah, not good.
And there is a little bit of reverse swing as well.
Just moving.
So he's worked the oracle, has Miggy Pretorius. Got it to go.
Yes, McCann really contributed to his own downfall, chasing a wide one. Slater shouldered arms.
Pretorius in bowls, and there's distinct lack of certainty about the batting at the moment, particularly to Pretorius. That was a good over. He's figures 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 20, 150 for 2, 13 overs remaining in the day's play, and I suspect we'll see more seam than spin between now and the close, given that there are signs of some reverse swing. Lewis Gregory is just jogging off, and Alfie Ogborne coming on to field as sub. So Craig Overton captaining now in the field. He's just tossed the ball to Jake Ball to bowl the next over.
Yes, his first spell was from the Radcliffe Road end, picked up the wicket of Freddie McCann. Now he's going to have a goal from the Stuart Broad end, the pavilion end.
Which end did he prefer when he was playing for Notts?
I can recall him having good spells at both, to be honest.
I'm just trying to think which end he was bowling from when he bowled Somerset out in that last quarter-final.
I'm pretty sure that was from the far end that night.
So it'll be Jake Ball to come in and bowl. First ball of this new over, and it's flicked off leg side by Joe Clark. They'll collect a single.
Sideways on, Trent Bridge looks fairly flat, but years and years and years of adding fresh soil, adding loam, adding whatever they need to add to the square. If you're out in the middle, there's just a slight rise up each end as the bowlers run in. They're just slightly going up to both ends. It's like the actual square, which runs right the way across, is on a slight plateau.
Jake Ball is in again, and this time it's left outside his off stump by Hamid. Good delivery, applause from.
Some grounds, of course, there's very definite slopes and very definite differences. Hove, for example, is it the Cromwell Road end?
Yeah, down the slope.
Coming down the slope, and obviously from the other end, the sea end, running up the hill. Lords, of course.
As Ball comes in, and this time, and he let that one go past his stumps.
Yeah, Ball is definitely doing something now.
Yeah.
Heading down the hill from the Kirkstall Lane end and up from the football stand end.
So Ball with figures of 1 for 24 comes in. And he bowls this next delivery, and this again is played leg side this time, and there's going to be no run there.
Great stop by Tom Abel.
The brakes are on at the moment. Notts haven't hit a boundary for a while. They're not turning the strike over like they were up until the last 10 or 15 minutes.
It's Ball in again, and this time it's played by Hasib Hamid into the offside. No run there. No real acceleration here.
Well, no, it's because the ball is reversing. It's Somerset have got it reversing, and it's making batting a lot more difficult.
Yeah, I guess with reversing, it's that last-minute inward movement. As Ball comes in again, and this time it's a square cut, and that's gonna.
That's bad finger Banton again.
It is, yeah.
A couple of runs there.
It's cut to backward point, went on the bounce through the hands of Tom Banton, and they took a couple of runs. No, he's not.
He's not having a very happy day, is he? Yeah, mooching about them.
Yeah, takes a meat into the 80s. 153 for 2. Notts captain is leading from the front once again for his side. Been a terrific knock. Reached his 50 from 87 balls, 7 fours and a 6.
There's Pretorius just polishing the ball in the bottom of his shirt.
I mean, if you can get it to reverse, it's such a fantastic skill, isn't it? I mean, lucky enough to see Wakar Yunus do it. It's great when he's played for Surrey and Glamorgan, of course.
Here comes Pretorius into Clark, who steers this down to third man for 4 runs. Nicely played by Joe Clark. A little bit of width from Pretorius. And that's the 50 partnership between the pair of them, between Hasib Hamid and Joe Clark, from 84 deliveries. So decent rate of progress. But as we've been saying, the scoring rate just slowed in the last few overs. Somerset are finally managing to get something out of this ball. Pretorius into Clark, swings this one into the right-hander, who turns it to Tom Abel, claps his hands by way of encouraging, I'm not entirely sure who, himself I think, probably as much as anyone. Yeah. Was the reflex action. We've got Craig Overton standing at sort of advanced third slip, I suppose you would call that position. Pretorius in and bowls, and Clark just defends that. Jack Leach picks up. Alfie Ogborn volunteers to take the throw from James Rue. Alfie Ogborn, who must have been close to selection for this game, but in the end Jake Ball preferred. Pretorius to Clark, who drives nicely, but there's a sweeper out on the cover boundary in the person of Josh Davey, so it's just a single, 158 for 2. Pretorius again polishing that ball, polishing one side of it in his shirt.
The Sheffield Outlaws been in touch about Jake and ends.
Pretorius in and bowls. This is an inside edge, nearly through there. It's gone for 4, down to fine leg, but late swing there from Pretorius, taking the inside edge and oh so nearly bowling Hamid. But he gets away with it, brings in 4 runs, takes him on to 85, 162 for 2.
Yeah, we had a good view there of the ball actually bouncing around on the concrete at the far end, inside edge, just past leg stump, and a fortuitous fall. Yeah, the Sheffield Outlaw seem to recall Jake Ball getting his hat-trick, Dave, from the Radcliffe Road end against Durham. It was against Middlesex, but everything else correct. It was from this end, his hat-trick.
Pretorius in and bowls, and there won't be a run here as Lamby's quickly across from backward point to do the fielding. 162 for 2.
Ollie Rayner, Nick Compton and somebody else's hat-trick. Middlesex 0 for 3, a game they then went on to win. 162 for 2 is the score. It was back in 2016. As we said at the start of the game, 3 of the Somerset side have first-class hat-tricks on this ground. That's incredible, really, to think. Jake Ball, Tom Abel and Craig Overton.
Jake Ball just being ministered to by Mike Burns.
Nick Morrell, Dave, we raided Worcestershire because there was no one left to take from Leicestershire, although we missed out on Rian Ahmed. Good point, Nick, thank you. At Brace Cricket, thanks for getting in touch. Good player, Rian Ahmed. He was with Notts as a very young boy, but Leicestershire, I think, offered him a pathway, an easier route into the first team.
This first ball of a brand new over from
the most optimistic appeal for caught behind ever heard on this ground. It was down the leg side, so Craig Overton couldn't see anything. Rue dived full length down the leg side, and Overton 5 yards to his right thought he heard something. It wasn't within 6 feet of Joe Clark's bat.
Jake Ball comes in again, and Let's see what happens this time round. He comes in, he bowls this next one, and it's played out more correctly by Joe Clark, and no run there.
God loves a tryer. 162 for 2. Hamida's hit 13 boundaries under 6. Joe Clark just 2 fours so far in his 19.
It's a valuable partnership, this, and Nottinghamshire would like to keep it intact. Certainly as close a play as the ball comes in. This next ball just punched out into the offside again, square, and no run there.
Got another left-hander out there, another left-handed thrower just doing the fielding there. That's Alfie Ogborn.
What's it all about? It was Silla, wasn't it? What's it all about, Alfie?
Yeah.
So in comes Jake Ball again, and this time it's pulled, but pulled straight to mid-wicket, and
Tom Lammonby.
Lot of laughs, Chuck.
Yeah, 2 of those fielders have remained in that area around mid-wicket between square leg umpire and the other umpire, as here comes Jake Ball again. This time the ball just again pushed out into the offside. There's going to be no run there.
Quite like the field, actually. It was,
it's good tight stuff, this, from Somerset.
Yeah. The absolute, horrible word, but we'll use it anyway, the absolute funkiest field I've ever seen was at New Road. I did a game about, I don't know, 2000 or so. Worcestershire playing Kent. Glenn McGrath was bowling for Worcestershire.
Jake Ball in again, and this time it's pushed leg side again to one of those 2 funky fielders in the mid-wicket sort of area, short mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 162 for 2, Hasib Hamid 85, Joe Clark on 19.
Glenn McGrath was bowling from the Diglis end at New Road. Steve Rhodes was the wicket keeper, and the other 9 were all in a line. First slip, second slip, and where we got into gullies and so on, I don't know, but he had them all in a line, all 9. And
So he had 9 slips.
Essentially,
I haven't seen that.
All in a line. I mean, he'd got it on a string. Every ball was almost unhittable. Just tremendous, just for an over, just trying to break a game up or get a wicket or whatever. But extraordinary field.
Here's Pretorius into Hamid, who steers that to.
Sort of makes me think of the
Backward
West
point.
Indies sides of the 70s. They used to have about 4 or 5, didn't they, in the slip cordon?
Oh, they had more than that.
More than that.
I remember what. They had 7 slips and 2 short legs.
Wow.
For
Yeah, I remember seeing loads, but okay.
I was here for the 76 test. We'll make them grovel, said Tony Gregg. Crikey.
yes,
What a test match that was.
Pretorius in bowls is driven firmly up to Banton at mid-on. What a bowling performance that was by Michael Holding at the
Oval. Yeah. But here they sort of unleashed Wayne Daniel on Brian Close, 45-year-old Brian Close.
Yeah.
David Steele was in the side as well.
God.
They were.
They stood up to the barrels, though, didn't they?
Yeah.
Here's Pretorius in bowls. This is turned down to long leg just for a single. Jake Ball is fielding down there.
I don't think Joel was involved in
No,
that tour, was he? He came a little later, but on that tour, Andy Roberts was always my favourite. I know everybody's sort of gone on since about Malcolm Marshall, etc., but I loved watching Roberts bowl. Anderson, Montgomery, Everton, Roberts.
He had a mean streak, didn't he?
Yeah.
He had 2 bounces. A slow bouncer, and absolutely. He was the one who.
He had 2 bouncers, and they both hit you.
Yeah. This is just run down towards third man. Lammonby's in pursuit. Will he pull it in? He will. Puts in the slide, and in comes the left arm return. 2 runs are taken. He was the one who knocked Ian Botham's teeth out in the Sunday League match in 1974 when Botham was just 18.
That's right.
And Botham needless to say, spat the teeth out and went on and won the game.
Yeah, it's a great photo in the Cricketer or whatever it was round about then. Yeah, absolutely.
But Andy Roberts was really the first of that generation of West Indies quick bowlers.
A knight of the realm, and he still works as a groundsman, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretorius in and bowls, and there won't be a run here as that's played into the offside. Yeah, Joel Garner I first saw in the 1979 World Cup when that was his sort of debut for the West Indies.
Big Bird.
Big Bird, yeah.
Played against Joel. Mentioned that when we were down at Taunton.
Pretorius into Clark, who plays an odd sort of like a tennis shot, like a tennis forehand. Didn't get hold of it at all. Picked up by Pretorius in his follow through. It's the end of the over. 9 overs remain in the day's play. It's 165 for 286 to Hamid and 21 to Clark.
All the West Indies fast bowlers obviously garnered respect, but those that faced them, no pun there intended with garnered, but those that faced them at test level said it was Colin Croft who was the most awkward because he was so wide, and at county level, Sylvester Clark.
Clark, yeah.
There's another one there. Is it Patterson? Or
Patrick Patterson, yeah.
He was quite lethal as
Patrick Balfour Patterson.
He was arguably the quickest.
Yeah.
So they say.
His career wasn't as long as the others, so it was.
Malcolm Marshall was the most skillful.
Yeah. But purely for my own fun, I enjoyed watching Roberts.
Jake Ball is in again to bowl, and this first ball, brand new over, just pushed out into the offside. No run there off the bat of Hasib Hamid.
I think I'd go for holding. It's just the grace of that run up. Beautiful action.
9 overs an hour.
Well, I know, but I mean that over he bowled to Boycott.
Yeah.
We ended up with him knocking his stumps out of the ground. That was just, poetry in motion. It's a cliche, I know, but he was.
Jake Ball is in again, and this time it's played uppishly by Hasib Hamid, but past Ball as he tried to reach for it, and it's gone straight through to mid-off.
I was here in '98 in the press box downstairs when they opened this stand for the Alan Donald over to Michael Atherton, where he clearly nicked it through to Mark Boucher. Tremendous one-on-one combat that was.
Jake Ball is in again, and this time it's again forward defensive into the offside. No run there.
I was listening to that in Braunton because it was in August, wasn't it? And I was up in North Devon playing golf.
Haas has broken his favourite bat, but not to the extent that he's unable to play the next ball.
He'll have a few more, I am sure. As ball comes in, this next ball is again, he's cut this ball and he's cut it behind square, and it's going to go to the boundary for 4 more. Takes him on to 90.
Strange, isn't it, to just hold Jake Ball up for a moment whilst he's waving to the dressing room saying he's broken his bat and wants a new one, and then, OK, I'll change it at the end of the over, and plays on and cuts it away for 4. Will you change your bat on 90 not out?
Right.
Not unless you had to.
Here comes Jake Ball again. See if he can do better this time. And this time he's played correctly and back by Hamid.
So he's on 990 runs for the season. We've got a selection of new Hasib Hamid bats being gathered on the boundary edge.
As ball comes in to complete the over, and this time it's cut again. They'll only collect the single. That'll mean that Hamid keeps the strike for the next over. Perhaps he'll give him some time to change his bats. Yeah, some bats coming out for him.
Trouble when the fielders in their whites are right on the boundary edge like that with some empty seats behind them. You just sort of lose them, don't you?
Yeah.
I thought as he'd played that, that's another boundary. There's nobody out there, but he was just merging in with the seats. 170 for 2 knots. Long time ago, Anthony said not to be 200 for 1 at stumps or thereabouts, and then a wicket fell.
Not going to be far away though.
He's going through the full choice of spare bats that have been brought out and has selected one. This is his nervous 90s bat, Nas.
Oh, I wonder if he selected one from the local manufacturer. Would he have gone for the
No, it's clearly not.
No.
Pretorius is going to bowl another over. It'll be his 10th. On for 32, just having a chat with his skipper.
Durham are 4 down, 213 for 4, leading Surrey by 44. Need some rain up in the northeast, please.
Is Pretorius into Hamid, and that's, I think, a drop chance. Very, very sharp, caught and bowled chance to Pretorius, who looks bitterly disappointed, but don't think he's got anything with which to reproach himself. It was one of those that either sticks or doesn't. Got his hand in the way of fierce straight hit by Hamid.
I'm glad you're not in charge of fines, or we weren't in charge of fines when I played. I think that's 3 in this match. That's a drop. That's Harrison's 2 in that one.
Technically, he got his hand to it. He's in and bowls again. Haven't actually seen the replay of it.
No, I'm sure we'll see it in a minute. It was smashed back at him. We might have a glimpse here.
Here we go.
He just got his right hand, just took him on the wrist.
Yeah.
Good effort from
Saved 4.
Pretorius. Yep. Well, as I said, no blame attached. 170 for 2 as Pretorius is into Hamid, who lets this go outside the off stump. Thinks about having a dip at it just to run it down to third man. Tempting.
That one swung a mile. That one went a long, long way.
Yeah, well, he's getting it to reverse. He is the master of reverse swing. There's no one, I think, in the game in this country who can match him.
It's all right if he gets them swinging that far wide of the stumps. So if he brings one back with that amount of deviation, you're in trouble.
He's in again and bowls, and this is driven to Jack Leach at extra cover. He's marching back is Pretorius. Somerset still searching for this third wicket. They've never resorted to just going through the motions, Somerset. As Pretorius is in again and bowls, and this is played nicely out through the offside to Josh Davey for a single. Hamid on to 92, 171 for 2. The pneumatic drills and other bangs and crashes from the building site have happily finished for the day. Builders have finished their work on the new pavilion, where it's going to be a mixture of the old pavilion and a new section, as Pretorius is into Clark, who plays that with an angled bat out into the offside Lammerby Fields. End of the over, 171 for 2. 7 overs remain in the day's play. Miguel Pretorius 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 33, but very nearly getting a wicket in that over with a very difficult caught and bowled chance that he couldn't quite get a hand onto.
The helmet being brought onto the field.
It's because Archie Vaughan is going to have a bowl.
So Hasib Hamid will face spin. as he tries to.
It's a very young photograph of Archie Vaughan. It's a photograph of Archie Vaughan as a very young man, let's put it like that. Goes up on the Batman scoreboard. Must have been taken a couple of years ago, I think. Gregory just setting the field for his young off spinner.
See how Hamid approaches him as he gets ever closer. What would be a very, very good century. But let's not tempt fate.
Tempt away.
Here comes Archie. First ball, and this time it's played late. Yeah, just flicked off his pads, and there's going to be no run there. It's up to mid-wicket. Archie comes in, and this next delivery again, this is same area, short mid-wicket, no run there. Hamid just adjusts his bat, gets himself ready. As Archie Vaughan comes in again, this next delivery played all three deliveries pretty much in the same sort of area.
Not giving it much air at the moment, he's pushing it through his Vaughan.
Vaughan's in again, and this next delivery again, back short mid wicket again. He's got through this over quite quickly, as you'd expect. Just a couple of paces, and in he comes. This next delivery, and it certainly he's gone for it this time, and it's gone over the bowler, and has it gone for six?
Yes.
It certainly has gone for six. So yeah, it's gone for six. That'll take Hasib Hamid onto 98, and I guess I ought to hand back now at this point and get to Dave readying himself for when Hasib Hamid.
I'm more than happy for you've done perfectly well to get him from 92 to 98.
Great, I'm going to hand over to you then.
Last ball in the over. Archie Vaughan in his first over bowls to the Notts captain Hamid, and this is a defensive block, and there's no run. Thank you very much. 177 for 2. There are 6 overs left in the day.
He didn't get all of that straight hit. Hasib Hamid.
But he
Tom
didn't.
Lammonby thought he was in business for a time.
He didn't run though. He knew it was either 6 or out. I think he felt that it was on his way over the ropes. That's what he called for, the change of bats. He wanted his 6-hitting bat.
Yeah.
Bring me my 6-hitting bat.
Lewis Gregory having a long, hard look at the Kookaburra ball, and we're going to have some Josh Davey for the first time in this innings. See if he can get this ball to reverse a bit. Certainly swings the new ball, particularly if it's a Dukes.
And the Dukes will return, won't it, in September? Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, when the pitches are at their deadest. Pitch is a real issue now in domestic cricket, in 4-day cricket. Less so obviously in 1-day cricket. It's Davey in and bowls, and this is down the leg side, and nicely taken by James Rue. Nothing done. 177 for 2. Joe Clark missing out there really. Full toss on leg stump. We've got a slip, backward point, extra cover, got sweepers out either side, got a long leg, and Tom Abel at short mid-wicket. Josh Davey in bowls to Clark, who plays this to Lammonby at backward point, and there won't be a run. 5 overs after this remaining in the day's play, so we'll be going till about 10 past 6, something like that, which is not too bad.
Yeah, we'll take that, won't we?
Not too bad at all, as we will have had just ever so slightly more than our standard ration of 96 overs. 3 balls over it, to be precise. Davey up past the umpire, bowls, and Clark on the back foot plays this into the offside. Jack Leach picks up. Nothing in this pitch for Jack Leach. Did his best, assisted by all sorts of different fields from Lewis Gregory, but not really even any noticeable bowler's footmarks for him to aim for. So hard is this pitch. Davey in and bowls. This is driven back to the stumps at the non-striker's end. Not very firmly.
No.
Would have been cut off by either Gregory or Banton, even if it hadn't hit the stumps. Clark on 21 from 51 deliveries. He's not been at his fluent best. Somerset have bowled well in the last hour or so. Well, I think they've bowled actually pretty well throughout the innings.
Yeah, we thought all along that Notts were going to get 200 by the close. That's not really looking likely at the moment, but it doesn't really matter.
Davey in and bowls full length again down the leg side. Again, Clark misses out, and it's taken by James Rue. Whose younger brother is playing for the County Select 11, is he not, today? Just 17 years old. Here's Davey in and bowls edged and taken on the bounce by Craig Overton at slip.
Yeah, nearly something happening for Josh Davey. Decent over from him. Begins with a maiden. Just attacking the stumps, keeping Joe Clark nice and quiet.
Luke Benkenstein has gone 123 for the County Select 11 against the Pakistan Shaheens. 238 for 4. They are replying to 243 all out, so well placed.
Yeah, I'm reliably informed that's the equivalent of our England A. It's the England Lions. It's the Pakistan A team, calling themselves the Shaheens on this tour. So Archie Vaughan to bowl to the Nottinghamshire captain, 28-year-old Asib Hamid. He's played beautifully, led from the front for his side. He's on 98 not out. Here is Vaughan in to bowl. Hamid happy to block this one back to the bowler. 4 overs after this one, so plenty of time tonight for Hamid. But just hoping that one is dropped short from Vaughan. In comes the bowler. Hamid will turn this to mid-wicket. There's no run there. Tom Banton doing the fielding. One last look round the field from the Notts captain. So then taps his bat and waits for Vaughan to come in, bowl to him, and he's hit this hard all the way along the turf down to Lammonby in the deep for a single. Moves to 99. 178 for 2. Nottinghamshire. If you're just joining us, Somerset made 438. Notts had a really good first hour this morning. Somerset only 40 runs or so, losing 4 wickets in the progress. Notts getting night watchman Leach and of course James Rue, who was 162 not out overnight, out in the first few minutes of the day, both to Dylan Pennington. Lyndon James got a wicket as soon as he came on. Brett Hutton got a wicket with his first ball of the morning as well. Vaughan bowls, and Clark will get his skipper back on site, nudging this to mid-wicket. Went to lunch with Somerset 8 down, 396 for 8, but despite Pretorius falling straight afterwards, there was a little bit of a tail wag from Craig Overton, who finished 31 not out, and Jake Paul, who made 24. Mead is on 99. Archie Vaughan comes in to bowl to him, and Notts captain will drop this just in front of him, and it trickles all the way back to the bowler. When Notts began, Ben Slater bowled by Overton for 4, not playing a shot, to a ball that just had a little bit of shape to it, just came back and nipped off a bail. There's Vaughan in. Mead on 99 will cut this to backward point, fielded by the 9-digited Banton, or 9 working digits. He's had a little bit of an issue there all day with one poorly finger. 179 for 2 at the end of the over. The other Notts player out, Freddie McCann, who was caught behind by James Rue, chasing a wide one from Jake Ball. He went for 48. That's when the score was 107 for 2.
So Josh Davey to bowl another over. Just his second of the day. 4 overs remaining in the day's play. He's bowling to Joe Clark on 22. Craig Overton is inching a little bit closer at third slip.
On to cricket, and it's day 2 of Nottinghamshire
Update for Radio Nottingham.
match against Somerset, and Dave Bracegirdle is at Trent for us.
Well, we've nearly finished. We've got 3 overs to go on day 2 here. And Asiba Mead, the Notts skipper, he's at the non-striker's end on 99 not out. Very much led his troops well today. Somerset bowled out for 438. Ben Slater fell for 4 at the start of the reply. Freddie McCann made 48. Joe Clark playing very much second fiddle to Asiba Mead, who's 99 not out as we near the end. Notts 179 for 2.
And you can keep up with the commentary via the BBC Sport website.
That last delivery from Josh Davey just played up to Tom Banton at mid-on. And Tom Abel actually was just turning his arm over. I don't think he's going to bowl. He hasn't bowled all season. Didn't bowl last season either.
He's not going to bowl with pads on.
No, yeah, he's doing it again. Just keeping himself loose, I suppose. Be nice to see him bowl again.
Don't be silly, Tom.
Ground in which he took a hat-trick back in 2018. As Davies in and bowls, and there's a single here, which means that Haseeb Hameed will take the strike, needing 1 for his 100, and Dave Bracegirdle will call him home.
I'll try to. Just there's a sign of intent. He's just taken a fresh guard from umpire Rob Bailey. Just maybe Joe Clark has just trod over his old one and he can't quite see the mark. Score is 180 for 2. Hameed on 99. Fielding tight, trying to prevent a single. Davey into the Notts captain now, and he's forced it to point. There's a no ball from Josh Davey, so we can't do the 180 gag anymore. 182 for 2. Extras up to 8. And we'll have to be re-bowled, so we're still halfway through the 52nd over of the innings, with 3.5 overs to go on day 2 here at Trent Bridge. Second and third, these two counties at the start of play yesterday morning. Mead on 99. Josh Davey comes in to bowl to Mead, turns this on the leg side, and comes Abel to do the fielding. No chance of sneaking a run there. It's been kept quiet for half a dozen deliveries. Asiba Mead. Doesn't really matter.
Durham 5 down now.
It's all bad news
for both of these sides.
So he needs 1 for 1,000 for the season and for his century. Davy bowls to him, turned again to mid-wicket, and there's no chance of sneaking a single there. It remains 182 for 2. Freddie McCann made 48, sharing in a partnership of 101 with his captain. And now Joe Clark and Hamid have put 75 on. Crowd quiet, watching intently, ready to cheer. Will this be the moment? Davy to bowl to the Notts captain on 99 not out. This is an opportunity to just run it away behind square on the offside, but straight to the fielder, and there's no run, and that's the end of the over. Good over spoilt by a no ball from Josh Davy. 182 for 2 Nottinghamshire with 3 overs left in the day.
Yeah, good cricket from Somerset though, with everybody in bar 1. Saving the single, putting the pressure on Hamid to get that run to take him to his century. Archie Vaughan's going to bowl from the Stuart Broad end. It'll be his 3rd over. He's conceded 8 runs so far. He's bowling to Joe Clark as a helicopter buzzes overhead. Vaughan to Clark. Plays that defensively. It's a very loud helicopter, isn't it?
NASA's taxis arrived.
Yeah. I think the airport's not very far. We're not very far away, are we, from East Midlands Airport?
We're not that close.
Not, oh, really? Okay.
Vaughan to Clark, who plays this up too long on, which means that Hasib Hamid will have another opportunity to reach his 100 for this innings and 1,000 for the season.
I was going to say they'd heard the score. They just wanted to come and hover overhead just to be within the vicinity. So Hamid back on strike on 99. Archie Vaughan, the young off-spinner, to bowl to him. 183 for 2. Somerset have the field in, trying to prevent this single. Here is Vaughan. Bowls now, and Hamid will turn it onto the leg side. No chance of pinching a single there. Doing a good job here, Somerset, of making the Notts skipper soak up a few balls and wait his turn. He's on strike now on 99. It's this back to the bowler on the bounce. And it remains 183 for 2. Here's Vaughan in. Hamid looking for a single, drives this down the ground. Glorious moment for the Notts captain. Very elegant, flamboyant drive past the bowler Vaughan, all the way down to the far end, and he goes to his century from 172 balls with 15 fours and 2 sixes. And the milestones keep on coming. It's 1,000 first-class runs for the season for Hasib Hamid. His 18th first-class 100, 12 of them for Notts. First against Somerset, 5th here at Trent Bridge, 3rd of the season. And in the previous 2, he's gone on to carry his bat throughout the innings. Magnificent knock from Hasib Hamid.
Yep. Top-class innings.
Vaughan in again, and he'll push this back to the bowler at the end of the over. That wasn't bad off the top of my head, was it?
I'm sure no one would possibly question your knowledge of Hasib Hamid's centuries. Yes, he's batted very, very well. Hasn't given a well. He did give a technical chance, I suppose, when he drove it back to Pretorius, but not really a chance. Quarter chance. Yes, he's had a second coming really since he came to Notts, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's a much better player now than he was, ironically, when he was first chosen for England.
Sometimes captaincy can derail a player. It's been the opposite for him.
Davy in a bowls, and Clark plays this defensively into the offside. This is the penultimate over of the day. Crowd just beginning to drift away. Not so many left now in the Smith Cooper stand away to our right, and it was just a smattering in the Fox Road stand and in the stand at the far end. Davey to Clark, and this is played back to him. Joe Clark and Hasib Hamid will settle to go in undefeated at the end of the day, having built a good platform for Nottinghamshire's reply to Somerset's 438. But the longer this game goes on, the harder it is to see any result at the end of it other than a draw. One or other of these two sides is going to have to bat really, really badly for this game not to be drawn. Davey in and bowls to Clark, who feels for that, a little bit outside the off stump, but gets plenty of bat on it down to Lammonby at backward point.
Next target for Notts, I guess, provided they have a decent morning, should be around about lunchtime. If they've managed to dodge all the bullets, should be able to save the follow-on round about lunchtime. They're 250 behind now, so another 100 will save the follow-on. And then, as Anthony said, it's going to be pretty difficult, you'd imagine, for either side in the last 5 sessions of the match to force a victory.
Here's Davey in bowls, and Clark plays that as if it just spat a little bit off the pitch. I'm not sure it did. That just shakes his bottom hand as if that jarred his fingers against the bat handle.
Just run out of time, don't you, in the end? Just simply, it's just...
I think you could probably play this game over 6 days.
With the nature of the ball we're talking about here.
And the pitch.
And the pitch.
But here's Davey in and bowls, and this is driven nicely away through the offside. Pretorius will field though, so it's just a single. But that's the pitch. Is no criticism of the groundsman. It's the same story all over the country, and it's down to the weather and drainage systems as much as anything.
Steady on, Gautam. Don't you go criticising ground staff.
Well, I would. They do their level best.
They do.
They do. You know, to produce the sort of pitches that their directors of cricket ask for. But it's not an exact science.
It's not been easy this year.
Nature to contend with. Davies in and bowls. This is turned into the onside and brilliantly fielded by Tom Abel at short mid-wicket. Saved his side 4 runs there, diving across to his left. End of the penultimate over. 1 over remains. 188 for 2. 25 to Clark. 103 to Hasib Hamid.
Yeah, it's just on the live stream seeing 1 or 2 of Hass's shots and the celebration with the second bat. Changed bats on 90. Is it 1991, something like that? Changed bats. Then here to 6. And got there with a lovely straight drive off Archie Vaughan. 1 over to go, Nas. Do you want to take us home?
Yeah, can do. Absolutely. Last over of... well, it's Archie Vaughan to come in, isn't he? Here he is, Archie Vaughan, son of Michael Vaughan, of course, former England captain. In he comes. Bowls his first ball, and this one again, push back. And the batsman will collect a single, pushed into the leg side for a single.
Whoever had the pads on to come in next, either Jack Haynes at 5 or a night watchman can take them off. Won't be required now.
So it's Hasib Hamid facing up to Archie Vaughan again. And this time, again, pushes quite correctly. The ball just trickles along the ground and it's back in the hands of Archie Vaughan again. I'm pretty sure they'll just want to see out this over and head back. As Vaughan comes in again this time, yeah, again, just played out in front of him by Hamid. So Hamid just getting his stance ready and face up to Archie Vaughan. He comes in again, and this time, again, same shot as last time, pretty much. No run there.
Did mention it when he got his 100. The 2 previous centuries he's got this season, he actually went on and carried his bat. He opened the batting, was not out at the end against Warwickshire away and Durham away.
Vaughan is in again, and this time again it's played out just down into the offside.
Well, if he carries his bat in this innings, then Notts will have about 800, I think.
So yeah, just the last ball from Archie Vaughan. In he comes, and this one again pushed out by Hasib Hamid. End of the over. Nottinghamshire 189 for 2 at close of play.
Thank you very much, Nas. Hasib Hamid 103 not out. Joe Clark is 26 not out. 189 for 2. Represents, I guess, a satisfactory scoreline for Notts. They still trail by 249, but I think right at the start of the day, just as play was starting, before play started, we suggested that yesterday he couldn't really make any sort of claim for Notts winning a session. They certainly won the first half an hour maybe, even yesterday morning, but then Somerset came back strongly between midday and 1 o'clock. Certainly days or sessions 2 and 3 on the first day belonged to the visitors. Notts had to just fight their way back into the match today. They had a really good morning session, and I think they'll be quietly pleased. They can't affect what's going on elsewhere, of course, only what's happening here, but you know, given everything that we know about the surface and the Kookaburra ball, I think they'll be pleased that they've not sort of wilted under pressure from a very good Somerset bowling attack, some really good fields, some real intent from Somerset, and replying to 438, they finished, Anthony, on 189 for 2 with power to add.
Yeah, very disappointing with the bat from Somerset today, just adding 100 to their overnight 338 for 4 at the cost of 6 wickets and poor shots on a pretty placid pitch. But as you said, Dave, they've stuck to their guns really well with the ball. Lewis Gregory's tried just about everything he can think of to try and get a wicket on this placid surface with an unresponsive ball. They did manage to get some reverse swing, Miguel Pretorius, but well, they've still got a lead of 249, but it's very, very hard to see any result to this game other than a high-scoring draw.
Thank you, Anthony Gibson. Thanks, Nasser Hanif. Sincere thanks to our wonderful camera crew all around Trent Bridge, out in the elements as always, for bringing you the excellent pictures, to Kirsty and Aaron for bringing the replays, and just generally looking after things, making sure we stay on air and looking after the live stream. Tremendous service they provide, and of course, first and foremost, thanks to all the listeners and the viewers. That's why we do it. Really appreciate you being there, and for those of you that have taken the trouble to get in touch, even Dave in Cork, we really appreciate all your comments. Hope you'll do it again. Have a lovely Wednesday evening, whatever you're doing. From the team here in Nottingham, a reminder, we'll be back just before 11 tomorrow morning. It'd be great if you can join us then. It's a very good night.